Yo Atlas speaking and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reborn in the My Hero Academia world and gained the Craftsman System. The playlist of the story is above, and as always, let the tale begin. Chapter 21, Final Exams, ahahahaha for real. No, but for real Bakugo. Shiro and Kirishima laughed as Bakugo walked in with his hair neatly done instead of its usual explosive hairstyle, making him look quite dandy and out of character. Don't laugh. It's stuck and washing it ain't fixing it, Bakugo said, shaking in irritation. If you keep laughing I'll blow you apart, he threatened the two boys. Go ahead and try it, amazing hair lad. Ha ha ha. They continued to joke as Bakugo lunged after them. Hey Ochako, how was it for you this week? So you asked Ochako. Ochako responded by standing in a Chinese martial artist stance as a fiery aura surrounded her. It was very fruitful. She looks like she awakened, Ashido stated. She went to that battle hero guy's, right? Didn't Toru go there as well? Jiro asked. Yeah. It was fun interning together, Toru responded happily as Ochako's seemingly shivered for a second. The girls didn't miss this strange action and immediately went on the offensive. What's wrong, Ochako? Did Toru do something crazy? Ashido asked. She looked at Toru before whispering to the three other girls. She's a complete monster. She on a completely different level. What do you mean? Ashido chuckled, not quite believing that the bubbly and happy-go-lucky could be anything like what the terrified Ochako is describing. Ochako refused to explain more as Toru came over. Women are demons from the outset, they're just hiding their true selves, Mineta said, reminiscing about his time on his internship. Me, I had a fair amount of fun getting fussed over, but you know the ones who've transformed the most are you four, Denki said, referencing Midoriya, Aoyama, Ida, and Todoroki. Dude, yeah, the hero killer. I was so worried about you guys. I'm so happy you're alive. No joke, that's the most important thing. They said you got rescued by Endeavor. That's the number 2 hero for you. How lucky. Maybe I should have chose to go Hosu as well, Antoine said before quickly shaking his head. Nah. I definitely had the greatest intern experience, he said as his eyes turned into dollar signs. He was really scary, Antoine. Trust me, you don't want anything to do with Stain, Yuga quickly retorted. Scary? Like some guy who's only capable of incapacitating and killing weak heroes is all that scary. My mom is probably scarier than that bastard, Antoine said. Kneel. Midoriya yelled, angered. Ida put his hand over Midoriya's chest while Bakugo seemed to be more interested now. Kneel. You may insult and make fun of me all you want, but once you involve my family you've gone too far, Ida said, staring seriously at Antoine. Antoine smirked. And I suppose you want an apology? Fuck off, you little shit. If you want respect, you better have the balls to command it. It isn't my fault your brother is a weak bitch. Isn't he a speedster type of hero? And he lost to some fucking villain who popped up only a few weeks or months ago. Antoine only laughed as Ida's body only shook in anger. You don't know how strong he was. So shut your mouth, Neil. Midoriya shouted for his friend. And you do know how strong he is, Cabbage Head. I didn't know your name was Endeavor now. Antoine grinned as Midoriya went silent. Todoroki was about to talk but Aizawa walked in and class started. Antoine. You really got to stop antagonizing our classmates. Is it really that hard to be nice for you? Yuga whispered. Of course not, Yuga, my gentle and caring friend. But it would be a little out of character if I started acting all nice out of the blue now, wouldn't it? My acts of niceness would be looked at in suspicion and not gratitude. And I've yet to see any benefit to acting all friendly with a few of these people, Antoine explained. Yuga just sighed. Okay, at least don't insult their families, Yuga tried to compromise. Antoine rolled his eyes. You're just like an annoying wife, you know that. If only you were a girl you'd be perfect, Yuga. Antoine said. I think I'm fine being the friend that tries to keeps you in line. Near the end of class. Let's see here. Right, summer break is fast approaching, but of course, it stands to reason none of you have enough leeway to just relax for 30, Aizawa spoke. Could it be? We'll be going to a summer break forest lodge. I knew it, yeah. Let's do some dares. The baths. And fireworks. The baths. Summer break means romance. The parameters of our activities will probably change in a natural environment, challenging us to choose wisely in any environment. However, Aizawa continued. Should any of you fall short of a passing grade for the end-of-term test, then you're stuck in school, in remedial hell. Let's do our best, everybody. Kirishima exclaimed. The class was dismissed and Antoine invited Toru and Yuga over his house. Hey Mr. Neil. Yuga greeted Antoine's father. Hi Marcus. Toru greeted as well. Hey you too. Nice seeing you too after a while. Keep watching over my little troublemaker, would you? Marcus said with a smile. That should have been your hero name instead, Antoine. Yuga joked. Toru and Marcus laughed as Antoine forcibly pulled them into his room. Alright, you fucking jokesters. I need your help. You need our help? Yuga asked in disbelief. Yeah, I didn't stutter, did I? Antoine said as he pulled out a suitcase from under his bed and clicked a button. The suitcase transformed into a handsome doctor wearing doctor clothes. Greetings. He bowed to Yuga and Toru. Whoa. So you finally started building robots, huh? Toru asked excitedly. Why does it look so much like a real person? If I didn't see it transform, I would think I would be looking at a normal person. Yeah, I'm the greatest in the world, I get it. Thank you, but that's not what I brought you here for. Medic here is going to watch over as you two do a few tests for me. You see, recently I've began studying quirks, and my quirk in particular isn't anything to write home about and wouldn't help me much in my research. So, I need you two to use your quirks for me as medic here. He patted the handsome doctor's back. Takes notes and scans your entire body. I'm trying to figure out exactly what are quirks and how they do give us the superpowers we have now. He explained. Toru rubbed her head slightly confused while Yuga shared her sentiments with an equally confused expression. So, you just need us to use our quirks, right? Toru asked. That's correct. So, fire them suckers off till you're tired or can't anymore. Antoine said as he put on some goggles and threw one suitcase in the air. It transformed into one humanoid metal dummy. Don't move. Antoine ordered as he also gave Yuga some goggles. Okay, start. Yuga fired his naval laser at the robot in short rapid-fire bursts while Toru seemingly turned into a blinding white light. If Antoine didn't have those goggles he prepared, he surely would have been blinded for a couple of seconds. Toru's bright light flashed on and off like a strobe light while Yuga continued to fire beams at the metal dummy. The metal dummy's arms were slightly dented in after Yuga couldn't continue using his quirk anymore. I believe I have enough data to start the research creator. However, I'll need more samples in the future to make any conclusive data. Medic relayed. That's fine. Return back to stationary mode. Antoine ordered as Medic transformed into a suitcase once more. Antoine smiled happily. Thank you guys for helping me out. You see, besides you two, I don't have many other people I can call on for help. I wonder why. Yuga rolled his eyes. I agree with Yuga. Our classmates are pretty fun to be around. Can you at least try to be sociable with them? Yuga asked. I am sociable. I don't ignore our classmates at all. You know what I mean. Yuga yelled. I refuse. I'm not lowering myself to those sensitive babies. Eventually they'll see how right I am, or they'll notice how far behind they are compared to me. I'm not in the wrong here, Yuga, and I get zero benefits for lowering myself to their level. Yuga sighed as Toru patted his shoulder. You tried, she said with a soft smile. Antoine sat on his bed and turned on the TV. So, what do you guys want to watch? He asked. I haven't seen the new episode of Death's Kitchen. Oh yeah, he really gives it to them in that episode. One of the chefs even starts crying, Toru said as she also sat on Antoine's bed. Yuga joined them and the three spent most of the day watching shows on TV. The day of the test exercise. All of Class 1 as students were outside in their hero costumes. Along with them outside were 8 of the teachers. Right, the test will begin shortly. Obviously, you can fail this test, too. So, if you want to head to the Forest Lodge, then we'd better not see any pitiful blunders from you. I've no doubt you all learned what information you could of the test beforehand, so I think you already hold a vague notion of what you are to do, Aizawa said. Sure, just like the entrance exam, it'll be a search and destroy game only with robots. I can just see the fireworks. The curry. The dare sessions. Sorry. I'm afraid not. Due to various reasons, we're changing the contents of the test, starting today. The principal surprisingly announced after popping out from Aizawa's scarf. The class were shocked and surprised. I hope it's not as easy as the entrance exam. Antoine muttered, even though he already knew what was coming. From now on, we'll focus our tests more on person-on-person battle activities and emphasizing a teaching environment closer to that of a real battle. Nizu explained before continuing his speech. Which, boys and girls, is all to say, that henceforth we will have you form pairs to engage in combat with one of these here educators. With the exception of one team because we have an uneven number of students. Now this is a great test. Antoine said in excitement. I hope you keep that attitude as all the pairs have already been decided. The way you tend to move, your grades, and your degree of familiarity. We personally judged how you'll be pairing up based on all sorts of things, and we'll list the matchups now. Nizu informed. First off, Todoroki's with Yaoyorozu as a team against me. Midoriya, you're with Bakugo as a team, and as for who your opponent will be. I'm here to oblige. All Might shouted with his powerful voice and stature. Rest of the teams. Principal versus Ashido and Kaminari. Number 13 versus Aoyama and Uraraka. Present Mike versus Kuda and Jairu. Ectoplasm versus Azui and Tokoyami and Ojiro. Midnight versus Siro and Mineta. Snipe versus Hagakure and Shoji. Cementos versus Satu and Kirishima. Power Loader versus Ida and Antoine. At the site. So I'm guessing we either have to defeat you or make it through that shining flashy gate behind us, Loader-san. Almost. You have 30 minutes to handcuff me, or one of you make it through the gate to pass the test. Come on, Loader-san. That sounds too easy. What's the trick here? Antoine asked the man who he sees nearly every school day. Since he basically visits the development studio every day, where Power Loader oversees, they are quite close. Try and win and you'll see. He said as he begun tunneling through the ground. I see they teamed me and Ida up because of our clear opposing attitudes to each other. But unlike with Midoriya and Bakugo, I'm not facing the absolute monster that is All Might as my opponent and won't require Ida's help to win. They should have planned this out a bit better if they wanted me and Ida to get on better terms. Well. Go on and run through the gate, President. You'll reach there much faster than me for sure. Antoine said with a grin on his face. As unpleasant as it is, I am the class president and shall not be stubborn. I am willing to work with you to pass this test, Neil. Ida said as if it was the last thing he wanted to do. While I might be many things, being a team player is something I can manage. Antoine said as one of his tentacles latched onto Ida's back. Let's get moving, President. Antoine said as Ida tried to move. Antoine sighed. Seriously, how fucking weak are you? That just ruined the entire mood, you know. And I'm not getting on your fucking back. Antoine said as he released his tentacle and began moving ahead without Ida. The ground beneath him started falling and Antoine quickly kicked off the side of the pit before he could fall completely in. I have so many ways of clearing this, I'm literally at a loss of which one I should pick. I could just speed past all the pitfalls, defeat Sensei who's holding back with those high-density weights, fly high in the sky and cruise through the gate, work together with Ida and have us both get through the gate, or I could, Antoine was interrupted as Power Loader's low-tier mech, Antoine would describe it, shot from the ground to grab him. Ida dashed over and tried to save Antoine but only managed to fall into a pitfall and get trapped himself. Antoine's tentacles, built with Lackey controlling it, automatically defended him and clashed in a power of strength against Power Loader's mech. Loader-san. Although this mech of yours does match your hero costume quite nicely, I have to say it's a bit limiting, isn't it? Antoine grinned as he pulled out his golden revolver and aimed it at Power Loader. I mean, you actually have to pilot and control those arms on that mech, leaving you completely defenseless against, let's say, a bullet. He shot towards Power Loader's defenseless chest and laughed. Ding! The bullet bounced off as a force field appeared and protected Power Loader's entire body. You fucking madman. You really do listen to me talk, don't you? Antoine said while smiling. School isn't a place for only students to learn. He chuckled as his mech's arms rocket blasted off and pushed Antoine backward into the collapsing battlefield. Antoine laughed in amusement as he also fell into a pitfall and was trapped by all the dirt and rocks. Look at us, President. We look like a bunch of fucking shitty moles. Antoine laughed as Ida's anger was building. Now don't get so red in the face, Dick Munch. Let me show you how to win like a true hero. Antoine said as his tentacles transformed into shovels and began digging him free. Once he got out, he walked over to Ida and freed him as well. Thank you, Neil, but please refer to me by my name. The two stood side by side as Antoine suddenly grabbed Ida with one of his tentacles and had the other 5 shape-shift into propeller blades. The blades began spinning and soon the duo was in the skies. Power Loader shot 2 rocket fists at the flying duo that started homing in on them. Gonna need more than that, Loader-san. Antoine shouted as he pulled out his revolver again and took aim before quickly shooting 2 bullets at the rocket fists. The bullets exploded once they made contact with fists and took them out of the skies. Antoine and Ida were speeding towards the exit as Power Loader was unable to do anything with them so far in the air and going as fast as that. They passed through the gate and successfully passed the final exam practical portion. Although you were pretty much useless, I can at least say that you're pretty fucking weak. Ha 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 ha. Antoine laughed as he let go of Ida and walked off. Ida seemed to be shaking while balling his fist as he looked at Antoine from behind. Chapter 22, The Day Before the Camping Trip. With Yuga. Let's do this, Aoyama. Ochako said. She seemed confident, or at the very least ready to take on number 13, the black hole quirk using rescue hero. Yeah. We can do this, Uraraka. Yuga said. Do you want to get through the gate or take down number 13? Yuga asked casually. Ochako looked at him like he was crazy. Fight one of the teachers. Does he really think we can beat 13? She thought before asking. Did you have a plan in mind? Yuga smiled his perfectly white shiny teeth, nearly blinding Ochako. You remember her quirk, right? There's no way the faculty would let her use that on us since we could die. We're going to take advantage of it and take her out at close range. He explained in his new upgraded hero costume. Previously, the outfit was more like a sparkling robotic armor suit, but now it was more like a tight jumpsuit. It still matched the theme that Yuga liked, which was that of a young prince cosplaying as a hero or a handsome sparkling hero prince. He had shining dazzling boxing gloves on his hands and a boxing championship belt design around his waist. His shoes were gleaming and provided excellent support for any kind of physical activity. But isn't that kind of? Ochako dragged on. Kind of what? Yuga asked cluelessly as his only thoughts were on how to pass this test as safely as possible. I guess this is what hanging out with Neil for so long can do to somebody. Nothing. Okay, we'll go with your plan. If we can't defeat her, then we'll try and flee as fast as possible. Follow behind me, Yuga said as he slowly got on the move. Ochako followed behind him, still a bit unconfident about them planning on somehow defeating a pro hero, even one that's at half strength. Soon the two found 13 standing in front of the exit, but she hasn't spotted them yet. I'll catch her attention. Once she's busy with me, either try and escape or help me capture her, Yuga said. Okay, Ochako said, still a bit in disbelief about Yuga's strange confidence. She watched as the boy blasted off right in front of her and left her side. Yuga surprised the rescue hero, who nearly unleashed her quirk in response, but quickly caught herself in time and suffered a harsh uppercut that knocked her in the air. Yuga fired off a glittering blue laser beam from his palms aimed at the pro hero to knock her even further in the air. But the pro hero was ready for combat now. She sucked in Yuga's laser and pulled the boy towards him with her black hole quirk. Yuga fired 2 laser beams from the bottom of his shoes, and with 13's quirk pulling him in, he basically warped in front of the gentle hero, who was forced to once again shut off her quirk before she accidentally killed a student. Yuga took advantage of this time again and punched 13 in the head, knocking her downward towards the ground. Just as soon as the space hero took off towards the ground, Yuga shot behind her with his quirk, and before 13 could land on the ground, he unleashed a rapid-fire combo of punches on her back while finishing it off with a downward punch that broke 13's helmet and knocked him into the ground. Ochako, who was inches away from exiting and winning the test for them, was in complete shock after witnessing Yuga take on a veteran pro hero by himself and take her out. Even if she was wearing those bracelets that weakened them a lot, should Yuga have taken her out so easily? Ochako thought, with her mouth wide opened and eyes bulged out completely. Yuga wiped the sweat from his forehead as he handcuffed number 13 and passed the test for them. It's official. Anyone that's involved with Neil is a complete freak, Ochako muttered as the buzzer went off signaling their win. That boy has a bright future. Recovery Girl smiled as she watched their exam. Team Aoyama and Uraraka have passed. The announcement went off for all other examiners. With Toru. Let's win this, Shoji-kun, Toru said, fired up in her skin-tight black outfit with a utility belt attached to it. Aha, he responded. The test started and Snipe began firing off bullets that seemed to aim right at them. Toru and Shoji ran behind one of the large pillars inside the room and hid behind it as bullets rained on their hiding place. Shoji-kun, could you tell me where he's at with your quirk? I think I can get us out of this mess if you do, Toru said as their pillar was starting to crumble from the onslaught of bullets raining on it. Shoji nodded as he transformed his tentacles into ears. The 5th pillar down on the right, he answered through one of his mouth tentacles. Okay, take this and chuck it as hard as you can for me. And then run behind a different pillar. This one isn't looking so cute anymore. She giggled as the pillar started cracking apart. Shoji took the hand-sized black sphere and chucked it to where Snipe was hiding. The bullets suddenly stopped attacking their pillar and Snipe shouted out in surprise. What in tarnation? He shouted as more bullets rang out, but this time not aiming at them at all. Toru pulled out her grapple hook and grappled to the roof of the room before reaching over to Snipe's hiding spot and seeing him shoot all the miniature spider bots that managed to slightly wrap him up in wires. Toru's skin-tight black costume turned invisible and she slowly lowered herself down to Snipe. Snipe finally managed to take out all the spider bots and then refocused his attention on the 2 students. He slipped his hand into his costume and was about to pull out a strange green object, but before he could throw it to the ground, Toru attacked. Toru hooked her arm under his throwing arm and took Snipe to the ground. She managed to get behind his back on the ground. She locked her legs around his waist, wrapped her arm around his neck, and twisted his other arm behind his back. "What in the WR?" he managed to say before choking on his words and being held and choked by Toru. Snipe was completely dumbfounded. How in all Sam hell did this girlie manage to sneak up behind me? And why is her grip so tight? I'm a grown man and I can't break free from this little girl. He thought as he desperately tried to force his way out of Toru's grasp. The more he tried to force his way out, the more pain his arms started to feel, and soon Snipe was blacking out. He tapped Toru's arm around his neck multiple times. Toru released her grip and immediately captured Snipe with the handcuffs they were given. "Shoji-kun. I did it," she said happily as Shoji came over to see Snipe breathing for air on the ground. "You really did it," he said stunned. He didn't think she could possibly do it on her own, but she did. "Antoine's upgrade to my hero costume is awesome. Before I used to have to stand still to become invisible with clothes, but now I can move even while invisible." She happily let out a breath of relief. "Thanks to that, I don't have to be naked to use my quirk usefully anymore." "Hagakure. Where in the world did you learn that type of scrappin'?" he asked impressed while rubbing his throat. "I take classes," she replied in her usual happy-go-lucky tone. "Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu." Shoji's eyes slightly widened at this new information while Snipe nodded in acceptance. "Team Shoji and Hagakure have passed." The robotic voice went off. "After school. Are you guys ready to make history?" Antoine asked excitedly as they walked down the street. "Yeah." Toru replied eagerly. "What are you even talking about? You just messaged us to come over to your house and you didn't explain anything." Yuga complained. "Ah, but it was a surprise, my dear bitching friend. How could I ruin the surprise by telling you what it was before showing it to you?" "You're a bitch," Yuga whispered as he crossed his arms. Antoine gasped before putting his arm over Yuga's neck. "We can't have such negativity, Yuga-kun. It doesn't fit your character, you know. Now it is time to reveal the surprise. Are you two ready?" Antoine asked as they neared the street corner. Yuga rolled his eyes as Toru excitedly shook in anticipation. The three turned the corner and saw multiple tiny humanoid robots doing construction work. "Here it is. Our beginning as the greatest pro-heroes." Toru's smile faded away while Yuga's never appeared. The two were at a loss on what exactly they were supposed to be seeing and gushing over. "Ah, at a loss for words, huh?" he chuckled. "It's amazing, isn't it? This is the start of the world's greatest company and your first places of employment." Antoine said. "I recently came into a bit of money and decided to start my own company." Yuga sighed while Toru audibly wowed. "You didn't think to using that money for your family instead?" "Yuga, my boy. That type of thinking is too limited. Why improve the life of my parents who are comfortably living their middle-class lives when I could take an investment now and improve their life 1,000,000,000,000x more in the future? What are you even going to sell?" "Wait, we're going to work here?" Toru asked. "I'm glad you asked, you sparkly handsome bastard. I plan on selling some of my non-dangerous tech to the masses and banking on their need for more and more. At first I'll just sell slightly better versions of everyday things we already have. Like a remote that works anywhere around the house, antenna-less. A cheap-looking couch that's strangely comfortable despite how terrible it looks. Longer phone cords meant for charging. And then we ramp it up eventually in the future to selling hover bikes, having a delivery service that uses drones to deliver the objects, laptops capable of challenging supercomputers, and even TV dinners that taste like 5-star restaurant meals." Antoine said excitedly. "I see." Yuga said, not believing in Antoine's company the slightest bit. "That's a lot of stuff you'll have to sell, Toru said, amazed at the large vision Antoine had for this company. Of course. I can't do it alone. That's why I have these robots and soon even people. The company will eventually split into different focuses, but it will start off as a tech company. And once you two turn 16, you'll be my first workers. We're getting paid? Toru asked. You bet. You won't even have to do anything for a while, as most of the work will be done by the robots. It was at this point Yuga smiled. He held out his fist and Antoine's fist bumped him. I shouldn't have doubted you. That's more like it, you son of a bitch. Ha ha ha. We're gonna be filthy rich, all thanks to my genius. Be glad you guys became friends with me. Toru and Yuga started bowing while praising Antoine's name before they both pulled his pants down and ran away laughing. You fucking dipshits. I swear I'll fucking fire you in a heartbeat. Antoine cursed as he struggled to pull up his pants and chase after the two. The next day at school. Morning. Now about your end-of-term exams. I hate to say that some of you have failed. And, as such, everybody's going to the forest lodge. Aizawa surprisingly announced. You're kidding. The fails shouted. There were 0 failing grades for the written exam. For the practical, Satu, Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari, and Siro all failed. Aizawa informed. But we can still go, sensei. For the exam, we villains left you a way to win while gauging how you faced the challenges we set for each of you. If we hadn't, then you'd all have run into a dead end before the challenges even started. No wonder Power Loader was so easy to take down. He must have been forced to use only a few of his creations. Antoine muttered. So when you told us you were coming at us to crush us, you meant, so you said before getting cut off. That was to drive you into a corner. The Forest Lodge was a boot camp to begin with. So the students who failed are the ones who need it the most. It was a logical ruse. He revealed. A logical ruse. Not again. I suppose that Yui for you. Ida cursed. All the same. If you keep piling up ruses, then our trust in you will begin to waver, will it not? Ida questioned. Heh. You aren't supposed to trust his words in the first place, fucktard. You think a villain would be honest with their words? Learn how to see through the deceit or crush through it with brute force. Antoine said. Aizawa wanted to agree with the boy, even though he could have put it in a less vicious way, but kept silent as Ida seemingly thought about the vulgar boy's words. Anyway, it's not as if all of what I said was a lie. Failing grades are failing grades. So, you've all earned yourself special remedial periods. And to put it bluntly, they'll be harder than they would have been had you stayed on campus. Now I'm going to hand out the lodge guide, so pass them back. Aizawa said as he took out a pile of papers. After class. I'm glad we all get to go though. Denki said. A 1-week bootcamp, huh? Shoji said. I guess we'll need to pack heavy for all the stuff we need to take. Like night vision goggles. Mineta added. My laptop and work tools. Antoine added. My training sandbag and workout clothes, Yuga muttered. Ah, in that case, since tomorrow's free and exams have ended, let's go shopping together. Come on everyone in Class A. Toru suggested. That's a great idea. Actually, won't this be the first time? Denki questioned. Yo, Bakugo, you come too? Like I could stand going shopping with you people. The next day. Antoine was watching as Midoriya was captured by Tamura in the middle of the mall. Before Uraraka could intervene though, he took her spot as the witness of this event. Hands up, Shigaraki. Let the shithead go and a bullet won't go through your skull. Antoine threatened as he pointed a dark black gun at Tamura. He only started creepily laughing as he slowly put his hands up and backed away. Kneel. I'll be seeing you soon as well, he said as he walked off into the crowd with his hoodie back up. Wait. What is all for one's ultimate goal? Midoriya asked desperately. Tamura shrugged his shoulders as he disappeared in the crowd. You should focus on yourself. Because, next time we meet, it'll be because I decided to kill you. His voice somehow lingered behind. Well, cabbage head, look at you getting noticed by villains. If you didn't get fucking captured like a princess, I'd actually be impressed. Maybe you should take his advice and actually fucking take this hero shit seriously. Or don't. It doesn't matter to me, it's your life that's being targeted. Antoine laughed. I am taking this seriously. And did you call the police, Neil? He asked. Of course I fucking did, you retard. You think I'd just let a villain freely walk in the public? Where's my thank you at, by the fucking way? Thank you, Midoriya said, although seemingly not wanting to. Humph. The mall was soon temporarily closed as both Antoine and Midoriya were taken to the police station for questioning. Antoine was very upset and unwilling but ultimately went along and didn't cause much of a fuss. The boys told Detective Tsukachi what happened, Tamura's physical depictions, and basically everything that went on. More so Midoriya than Antoine, but yeah. After the detective got everything he needed, the two were released. All Might in his true form was waiting for Midoriya while Antoine's mom was waiting on him with an enraged look on her face. Antoine's body shivered before he quickly explained. I'm not in trouble. I was attacked. Yeah, right. Alicia shouted, enraged as she pounced towards Antoine. Detective Tsukachi stood in front of Antoine and protected him before his mother could harm him. He's right, ma'am. Today he was at the mall with his classmates and a villain showed up. Thanks to his quick reactions and level head, many lives were saved today. He's a great young man and a promising hero in training. He explained as Alicia's face slowly turned back to normal. She dropped her fighting stance and Antoine's body turned off its fight or flight mode. She hugged him. My little troublemaker. You always make me so worried. She slowly started crushing him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He yelled as the air going to his lungs was running out of supply. I wanted you to say you won't make me so worried. That's impossible. He fainted and she threw him over her shoulder. Thank you, Mr. Policeman, for saying such positive things about this little knucklehead. We'll be on our way now. She said politely and in a completely different tone from her aggressive and outspoken type of voice like when she was talking to Antoine. She placed the fainted Antoine in the back seat before driving off towards their home as Midoriya and All Might just watched on in the background. Summer break and the first day of the Forest Lodge. Chapter 22, The Training Camp arc is here. Class A and Class B were boarded into their buses and officially on their way to the Forest Lodge. I swear to God, if you keep using that move I'll break your nose in. Antoine threatened as he rapidly mashed buttons on a controller. Hee hee. Maybe if you sucked a little less, you wouldn't be losing so bad. Toru gloated. How do I use my special move? Yuga asked as his character just slowly walked over the edge and died. She's a fucking cheat. That character is broken as hell. Why can she have that many moves? She can basically do anything and all I can do is watch as she rapes and murders my entire family in front of me. Antoine raged after Toru defeated the two boys in the game. Toru giggled at Antoine's rage. No one told you to pick the worst character in the game. Did I lose? What happened? Yuga asked as the screen showed Toru's character in the victory screen and the boys' defeat screen side by side. Fuck that noise. I'm going to kick your ass with this useless pink nut sack. Let's go again. Just try it. The game started again and certain students came and watched them play on their miniature television hanging on the window. Hey, what game are you guys playing? Shiro asked as he, Kirishima, Mineta, and Kaminari came to watch after they were just chatting in the back. It's called Siblings Smacking Ultimate. Yuga answered as he finally figured out how to use his special move and nearly eliminated Antoine. You fucking little bitch. Antoine cursed as Toru's character followed up with Yuga's lucky hit and eliminated him from the round. Are you fucking kidding me? This game is horse shit. It's so fucking unbalanced. He threw the controller on the floor hard and crossed his arms. If I made a stupid fucking fighting game, I'd make every character viable in some way. Even the joke characters, he pouted. Pretty intense huh, Zero said. The girl fighters are pretty diverse. Mineta said with approval. Can I play? Kirishima asked. Toru and Yuga looked at Antoine and Kirishima realized who he was supposed to ask. Antoine showed a wide evil grin and suddenly Yuga and Kirishima's hearts started beating faster. Yeah sure. Antoine replied normally as he took out a strangely stylish futuristic phone from his pocket. Kirishima and Yuga let out a breath of relief. I thought he surely was going to do something like make Kirishima-kun beg or owe him a favor or something, Yuga thought. Wow, this controller looks perfectly fine. Kaminari pointed out. Of course it is. I built the damn thing. It could take the full brunt of one of Yuga's laser's beams and still work perfectly fine. Antoine explained as Yuga, Kirishima, Mineta, and Zero all picked up a controller and started playing together. Toru realized that it would be unfair for someone as skilled as her to play with these guys who haven't even heard of the game and went off to a different seat next to the girls. 1 hour later. Hey, what kind of fucking place did you drop us off at, sensei? Are we sightseeing now? Antoine asked despite already knowing what was coming next. It is a pretty sight. Yaoyorozu stated. I gotta pee. Mineta informed. Not exactly Neil. Aizawa said before continuing. This would be all meaningless without some sort of goal, so. You erase her head. You haven't contacted us in a while. One of the members of the Pussycats said. Lock on target with our sparkly eyes. While our cute stingers sting. Wild pussycats. The two middle-aged women dressed in cat costumes with skirts shouted during their introduction. The pro-heroes who'll be looking after you lot are the members of the Pussycat. Aizawa explained. Great, Bakugo muttered. Low MILF tier, Antoine muttered as he changed his view to somewhere else. I have to argue with you there, Neil. Mid to high tier for sure. Mineta disagreed. Who? They're a hero group comprising a joint office of 4 big names in one team. And they're a team of veterans who specialize in mountain rescue. This will mark the 12th year of their careers, Midoriya exposition for everyone at home before getting interrupted by a claw to the face. We're 18 at heart. Pixie Bob fiercely stated. We actually own this whole area. How much are you willing to sell it for? I could use all this area for some damn good research and various other matters. Antoine asked. Huh? Mandalay questioned. What about like half of it then? Antoine asked before getting silenced by Toru and Yuga. Please continue, Ms. Hero. Toru said. Like I was saying. Your lodge is at the base of that mountain. She pointed in the far distance. The students were starting to get a bad feeling about this sudden sightseeing break. Right now, it's 9:30 a.m. If you make it early, you might get there around 12. She said with a smile starting to creep on her face. It was at this point most of the students began dashing back towards the bus. All you kiddies who don't reach the lodge by 12:30 don't get any lunch. Mandalay stated. Sorry kids. Aizawa said as Pixie Bob used her quirk to make the surrounding earth rise and gush them off a cliff into the large dense forest area below. You can use your quirks all you like on our private land. You have 2 hours. Within that time, make it to the facility on your own 2 feet. And make it past this forest of devil beasts. Mandalay explained as all the students were washed into the forest. How disgusting, Antoine said as he dug into his pocket, inventory, and unleashed a swarm of robotic bugs that began cleaning his entire person. I didn't take you for a clean freak, Neil. Jiro said with a small smile. We can get to know each other more over this lodging trip. Antoine said, sliding up close to her, also allowing his bugs to crawl onto her shoulder and soon her entire body. She started screaming before using her quirk and stunning all of Antoine's bugs to falling on the ground. She then turned around pissed as all hell to see Antoine dashing away while smiling at her. Talk to you later, babe. I'm going to kill you. Jiro shouted before her words got caught in her throat as something else wanted to kill Antoine first. A ferocious predator made of dirt pounced towards Antoine, whose face turned serious for a second. Look out, Neil. Neil slid under the creature, and once he made it behind the creature, he hopped onto its back before multiple layers of teeth grew in his mouth. His jaw and head started slightly enlarging as rows of multiple sharp teeth grew in. He bit down on the beast's neck and decapitated it before chewing its large head into pieces. Disgusting, he said after crunching down and swallowing. The class looked on in complete shock as Antoine's face, teeth, and head went back to normal. He smirked. Try to keep up, kids, he said before dashing off towards the lodge. The class followed behind him as they were constantly attacked by earthen beasts of various sizes and shapes. Toru. Duck. Yaoyorozu warned. An earthen monkey leapt towards Toru's defenseless back, and once Toru heard Yaoyorozu's warning, she threw a rock at its head and stunned it as it crashed on the forest's floor. Toru then jumped on top of the creature's back, knees first, and grabbed its arms before bending them until they broke off. To finish the creature off, she started kneeing its neck repeatedly until it started cracking and eventually breaking and decapitating the earthen beast. She wiped off her forehead before thanking Yaoyorozu in a bubbly manner. Thanks, Yao Yao. Antoine threw a bandage roll at her for her bleeding knees, and she wrapped her knees up after cleaning them. Recovering bandages, this item was made with slightly above average materials. Thanks to the improving skill of the craftsman who worked on this, it has been imbued with recovery effects. Plus 25% recovery rate when applied over wound. Lessens pain of wounded area moderately. Disinfects some harmful bacteria from entering wounds. Antoine, Yuga, and Toru stayed ahead of the class for the most part as they worked together to easily defeat most of the earthen beasts. Antoine and Yuga could usually one-shot most of the creatures if they had the chance. That chance was created mostly by Toru, who acted as bait for the boys. A dirt gorilla pounded its chest as it encountered the trio. They shared glances between each other and charged. Toru ran in straight towards the ape while Antoine ran in from the left and Yuga from the right. The beast mimicked roaring as it braced itself to attack Toru, who very flexibly dodged the attack and slithered herself up close to the beast. Antoine got on all fours before leaping and taking off the creature's left arm with his teeth and swallowing it after chewing it to tiny pieces. I really wish I could turn my taste buds off with this quirk. I'll have to invent a sort of taste bud dampener somehow, he thought while wiping his tongue off as Yuga blasted the creature into pieces. How was the meal, Chief? Yuga asked with a small smile. Real fucking funny, chuckle nuts. Why don't you take a bite and see? Antoine swore before they got on the move again. A few hours later. Antoine, Toru, and Yuga managed to reach the cabin a bit ahead of the others. I think we found our all-stars of the camping trip. Mandalay said as the trio arrived slightly out of breath and completely filthy. I'm serious about that offer though. I'll even rent it. Antoine said while catching his breath. No thanks, kiddo. Fuck. What a tease. You're staying in low MILF tier now. He said, slightly upset. Whose kid is that, by the way? Yuga asked. That's my nephew. Kuda, come say hi, you're going to be living with them for the next week. Kuda walked over to Yuga. Hey. I'm Aoyama, he smiled brightly, forcing the kid to shield his eyes from the brightness. Screw off. I'm not going to play around with a bunch of losers who want to be lame heroes. How old even are you? He yelled before leaving. Ooh, that's a lot of angst for his age. Antoine stated. Did I do something wrong? Yuga questioned, seemingly hurt by the child's outburst. Maybe he just needs some time to get used to us. Toru said optimistically. Go get your luggage from the bus, and once you get settled into your rooms, grab dinner in the dining hall. After that, take a bath, kick back and unwind. The real deal starts tomorrow. Now move it. Aizawa said. The trio did as their sensei said, and after taking their bath all regrouped into Antoine's room. Wanna play Uno? Yuga asked. Sure, but this time I'm shuffling the deck, you fucking cheating bastard. There's no way in all fucking hell you could have got 3 draw 4s when the game first began. Antoine said. Still upset you got your butt hooped last time? Kill yourself. Now give me those fucking cards. The trio started their game of Uno, which Antoine taught them when they were younger along with some other famous board games from his past life in America. The other students finally arrived around the time that their game was coming to an end. Ha ha ha, you handsome bitch. Now lick my balls and take this draw 4. Uno. Antoine yelled as the other students came in. Excuse us, Ochako said, scared and exhausted, before the other students awkwardly avoided Antoine and friends to go their rooms in order and then eat. Hee hee. I wouldn't be so giddy yet, Antoine. Toru giggled evilly. Don't you fucking fuck me. Don't you fuck me. Don't you dare fuck me over, Toru. I swear you will regret it, he pleaded as Toru forced Antoine to draw for more cards with her last card and effectively win the game. Antoine exploded and jumped up on his feet. He pulled out a silver pistol from his shark pajamas pants and disintegrated the Uno cards with precise red laser beams. Such a sore loser. Yuga smirked. Ha! Antoine, you suck at games. Toru laughed. I'm a pro gamer. Don't mock me. I've defeated the Ender Dragon without any armor. I beat Dark Souls with just my fists. I've played Outlast blind and only jumped twice. Antoine crazily shouted as Yuga and Toru just tuned him out while continuing to make fun of him. Eventually the rest of the class came and soon they began interacting with them and playing games with them before going to bed. They were forcibly awoken at 5:30 a.m. the next day and told to wear their gym uniforms. Antoine was given a pre-made uniform. The entire class was seemingly drowsy and sleepy with the exception of Antoine, Toru, and Yuga. Antoine rarely fell asleep anymore due to his endurance skill and rank. He wouldn't really suffer any negative effects of not going to sleep unless he stayed awake for at least 2 weeks straight. Toru and Yuga were simply used to waking up early and training in the morning till it was time for school. Good morning, everyone. Today we begin a rigorous round of reinforcement training. This trip's mission statement is to strengthen everyone's quirks as a whole, thereby allowing everyone to achieve their temporary licenses. This is preparation to stand against and up to live-action hostility and aggression from your enemy. Prepare your hearts and minds. With that said, Bakugo, try throwing this. Aizawa explained before throwing the measuring ball to Bakugo. This is from the physical strength exam, he muttered. Let's see how much you improved since then. Aizawa said. He then explained how most of the class's growth have been emotional and technical rather than physical. So, starting today we will focus on upgrading your quirks. I will be pushing you beyond your limits. So try not to kick the bucket on me. Aizawa grinned excitedly. He says beyond our limits, but the training is only half as effective as it would be if I gave the training. I'll have Toru and Yuga on a different training regime from the others. I guess I can train my quirk some more. But metal and other tough objects are really disgusting. Follow me. We'll do our own training. Antoine whispered to Yuga and Toru. I don't think we should blatantly go against the teacher's training. Yuga said. Aizawa-sensei isn't going to be happy, Antoine. Toru stated with a smile. It'll be fine. Antoine said confidently. Aizawa and the pussycats then began setting up the training area and equipment for all the students. Antoine took Yuga and Toru into the forest a slight bit away from the rest of the students. Aizawa saw them before they could leave though. And where do you three think you're skipping off to? Sensei, this type of half-ass training is only good enough for these fucking babies. What I have in mind is actual quirk training meant to push to the absolute limits. I'll show you some fucking plus ultra training. Antoine said. Aizawa was slightly interested in Antoine's claim. He thought he was already pushing it with this setup. Alright then, Neil. Show me your plus ultra training. Aizawa said. This is the only fucking charity work you'll get from me. Any more favors will cost you an arm and a leg. Antoine said before going behind a tree and coming out with a stack of suitcases. Where did he get those suitcases from? Wait. Yeah, how the heck? Antoine coughed loudly as he laid the suitcases across in a row and having them transform into 5 humanoid metal dummies and a child-sized medical robot. It got around on a single wheel and had a red plus sign on its body. Toru, would you please demonstrate for me? Antoine asked politely. Toru nodded as she stepped up to the 5 robots. You guys might want to stand a bit farther away. It's going to get pretty fucking bright in a second. Antoine said while putting on some goggles. Yuga also pulled out some goggles from somewhere as some of the class stood back. Chapter 23, Training Session plus an Ambush. Toru's body started lighting up like a disco ball with a large assortment of colors. My eyes. A certain student screamed as Toru dashed towards the group of robots while generating a blinding amount of light. She elbowed one robot in the chin and knocked it off its feet as the other 4 came after her. Toru jumped in the air and split-kicked 2 robots on the side of her before rolling forward and avoiding the 2 blows coming towards her from the remaining robots. Wow! Look at her go! Ashido clapped. Make sure to keep using your quirk, Toru. Antoine said with Medic suddenly appearing next to him with no one realizing. This is meaningless if you don't strain your quirk to the absolute limit. Quirks can only improve through overuse and destruction. Kind of like how after an intense exercise your muscle fibers are repaired or replaced to make new stronger ones. Of course, you can strain your quirk without fighting at all, but being placed in a precarious or life or death situation is much more effective in rapidly improving quirks. Antoine explained. Toru nodded her head as she kept bending light throughout her invisible body and generating a superb light show while fighting against the robots. She expertly dodged and agilely avoided most of the robots' attacks, but time was not on her side if she couldn't figure out a way of disabling the training bots. She has limited stamina while the training bots could go on for nearly forever in comparison. Toru wasn't able to put them in submissions and holds due to being outnumbered, and her attacks were only good for incapacitating them for a few seconds. Her breathing was starting to become heavy, sweat was starting to soak into her uniform, and her light show dimmed in size. Antoine soon was capable of watching up close without his goggles at the size of her light refraction. Aizawa looked at the boy and the sudden strange appearance of the middle-aged handsome doctor-looking character next to him. How does he know that? Various tests were done in the past on quirks. Some of those studies never reached the day of light while others managed to stay. The amount of fucked up shit people did in the name of science and progress is absolute disgusting. But what kind of retard would I be if I didn't use that research for even greater findings and understanding? Who doesn't want to make their quirk stronger or to understand ways of training their own quirks? A goddamn idiot is who. Aizawa walked over. Who are you? And how did you find this place? Aizawa questioned seriously while attempting to capture Medic in his cloth. Medic ducked under the incoming attack and adjusted his glasses. Pardon me, Mr. Aizawa. I am no one special and certainly not one that will be meaningful for you to capture. I have accompanied the young Antoine and assumed that all would be fine. Is that a reasonable explanation for you? He asked politely. Sensei, stop bothering my research. Antoine said with his eyes focused on Toru's training that was getting increasingly difficult. Medic is the only one here capable of treating and healing any serious injuries, and I'm talking about beyond basic first aid. If you're worried about someone finding out this place, then I'm sorry to tell you that your defenses against this are horribly inadequate and complete shit. Especially adding the fact that there are only 6 pro heroes here for 41 students. With only one quirk useful in detection, and she still didn't manage to locate Medic. Antoine said bluntly. Maybe next time you plan a field trip for the student safety, you can fucking have real pro heroes on standby that can detect any threat, protect the students against all potential harm, and successfully crush any unseen or detected threats. Why would you even try to hide this in the first place? Isn't this UA? The greatest hero school in Japan? Why the fuck are you scared of some villains? He advised as Toru suffered a nasty hit to the chest and was knocked to the ground while her light was reduced to a tiny glow on the back of her palm, getting dimmer and dimmer. Aizawa was stunned at the boy's harsh and brutal reply towards his and UA's method and plans for the forest lodge. He almost couldn't retort back towards the scarily smart boy. He'd have to have a talk with the rest of the faculty regarding Antoine's opinions. Regardless of your opinion, Neil. We can't have strangers near the students whose capabilities and intent is unknown. Aizawa replied. Think of him as my butler. Is that good enough for you? He's on the same wavelength that Tokoyami's dark shadow is, but even more loyal. Aizawa's eyes focused on the boy and Medic, who was seriously staring at the completely haggard Toru. Toru managed to take out 2 of the training bots through quick wit against the bots. She slipped behind the robots so that they took out each other, but once she got them down to 3, they seemingly learned, and she was unable to try the same trick on them a 3rd time. The 3 training bots dashed at her, all ready to pummel her into the ground, while the light on her hand was apparently about to flicker out of existence. Her body was full of bruises and cuts as blood flowed over her uniform. I'm not done yet, she muttered, inaudible for everyone but herself. She struggled to form a fist for a few seconds while barely managing to take a step forward. I can still take one more down. The 3 robots' fists descended towards her, and suddenly the flickering light on the back of Toru's palm slowly grew into a blinding light that caused everyone to look away. Everyone could only hear the sound of mechanical destruction and Antoine's butler shouting out. Brilliant! It's amazing! Medic exclaimed joyously. A few seconds later the light faded away to reveal a fainted and injured Toru and 3 robots whose upper halves have been completely obliterated. Antoine grabbed Toru's body with a scary smile on his face. It seems I was right again. Ha 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 ha. Yuga, you're up next, bud. Antoine shouted excitedly as he and Medic took Yuga back inside. Yuga showed an awkward smile. Plus ultra training, huh? If I can have my quirk become stronger, then I'd be crazy to not do it. What kind of hero wouldn't want to become stronger? And you can't become truly strong without putting in the effort, Yuga muttered with unwavering trust in Antoine. Aizawa had the students do his training regimen, while a very select few were interested in Antoine's insane training method. Notably, Ida, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Midoriya. Although they didn't say anything, they seemed to be taking their training much more seriously than the others. Antoine would come back about half an hour later. How is she? Yuga asked. She's sleeping like a princess. She'll be fine by tomorrow mostly. Antoine answered. She better be fucking fine with all that medical shit I crafted. Alright, I got the next robots ready. And even though I said you were next, Yuga, I decided I'll go next. Seeing my cute friend Toru fighting so determinedly and heroically really lit a fire into my soul as the future #1 pro hero. Even if I hate pain and physical labor, I can't have you two fuckers showing me up. How could I claim myself as the future #1 pro hero if I can't even go through a little training? Antoine said as 5 training bots built of different material than Toru's training bots stood in front of him. These bots were made of metal that Antoine couldn't easily chew through and would force his teeth to shatter or break off in the metal to regrow another set of teeth. So ultimately Antoine was forcibly putting his quirk, body, pain tolerance, and mind to the test as he forced his body to dodge and attack whenever he had the chance. Half an hour later. I really don't want to do this anymore. Antoine whined with his body full of bruises and the inside of his mouth bleeding. I want to play video games. I want to go eat. I want to go to sleep, this hurts. He spat out some blood as 4 robots came after him again. It hurts. He cried out as he forcibly made his teeth regrow and chomp off one of the robot's arm while also being punched in the arm and knocked a few feet away. He laid on the ground hissing through his mouth, toothless, and holding his arm. I'm going to cry. I think he just broke my arm. Antoine said with just his gums. He slowly forced himself back on his feet as his left arm became limp. A faint tear could be seen slowly falling down his face as he ran towards the robots. The robots attacked together and Antoine managed to narrowly dodge their attacks as he grabbed the arm he bit off earlier. He then smashed the closest robot up the head with his one good arm and repeatedly smashed its head into pieces before getting kicked in the chest by another robot and sliding backwards again, coughing up blood this time. Am I done yet, medic? I don't think this training thing is really meant for me. I feel like he just kicked my lungs into the dark dimension. Antoine whined even more as his body slowly forced itself up once more. At the pace you're going now, 1 or 2 more hits should be enough for forceful training cancellation. He said. Thank Cthulhu, Zeus, Barbie, and all the other celestials in heaven. Antoine muttered as he slowly walked towards the remaining 3 robots in a dazed and exhausted state. He wasn't even looking towards the robot as they came for him. He sniffed once, and his head lowered, dodging the robot's punch. He sniffed twice, and he uppercut the second robot off its feet. He sniffed a 3rd time and his teeth grew 3 layers inside his mouth as Antoine turned around with his mouth open. His head and mouth slightly increased in size as the robot's fist went into his mouth. Chomp. The robot's hand was bit off and Antoine chewed and swallowed it whole before being hit upside the back of the head and knocked unconscious. The robot ceased all movement after Antoine went unconscious and the wheeling medical bot lifted Antoine over its body and took him inside. Patient acquired. It said happily in a robotic voice. Yuga was fighting against a separate group of training bots and he managed to take out 4 of them before failing to defeat the final one. Although near the end his laser seemed to have lasted a bit longer than it usually could. The trio were all being taken care of by Medic and the tiny wheeling bot and missed out on the curry feast. They wouldn't awaken until the next day around time for the test of courage. I feel like shit, Antoine complained seemingly completely healed, along with Toru and Yuga. I never felt better. Toru contrasted Antoine's negative attitude. I also feel great. Yuga added after doing a few shadow punches. Alright, the first class to be doing the scaring will be Class B, Class A will enter the route in groups of 2, spaced out by 3-minute intervals. In the middle of the route, there'll be tags with your names written on them, which you'll be returning with. I fucking beat Alien Isolation, Slenderman, and fucking FNAF all on the hardest difficulties. Like some little fucking babies would be able to scare me. Antoine claimed. I don't know any of those games. Toru exclaimed surprised. Antoine managed to cause Toru to gain a hobby in gaming growing up. However, Yuga never really got interested in video games and was more interested in physical activities and such. Antoine figured it was because of his strong desire to master and control his quirk. When they were smaller, Yuga felt inferior to the rest of his peers due to his inability of controlling his quirk. He was born with a quirk far stronger than his body could handle and if he wasn't careful, he could possibly have caused his stomach to collapse from overuse. Once he met Antoine, who seemed to be so confident, bright, and smart, he felt a strange feeling. A strange feeling that told him if he became and stayed friends with Antoine, maybe he would become normal like the rest of the kids his age. Maybe Antoine would be able to build something that make him able to use his quirk as normally as the other kids. And he held on to that strange feeling for years until he finally saw the light with Antoine's help. Antoine told him if he strengthened his body and most importantly his stomach, he would be able to use his quirk as freely as he wanted. Antoine even told him with his tech and equipment, in the future he could possibly even control his lasers into moving whatever way he wanted them to and be strong enough to blast holes in skyscrapers. The scarers aren't allowed to touch you directly. They'll try frightening you using your quirks, so this should introduce you to some of them. Pixie Bob explained. Whichever class uses their creativity and imagination to make the most people shit themselves in terror wins. Tiger, the tall masculine transgender member of Pussycats whose quirk allowed him to stretch, flat, and bend his body in impossible ways, shouted. The class was set up in pairs and the test of courage started without a problem. For a little while. It should be about time now. I've set all the pieces. Now let's see how much I gain from this little scenario, Antoine muttered as Mandalay ordered the students to retreat while Midoriya went off to save Mandalay's niece. On the mountain with Kuda. Kuda started running from the villain who murdered his parents while crying. Before he could successfully escape, the villain managed to dash ahead of him and nearly crush him into a pulp. But he was stopped as his fist was captured by a mysterious savior. Midoriya grabbed Kuda and retreated a safe distance as the newcomer swung villain into the cliffside as another newcomer, smoking a cigar threw it underneath the villain's feet, exploding into a green gas. Do not worry, children. Class is in session and this professor will make sure any naughty students are disciplined accordingly. A hulking manly figure dressed in a professional suit and tie along with nerdy-like glasses shouted in a heroic and deep voice. Let's make this quick, Professor. I didn't bring enough smokes to mess around. The smoking newcomer said as he pulled out another cigarette. This one was a cool young-looking guy. He wore a normal t-shirt with the words, "Screw off," and a middle finger in the middle of it with jeans on. A golden A was present on the back of his shirt. The villain, muscular, came out of his personally made human-shaped crater and was laughing uncontrollably. His face was smiling, but not by choice, as drool came out of his mouth like a waterfall. I'd imagine that laughing gas would have knocked you out, but you're tougher than I thought, the smoker said as he blew smoke in the shape of an exclamation point. Gee, smoke. Don't smoke around the children. Think of their futures. The wrestler rebuked. Smoking will kill you kids. Don't do it. He said in a monotone voice. Now let's catch this guy and leave already. The boss has high expectations for this operation. You children can leave now. We will handle this villain. Professor Infinite said confidently. Who are you people? Midoriya asked as he carried Kuda on his back, ready to leave with 5% OFA activated. All I can tell you, kid, is that we're part of an organization called the Apex. Now get on out of here. G-Smoke said as Muscular attacked Professor Infinite with his body completely covered in his overgrown muscle fibers. Midoriya nodded as he took off with Kuda and left the two strange adults with the villain. Chapter 24, The End of the Camping Trip. Infinite took the full brunt of Muscular's blows as his suit was shredded from the punches. His torso slightly caved in, but Infinite could tell that his opponent was running out of steam. He was running out of air from G-Smoke's gas. Infinite grabbed both of Muscular's fists and threw them into the ground, forcing their current foothold to be smashed apart. G-Smoke casually smoked as he jumped from rock to rock until he reached a safe place to smoke while Infinite watched the villain fall down into the forest below from the crumbling cliff side. He could still hear the villain laughing as he pushed the rocks off himself and leapt towards Infinite. Muscular's attack was dodged as Infinite got behind him and grabbed him around the waist, Lifting him into the air, he slammed the muscle quirk user on his head before flipping over and noticing that he managed to create a shield in time and defend himself. Muscular managed to elbow the professor and release him from his hold. Infinite was sent sliding away as blue blood slowly flowed down his forehead. Muscular's head tilted in confusion as a cigarette was suddenly flicked at his head. He turned around to look at the suspect responsible for it before suddenly being engulfed in a large fiery explosion. Boom. Heh. All muscle no brain type of guy, huh? That just makes this job so much easier. G-Smoke said as he blew out a gas that slowly ignited into a fiery thumbs up. Muscular was taken off guard by the sudden explosion and couldn't use his quirk to defend himself. He was knocked into a tree and currently unconscious. Professor Infinite walked over and placed the body over his shoulder. G-Smoke hopped over and held his finger underneath Muscular's nose. His finger opened up to reveal a metal hole that started releasing an invisible gas straight to Muscular's system. That'll keep him knocked out for a while. Let's return already. Our job is done. Well done, G-Smoke. The big man will be quite pleased to know that our objective has been completed successfully. Infinite stated as the two androids took off into the night with a sleeping company. At the cabin. Everyone on alert. Mandalay announced telepathically. We're under attack. There are 2 villains, with a possibility of multiple more. Everyone who can, retreat as swiftly as possible back to the facility. If you encounter a villain on the way, do not engage under any circumstances. She ordered. Villains. A remedial student shouted in confusion. Vlad, I'm leaving here to you. I'm going to safeguard the students. Aizawa said before rushing outside the door. It seems an unwanted visitor has arrived. Medic announced before hopping outside the window. Aizawa ran outside the door and stopped to witness the forest being engulfed in a huge blue fire. This isn't good. He stated. I see you let your concern come first. Erase her head. Dobby, the blue flame quirk user, said aiming his palm at Aizawa's head. His palms went ablaze in a blue flurry before suddenly being snuffed out as a mysterious figure hacked off Dobby's arm. Dobby hopped back. Who are you? He asked as a brown liquid expelled from his arm. Just a mere butler. Medic replied as he adjusted his gloves with a loud smacking sound. Dobby used his other hand and pointed at the 2 before they were suddenly snuffed out and Medic appeared in front of him. Clearly a fake. How dreary, Medic muttered sadly as he beheaded the fake with his surgical saw. Aizawa looked at the butler with a conflicted gaze before eventually saying screw it. Follow me. He said before taking off. Medic looked at the man with disdain in his eyes. Humph. Ordering me around. Be glad the Creator has ordered me to not to harm any allies. Medic muttered as he followed behind Aizawa. Some time after. Everyone in Class A and B on the name of the pro-hero, Eraserhead, you are hereby permitted to battle. Mandalay relayed to every student present along with another message. The student named Katsuki Bakugo. One of the villain's goals are to capture the student named Katsuki Bakugo. As such, Bakugo should avoid battle as much as he can. If you're alone, do not move. Understood, Bakugo? She also relayed to everyone. Good. It seems one of them managed to reach her. Antoine said as he wandered through the forest completely lost. With Kendo and Tetsu. The 2 were planning on ambushing the originator of this noxious gas that is surrounding the forest but were suddenly stopped by a huge hand. An obese figure was chewing on a large turkey leg, looked down at them, basically towering over them. He was wearing a police uniform and was smacking loudly with his lips. You kids go on back. Leave this to the adults, he said while chewing on the meat. Who are you? The Iron Quirk kid asked. How are you? Completely fine. Kendo asked. Save the questions for later. For now, please get away. The two seemed hesitant to just leave after getting all worked up about taking down this villain, but then the mysterious man reassured them. I may look like this, but I'm pretty reliable, kids. Now go on so I can do my duty. He patted his belly as he finished off his turkey leg. What's your name? Tetsu asked while fleeing with Kendo, the giant hand's quirk girl. Officer Guts. Blubber Guts. He said before walking into the mist and disappearing from the children's sight. As he walked closer and closer to the source of the gas quirk, suddenly 2 bullets fired out towards him. The bullets deflected off of his huge belly. A gun, huh? Do you have a license for that, Carrie Sonny? He asked. Where did you pop out from? Mustard, the gas quirk villain, asked irritated. I got a call about suspicious activity in the forest. I came to investigate and seem to have found a missing child. He answered as he continued to slowly walk towards Mustard. You. Why aren't you affected by my gas? He rapidly fired at Officer Guts before reloading and emptying another clip into him, all to no avail. He slowly started backing up while reloading his gun once more, but it was at this time Guts finally took action. Guts jumped into the air and curled into a ball before landing and bouncing rapidly between the trees, breaking each one after bouncing from it. Mustard tried keeping his eye on the large figure, but Guts was moving way too fast, even if he could sense the large man with his gas quirk. Eventually he found himself crushed into the ground from above and knocked unconscious. The gas soon cleared after the quirk's user was taken out. And another one bites the dust. Blubber Guts chuckled as he slapped on some handcuffs to the kid and took him away into the night. With Shoji and Tokoyami. Toru was caught up in some strange gas with Jiro. Toru quickly covered her mouth with her uniform and Jiro quickly fell unconscious. Toru heaved Jiro over her shoulder and started to walk out of the gas area before meeting up with Shoji and a struggling Tokoyami with a rampaging dark shadow. What's wrong? Toru asked before suddenly getting attacked by Dark Shadow's claw. She hopped out of the way and hid behind a tree just like Shoji was doing. He extending one of his tentacles over and explained the situation to her. Okay. I can solve this. Tokoyami-kun's weakness is light, right? Toru asked. Shoji nodded before suddenly realizing what she was planning. He agreed with her plan and she got to work. She laid Jiro against the tree as she threw a nearby branch far away. Dark Shadow went after it like a dog does when fetching a bone, and Toru jumped on its back before suddenly erupting into a large light show that immediately caused Dark Shadow to screech and shrink in size. Tokoyami was panting heavily as he fell on the ground. Thank you. Hagakure-san. You saved me, he told her. That's what heroes do. Now we have to go. We can't stay here for long. We also have to find Baku-chan. Toru said as Tokoyami soon also apologized to Shoji and the four began traveling through the forest together. With Bakugo and Todoroki. The 2 all-stars of Class A were currently under attack by the villain, Moonfish. They weren't able to land any hits on him and could only defend with Todoroki's ice or by avoiding his dangerous teeth. Eventually the numerous teeth blades managed to break through Todoroki's ice and Bakugo was about to blast it, but the blade seemed to have shattered as a blur passed by. Neep. Neep. The strange blue bird honked as the sound of relaxing beats came from behind the 2 boys. Hey. What's up, brothers? You look like you could use a little help. The teenaged boy said. The boy looked as if he just came from a rave party. He was dressed in a neon green and black outfit while wearing neon green headphones. He held 2 drumsticks in his hands as a drum hung around his neck. The 2 looked at each other, both completely confused. Don't worry, dudes. We're from Apex. We're the good guys. Just sit back and watch as we do our thing, you know. By the way, you can call me Beat B. She's RR or Runner Road. he said in a laid-back manner as Moonfish unleashed more teeth attacks. The teeth lengthened and sharpened as they aimed straight for the newcomers to the situation. Runner Road lifted one leg and let off a flurry of kicks that destroyed and shattered any of the teeth blades that came near or around her. Beat B hit his drums twice and any teeth in the direction that he hit his drum were broken into pieces. The two boys looked at their saviors in shock. They were having so much trouble with that guy and these two are making it look so simple. Runner Road vanished before appearing in the air, kicking towards Moonfish's face. He was about to regrow his teeth into weapons again but Beat B pulled out a clarinet and played it in the toothy villain's direction. The villain suddenly started screaming in pain as Runner Road kicked the villain down towards the ground. Moonfish harshly crashed down on the ground with nearly all of his teeth destroyed, but Runner Road wasn't finished quite yet. She stomped on his back with both of her legs as he spat out blood and fainted. "Who the hell are you two?" Bakugo shouted in confusion. "Chill man. We're from Apex." Beat B answered as Runner Road kicked the villain on her back and the two disappeared into the forest. Those two couldn't have possibly been pro-heroes. Could they? Todoroki asked. "How in the hell should I know?" Bakugo responded. Then a group of students came bursting from the forest. "Kaken!" Midoriya shouted in relief. Bakugo's face became irritated. "Deku! We found Baku-chan. Now let's get back to the cabin. I'm sure that's where Sensei and Vlad Sensei would want us to go." Toru said. "Don't call me that." Bakugo yelled at Toru. She giggled. "Sorry Bakugo. Slip of the tongue. The pussycats are still engaging the villains at the square. If we take the path back, we'll get noticed by villains and lose valuable time. The best way is to cut a line straight through." Midoriya analyzed. "We don't know how many villains there are. Not to mention those strange guys that just helped us." Todoroki said. Midoriya looked at him seriously. "Strange guys?" he asked. "Yeah, a girl whose quirk turned her into a strange bird and some guy around our age. They said they were part of a group called Apex." Todoroki explained. "More heroes. But I never seen or even heard about a group or agency called Apex," Midoriya muttered while rubbing his chin. "Maybe they're a new organization," Shoji suggested. "But how did they know about this place? Even the school has no idea about the trouble we're in," Tokoyami asked. "Someone must have leaked our location to them," Toru said seriously before reverting back to her normal upbeat voice. "I'll kill them," Bakugo promised. "Let's save that for later Bakugo. For now, let's escort you to safety," Toru said determinedly. With Shoji's detection ability, your ice, Tokoyami's dark shadow, and Toru's light to keep it under control. With a lineup like this I wonder if we can even bring down someone similar to All Might. Midoriya said. "Who needs protecting from you losers? Stand in the middle Baku-chan. It'll be easier to protect you," Toru said. "Don't freaking guard me crap brigade," he yelled in protest as they began walking before encountering another student. "I knew I recognized that shouting from somewhere. Is little Firecracker upset that he's being targeted by the villains?" Antoine mocked as he came from the forest. "Screw off Afro. We don't need any more trash part of the crap brigade," Bakugo responded. "Antoine. Neil. It's me. Your hero has arrived. Now let's get this little shit back home so the pros can deal with this villain crap." Antoine laughed as he joined the group. "I'll freaking kill you," he threatened. "Let's save it for another time, princess." A light bulb suddenly went off in Antoine's head. "I guess that is something you and Cabbage Head have in common. You both are little princesses who need to be saved by the big strong heroes." He laughed out loud. Bakugo's palms began sparking as he seriously thought of attacking Antoine. Antoine's eyes suddenly turned sharp and serious. Are you serious? If you light off one explosion and possibly alert the enemy to our location, I'll kill you myself before the villains kill us. Always keep a cool head in times of emergencies, no matter the situation. If you are so fucking stupid, you will let your rage take control. Maybe you were never meant to be a hero. Antoine reprimanded. The sparks died out as Bakugo crossed his arms. Fuck off, shitrag. He muttered as the group slowly walked through the dark forest in silence. It wouldn't be until a little bit later until the group met Uraraka and Azui being attacked by Toga. Uraraka! Shoji yelled, distracting Uraraka and allowing the villain to escape. You got reinforcements, and I don't like the idea of getting killed, so it's bye-bye for. She suddenly stopped talking as her face blushed for a second. She then ran away soon after. Who was that girl? A villain. And a freaking crazy one at that. Uraraka, you're hurt. I'm fine. I can still walk just fine. Well, for the time being I'm happy you're alright. You two should come with us. Right now, we're headed back to the cabin while escorting Kaken. The two girls looked at him in confusion. You're escorting Lobaku? Azui asked. What are you talking about? Kaken is right behind. Midoriya's words got caught in his throat as two members of their squad was suddenly missing. Oh, him. A masked man standing in a tree questioned while playing with two blue tiny beads. I used my magic and palmed him. He ain't the kinda talent that should be on the hero side. So we're gonna take him to a stage where he can really shine. He announced. Antoine. Toru shouted after realizing that not just Bakugo was missing. Give them back. Midoriya shouted enraged. Give them back. The villain questioned. What a strange thing to request. Bakugo and Neil aren't objects that anyone owns. They are their own people. Give them back. Midoriya yelled, surging his body into 5%. You filthy egotist. They own themselves. Todoroki used his ice wall attack to try and capture the villain, but he jumped out of the way as he retreated. It may have only been a small while, but with this we must close the curtains. Head towards the recovery point within the next 5 minutes, as we agreed on. We can't let them. Do not let them escape. Todoroki shouted. The Bakugo escorting squad chased after the fleeing magician. With Yuga. Holy shit, this thing is bad news. Yaoyorozu. You alive? Hey. I'm begging you, you gotta run. He's gaining on us. Aways, the welding quirk kid in Class B, pleaded. I apologize. Aways. Yaoyorozu said as she was being carried by Aways and fleeing away from a Nomu chasing them with 4 chainsaws coming out of its back, 1 drill, and 1 claw hammer. Aways suddenly tripped and the two crashed to the ground as the Nomu seemingly prepared to kill the two. But before it could slash down and rip them apart with its chainsaws, a large bright blue sparkly beam blasted into it, knocking it away and through some trees. A handsome buff young man appeared from the forest as he ran over to the two injured students. Are you two okay? Get up. My attack won't be able to defeat that thing. Yuga said while helping them up. He placed Yaoyorozu over his shoulder as they started retreating. The Nomu got up to chase after them, but before it could get up a strange hissing sound was coming from behind it. It swung its chainsaw arms towards the sound. Shinning. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out as the hissing sound increased in volume. The Nomu turned around to see a large snake looking down on it. The snake was seemingly camouflaged into its surroundings and basically invisible. The snake pounced and swallowed the Nomu whole before slithering off into the dark forest and with a golden A on top of its head shining in the moonlight. Back with Toru and the others. He's too fast. We can't give up. We have to take them back. Midoriya softly but determinedly said. But at this rate, he's only gaining distance. Uraraka, quick. Make us float. And then while we're weightless, fling us using your tongue Azui. Shoji, you can lug us while using your arms to correct our trajectory. It'll be fine as long as you can see all of us, Uraraka, then you can judge how close we are to catching him and skill release. Midoriya suggested. The group then put Midoriya's plan into motion and took off towards Mr. Compress. They roughly captured the villain by landing harshly on top of him right in front of the rest of the villain crew. The villain crew attacked the kids to save Mr. Compress and the students were forced to get a safe distance away. Compress went over to Dabi and chatted while Shoji suddenly yelled to run. The three started running away until suddenly purple portals appeared for the villains and they started saying their goodbyes. Wait, the target is still, Dabi muttered. Ah. It seems as though they're so happy they're about to pull a runner, but hey, they can keep them as a little parting gift. I'll admit it's a bad habit of mine. See, one of the basic rules of magic is that when you flaunt something, he slowly removed his mask to reveal two blue beads rolling around on his tongue. It means you have something to hide. The two beads that Shoji took transformed into ice and the villains vanished through the portal. The sound of a boy's anguished shout was the last thing the villains heard. Yudare has completely lost. 15 minutes after the villains left, the ambulances and firefighters arrived. Of the 41 students who were present, 15 were rendered unconscious by the villains' gas attack. They're still in critical condition. 11 sustained injuries, both minor and grave. 13 were unscathed. And 2 students' locations were unknown. Of the pro-heroes, one is in critical condition from head trauma and the whereabouts of another are unknown, though she left a large pool of blood at the scene. Of the villains, 0 were captured and their location was completely unknown. Although a few of the students said that a certain group called the Apex were seen dealing with the villains who attacked. The police started their investigation over this mysterious group who seemed to have saved the students but also suspected of taking the bodies of the villains. Not a single piece of evidence or anything that could give them a clue about these mysterious people was left. All the police could gain is that they are a group claiming to be heroes, their goals are unknown, they have at least 5 known members, and they are incredibly strong. The next day, the UA staff was currently in a meeting discussing about the attack on the summer camp and the hounding media dogs outside. Those villains didn't just take Bakugo away. They took society's trust in heroes away at the same time. Actually, the media is already ablaze with criticism of the academy. The reason they targeted Bakugo is most likely due to how violent and wild he acted during the sports festival. Neil was targeted for his boisterous claims as well. They most likely want to use him to build things for them. Nizu, the principal, analyzed. Soon All Might received a call by his friend the detective police officer and told him that they may have snuffed out the villain's hideout. The next day after that, Antoine Neil, the brilliant genius being limited by his heroic duties and Katsuki Bakugo, the wannabe hero. I know this is taking things a bit too fast but, what say you become one of us? Shigaraki asked inside the villain's den with all the other villains present. What say you choke and die instead? Bakugo cursed. I don't know Shigaraki. These aren't exactly the best terms to try and talk deals now, is it? Antoine said, signaling his lockings and bindings. Shigaraki turned on the television to the apology statement of UA. Why are the heroes getting so much blame? Shigaraki asked. They just make a little mistake. You gonna say it's because it's their job to protect? Come on, everybody makes a mistake too. They might as well tell them to be perfect. Things have gotten so strict and so rigid with heroes nowadays. Bakugo. Shigaraki talked. The moment the simple act of providing protection started meriting compensation was the moment heroes stopped being heroes. That's what Stain taught us. Spinner, the lizard quirk guy, said. The grotesqueness of converting people's lives into money and personal fame. A society that would enforce that with suffocating rules upon rules. And the citizens who, far from cheering on the defeated, would heap scorn on them. Ours is a battle of questions. What is a hero? What is justice? Is this society truly just? We'll make everybody question those things, one by one. And we plan to win. Shigaraki added. You two like winning too, right? Dabi removed their bindings. Huh. That kid'll go apeshit, you already know that, right? Dabi said, pointing at Bakugo. It's fine. We've gotta treat them like equals, you know. We wanna recruit them. He explained. 'Bout time. Not to mention you could have picked some stronger material to bind us with. Antoine said as he bit his metal gauntlet apart and easily freed himself. He then sat in a more comfortably position as he looked at all the faces in the room. I wouldn't recommend freeing this one though. Dabi's right, he'll go ape. Antoine chuckled as Bakugo cursed him out. You fucking shitbag. Are you taking these pieces of crap seriously? I'll blow you up myself before letting you be swayed by them. Aren't you the one who's constantly going on about crap about what heroes do and crap? Bakugo raged at Antoine. See? I told you. He hasn't even been freed yet and he's trying to bite my head off. His own ally. Can you believe it? We're in this situation together and he wants to kill me instead of the villains. I think you guys made a great choice in picking your next ally. Antoine said casually. I'll kill you, Afro bastard. Bakugo raged, desperately trying to free himself from his bindings and attack Antoine. Antoine sighed. Bakugo. 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 You're really embarrassing me here. What kind of hero do you take me for? I think I've said it a million times already, but I'm going to become the future #1 pro hero. How could I possibly accomplish that by becoming a villain? Antoine kicked over Bakugo's chair as he wiggled on the floor, even more pissed than ever. Sorry, Shigaraki. I'll have to decline our partnership for the time being. Your reputation is a bit too negative for my company to partner with. Although, if you run into a large sum of money, then maybe we can discuss something. But my skills doesn't come cheap, you know. Have you heard about Mr. Handy? You see how fast he's been rising in the ranks thanks to one of my works. Antoine explained as he sniffed the air and suddenly smiled. I see. I'm a reasonable person, Neil, and I believe I understand what you're getting at. But you do realize that with the situation you're currently in, our deal may come a bit earlier than you're thinking. Black mist. Compress. Put them back to sleep. Shigaraki replied. Do you guys smell pizza? Antoine smirked as a knock came at the door. Knock knock. Hello. This is Pizza-La, the Kamino branch. Your pizza's here. Smash. The front door was completely destroyed as All Might punched through it. There's nowhere to run for you, Villain Alliance. Why, you ask? For we are here. All Might announced. Chapter 25, Losing Some and Gaining More. All Might and the other heroes captured the villains just as soon as they broke in. You two must have been scared. You did a great job enduring. All Might told the boys as he freed Bakugo from his restraints and helped him up. I think if you guys took any longer, Bakugo would have pissed his pants. I wasn't scared. I could have handled this all my own. Bakugo shouted unconvincingly. Warp in as many as you can. Shigaraki ordered. After a few seconds, nothing happened. I must apologize, Shigaraki Tamura. I'm afraid the nomas that should be stored at the designated location aren't. Kurojiri, the warping villain, stated. You're just as immature as I always imagined, Shigaraki. You underestimated us far too much, O Villain Alliance. Whether it was this young man's soul, this young man's mind, or the tireless investigations of our fine police officers and even our terrible wrath. All Might shouted, making the villains shiver. The warping villain was soon knocked out and had his quirk rendered useless. The villains' backs were to the wall and seemingly had no foreseeable way of possible escaping the heroes, but just as all good things don't last, neither did this situation. Nomas began materializing through black liquid portals while the villains along with Bakugo and Antoine were teleported away. "Oh, this stuff smells like shit," Antoine said, forcing himself not to puke. 2 minutes ago. Have we gotten them all? The heroes are on their way and we don't have all day. Move, move, move. A man that looked like a carbon copy of a certain hero whose name rhymed with Baptin Gamerika. "You got it, C-Man, but I think we're a little too late," a six-armed teenager dressed in a black spider costume noted after seeing a gigantic lady break through the building and swarm inside with cops and other pro-heroes. "Damn." The person called C-Man muttered before barking out more orders. "Guts. Take these creatures out of here. I'll provide cover." "No problem, Commander. See you in a bit." Guts yelled as he took off in the truck loaded with inactive Nomu. "Stop that truck and capture those people," a pro-hero shouted. "Whoa. Hey there. Can't let you guys pass," the multi-armed teen said as he hopped in the way of heroes. The heroes attempted to beat him and capture him, but the mysterious guy was too agile. He easily maneuvered through their attacks and was able to contend with them even though he was only one man. "You guys sure are pretty violent for heroes. No questions or anything, just straight to full-on violence," he said while shooting out a web and wrapping up Best Jeanist. The fiber-controlling pro-hero tried to unwrap himself but soon realized that the weird webbing he was wrapped up in wasn't made of any ordinary fiber. What will children think when they see their beloved heroes beating down on poor innocent young men like me? He chatted before being knocked into a wall by Gang Orca's hypersonic waves. "Look out, Orca!" One of the police officers shouted as a black shadow dropped from the ceiling and landed on Gang Orca. He was soon wrapped up and squeezed as a double-headed figure wrapped around him. Gang Orca struggled and tried to use his hypersonic waves, but the double-headed assailant covered his mouth shut with his rubber-like body and continued to squeeze. "We think you might want to fall back," he said creepily as a knife appeared from underneath the cuff of his sweater. One of the cops managed to shoot the knife out of his hand as Mount Lady reached for the truck filled with the captured Nomu. "Not on my watch," Commander said as he looked at his round shield and threw it at the truck. Once it reached the truck, the shield attached itself to the back of it and suddenly generated an electrified force field around the truck. Mount Lady was electrocuted and unable to grab the truck as it sped off into the distance. Commander's shield soon flew back towards him. "All right, men. Our job here is finished. Let's get back to..." The commander's words got stuck in his throat as he scanned the newest enemy. "Get behind me," he shouted as he ran in front of everyone and stood strong with his shield raised up. Multiple force fields rose in front of the commander in preparation for the new threat he scanned. What is he talking about? Arrest him. The six-armed jokester and the creepy multi-headed guy listened to his orders and immediately got behind him and as far away as they could. Ever since my body fell into this state, my stock diminished a good deal as well. All for One unleashed a huge blast that destroyed the entire building and directly hit Commander, who was standing in front of everyone with his military-colored shield raised. The force field shattered instantly as the Commander took the full brunt of the blast for everyone. The warehouse was destroyed as Commander, the police officers, and the pro-heroes were launched away by the force of the attack. The six-armed stranger who took the Commander's advice whipped out some webs and caught everyone he could from falling to their deaths. The Commander's shield slowly started crumbling into dust as his military-styled superhero costume was torn and almost destroyed. He stared into All for One's eyes and pointed at him. "You can't beat me so easily," He slowly started walking towards All for One with his fist balled up. All for One began clapping as Commander trudged his way towards him. Honestly, I'm impressed. I intended on killing everyone here and you managed to save nearly everyone. He congratulated. Although I have no idea how you knew what I was going to do or was capable of, you still managed to respond with quick timing and appropriate judgment. He continued to talk as the commander got closer and closer to him. Now, let's see exactly what quirk you have before I kill you. He stated as black drill-like bones manifested on his hands and stretched out towards Commander before piercing into his chest. Blue blood split as a sudden realization came to All for One. The commander grinned the widest grin he could pull off as he grabbed the tendrils cord. It turns out, I never had a quirk in the first place. Commander told him as he leapt at All for One and then. You aren't even human. He muttered. Boom. A large explosion detonated from where Commander and All for One were standing. The force of the explosion caused a fierce gale to blow outwards. You will be remembered, Commander. This arachnid swears it. The six-armed teen said, looking at his ally's sacrifice. Let's go, Shizu. Shizo. Arachnid said as he webbed the multi-headed figure and webbed away from the area. But he may have left a little too soon, as All for One looked seemingly completely fine afterwards. He was seen dusting off his outfit. How peculiar. Who could have the ability to produce such a thing? He questioned as the League of Villains were warped to him along with Bakugo and Antoine. Antoine began puking as soon as he landed. Ah, that shit was fucking awful. Having super smell for a power fucking sucks ass. He said, wiping his mouth and looking around. Who the fuck are you? The mastermind behind these clowns? Antoine asked as All for One ignored him. You failed again, haven't you, Tomura? Well, that may be so, but you mustn't be discouraged. You should simply start over. Look, I've even returned your comrades to you. As well as these two young men, you deemed fit to add to your team. You can try as many times as you like. That's why your sensei is here. This is all for your sake. He told the kneeling man. Ah, there he is, All for One stated before clashing with a suddenly arriving All Might from the skies. This is the worst business deal in the history of business deals. I don't think my company can associate with your little group anymore, Shigaraki. This is goodbye. Antoine said as he pulled out a small metal box that slowly transformed into a jetpack. Antoine grabbed Bakugo by the shirt before jetting off into the sky. Don't let them get away. Magna, the transgender magnetism quirk user, used her quirk to pull the boys back, but it seems Antoine prepared for this scenario. He pulled out a golden revolver from his other pocket, inventory, and shot at the immobile Magna. Magna was forced to stop using her quirk unless she wanted to be hit by the boys' bullets, and the two took off far away from the battlefield. Antoine took the shouting Bakugo into the city and were soon met by Midoriya, Ida, Kirishima, and Yaoyorozu. What the fuck are you idiots doing here? Antoine asked as he put away his gun and jetpack. Kneel. Bakugo. We came to save you. Kirishima revealed. Like you fucking shits can save anyone. Leave the rescuing to the real heroes, retards. I'm going home, this whole experience has been shit. Thanks a lot, Bakugo. You weak princess-ass bitch. He said, walking off into the crowd and disappearing from their sights. Bakugo clutched his fists thinking back on this entire situation and how maybe it wouldn't have happened if he was stronger. The rescue crew just thought that maybe Neil needed some time alone after this stressful experience. But little did they all know that Antoine was currently rubbing his hands giggling in excitement. Research time, baby. All those NOMU with multiple juicy quirks. The muscle augmentation quirk. The test subjects for my quirk research. I'm going to have one fantastic summer. Maybe if I'm quick enough I can get that muscle quirk for myself. Antoine thought in excitement as he took out his jetpack and flew to his secret lab as fast as possible. At the secret lab. Creator. I believe you will be quite pleased to know that we have progressed immensely after acquiring the test subjects. Medic said in a jovial tone as he led Antoine past a bunch of plotted plants and plants growing out of some dirt inside a special room. The two walked until they reached a box with muscular inside. He was sitting at a table eating a well-done steak before making eye contact with Antoine. Anything essential that has been gained yet? Antoine asked. We managed to locate exactly what the quirk gene is and looks like, while also the gene that supplements it or allows a person to use the quirk freely. I see. So just like if someone was born with a quirk that gave them wings, the gene that supplements the quirk would allow that person to use those wings freely, huh? Correct, creator. So we managed to find the quirk and the quirk factor. Good. Antoine muttered as he walked past all the other see-through boxes filled with the other villains along with the inactive Nomus. All the box rooms were composed of a single bed, a toilet and sink, and a wooden table and chair. Let's see if my new creation will be able to make my dreams into a reality. Antoine said as he went towards the animal division inside his secret lab filled with all sorts of animals divided into groups. There were dogs' pens, cat pens, mice cages filled with litters of mice, and many more. And so, Antoine spent most of his summer inside his lab researching, testing, and crafting alongside his robots. He wouldn't see the light of day until his phone's alarm went off, reminding him the home visit that U.A would be doing today. He sighed due to having to stop his testing and research, but then grinned wildly as his body suddenly beefed up and increased in size before his muscle fibers began coming out of his skin and wrapping around him like armor. Ha 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 ha, this early in the story and I'm this strong already. Craftsman System, you are the greatest. Antoine crazily shouted as he stopped using his quirk and returned his body back to normal. Who knew nanomachines were capable of recreating quirks? It was just a dumb idea I threw around, but who knew it would actually work? The nanites just had to scan the quirk gene along with the quirk factor, and once I injected them into myself, they would change my genes around while slowly allowing me to use the same quirk that they've copied. Effectively letting me have multiple quirks. Although I can't use multiple quirks that I've copied at once yet. It's just a matter of time before I'm exactly like All for One. Antoine returned home and sat with his parents as Aizawa and All Might came into their house. Although I'm sad that my baby will have to leave me, I'm sure this is for the best. Even though I was worried sick after hearing that he was kidnapped under UA's watch, I noticed that he seemed happier than ever lately. I guess being a hero isn't just a dream for him anymore. Antoine's mom said while crushing the boy in her arms via a hug. He pushed her away as he fixed his hair. I've always said I was going to be a hero, Mom. No matter what happens, that will never change. But anyway, All Might. Look at you. He busted out laughing, making All Might a little bit uncomfortable. Why exactly can't you fight as a hero anymore? What was your quirk that allowed you to fight for so many years but then suddenly unable to anymore? Was it a transformation quirk that turned you buff and gave you super everything? Was it just a superpower quirk with a time limit that you overextended so much that you can't access it anymore? Or was it a quirk that was never yours in the first place? He smiled as Aizawa interrupted this line of questioning and started talking to his parents again. That reminds me about something I'd said to you before I was kidnapped by dangerous homicidal villain Sensei. Do you remember our conversation when you were questioning my butler? Antoine asked with a mischievous grin on his face as Aizawa's face turned guiltier by the second. Yes, Neil. I remember every word and have discussed about it with the faculty members. Your advice has not been ignored and future events have been planned with them in mind. He said seriously. Antoine shrugged his shoulders. Ah, you're no fun, Sensei. Too serious. He chuckled before being zapped by his father and yelling. Don't tease your teachers. Apologize and we will be allowing our son to be admitted. Marcus said. Sorry. Neil grumbled while crossing his arms and looking away. At Heights Alliance. Pretty nice, Antoine complimented as he saw the boarding house. It's gonna be just like when we had sleepovers as kids. Toru said happily. I don't think it'll be exactly like that, but I'm sure it'll be just as fun. Yuga added. First things first, Class 1A. We couldn't be more glad that you're all safe and sound, back together again. I'm going to give you all a brief explanation of how the dorms will work, now follow me inside. Aizawa said. It's a class to each building. The right side is for the girls and the left is for the boys. The first floor is a co-ed space. The mess hall, baths, laundry stuff, and the like are here. The dorms are located on the second floor up. Each of those floors have 4 rooms, for a total of 5 floors. Each individual room, meanwhile, is outfitted with air conditioning, a toilet, a fridge, and a closet. All of the luggage we had you send us beforehand should be in your respective rooms. For the time being, go get all your stuff set in your rooms. I'll explain what we'll be doing tomorrow. You are dismissed. He explained while giving them all the tour. Chapter 26, Preparing to get his hero license. After Aizawa dismissed everyone, Antoine went straight to his room and began dealing with matters regarding his company. The construction for the store was finally complete thanks to his construction bots he created to save money. Now he just had to spend time crafting the shit to sell. He would start things off small. Like a charger with a 10% increase in charging efficiency. Televisions that caused the watchers to have their luck increased by 2% along with a slight mood booster. Earbuds that could make the wearer nimbler on their feet or the wires never tangle together. Antoine almost planned to use UA's development studio for materials to craft his store merchandise but almost forgot that Power Loader oversees nearly every invention built inside the studio. So to pass the time, he opened his email account and took a look at all the companies wanting him to build or create something for them. I definitely can't sell weapons or armor at this stage of my career. The fucking world would be engulfed in World War III or something if I allowed people other than me to have my shit. I'll maybe start selling harmful gadgets and dangerous stuff once my company starts taking over Japan and other countries are looking to steal my crafts. As Antoine continued to look and respond to whichever company paid the most and had the least shackles, the rest of his classmates started judging the best room between them all. Antoine's already seen most of their rooms from reading the manga, so he wasn't interested in seeing them again. But since he's claimed himself as number 1 in Class A, he just had to make his room at least something good. If someone were to enter from the door, they would see that Antoine designed his room into a mini workshop basically. He had his tools and workbench on the left side of the room along with a refrigerator, a microwave, and large black chest. On the right side of the room was the work side. Incomplete or completed inventions were laid about haphazardly while 3 small robots wheeled around the room cleaning it. One had a broom, one had a dustpan, and the last one had a tiny vacuum. Antoine was using his laptop on his workbench currently and soon his door was forcibly kicked open. Intruder alert. The tiny cleaning bots screamed as they drove in circle repeating the same line. Antoine's phone vibrated and a notification was given to him that someone was intruding in his room. He smiled as Toru and crew popped into his room. Antoine. We have come to judge your room as part of the competition. Toru exclaimed happily as they took a look. Register as friendlies. Antoine ordered as the 3 mini-bots began circling the group. They're so cute. Urarika said as she picked one up. Scanning. Please put CB2 down. It said in a high-pitched robotic voice. Where's your bed, Neil? Mineta asked. I don't sleep. Antoine replied as he turned around in his chair and faced the group. His bed was actually outside on the veranda. I guess you really don't mess around with this building stuff, Neil. Kirishima said, grabbing one of the metallic balls hanging up. The ball transformed into a spider and caused Kirishima to scream while the other students laughed. Why didn't you just join the support class if you like inventing things so much? Yaoyorozu asked. Joining the hero course would make me famous faster. And it did. That's all. Antoine answered. I'd have to give your room a big fat no kneel. How could you and your girlfriend do anything romantic in this room? Ashido rated. Well, if you're really curious, you can come back later on tonight and I'll show you all sorts of romantic things. Antoine chuckled as Ashido put her thumbs down and stuck her tongue out at him. You wish. The gang left after that and Antoine resumed his work on his laptop. He deleted all the emails asking him to build something similar to his gym uniform or any weapons in general and started accepting some requests that were relatively simple. One company asked for him if he could design a security system that would only allow their employees to certain areas and log into specific information on their company network. He spent all night doing this until it was time for class in the morning. As I told you all yesterday, our first priority is to acquire provisional licenses. Hero licenses are a serious responsibility. They are directly concerned with matters of life and death. As such, the exam to receive qualification is very hard. Even the average yearly passing rate for just the provisional license is only about 50%. Aizawa explained. Sounds easy enough. Antoine stated. Is it really that hard? Mineta asked. So, starting today, each one of you will be devising at least 2 super moves. Aizawa announced. That reminds me. I need to build some androids from fighting games as well. Like an Akuma bot or a Shao Kahn bot. That'd be cool as shit. Antoine muttered to himself as Midnight, Cementos, and Ectoplasm walked into the classroom. The class cheered at the upcoming activity of making their own super moves. That's right, super moves. In other words, killer techniques sure to win the day. Ectoplasm explained. And any such technique that's truly one with you admits no imitation. The meaning of battle lies in how far you can push your unique skills. Cementos informed. And your moves are your symbols. In this day and age, if you're a pro hero without any super moves, you're an endangered species. Midnight told them. We'll tell you all the details alongside some demonstrations proceeding in a logical manner. Go change into your costumes and come together at the Gamma Gym. Aizawa said. The class got changed into their hero costumes and all assembled at the gym and walked inside. Sounds of awe and amazement murmured out as they looked inside the insanely huge gym. This is my personal facility. I can fashion whatever terrain or objects I believe best suit each individual student. Cementos informed. So why do we need super moves for provisional licenses? Are they absolutely needed? Yuga asked. Let me explain. Whether they encounter incidents criminal or accidental, disasters natural or man-made. It's a hero's job to recuse people from all kinds of peril. And the exam for the license will of course be judging your aptitude. Aizawa answered. Insight, agility, judgment, and fighting prowess along with other criteria such as communication skills, charm, and leadership ability. The exam will test your aptitude at many of these skills, as its contents change every year. But within that paradigm the item that will receive far and away the most emphasis for upcoming heroes is fighting prowess. So if you prepare for that, you won't have any cause for concern. Just keep in mind that having moves for battle greatly influences how likely it is you pass. Midnight told them. Fighting prowess again. Seriously. Having a support power or anything not meant for combat has to be held in getting your hero license. There can be heroes who don't need to fight to be useful. But I guess in this world where 80% of the population have superpowers, combat ones would be the most famous and popular. Antoine thought as Cementos and Ectoplasm began prepping the gym for their training. So, in the 10 days of summer break we have left between now and the start of the next semester you're in for some 2-in-1 training. As you'll be whipping up new super moves and extending your quirks at the same time. Furthermore, you'll also be thinking of how best to upgrade your costume to go along with quirk extension training and new super moves. Host has been issued a mission. Mission: develop 2 super moves by the time of the exam. Reward: 5 gear effects, 200 EXP. Finally. You've come back to me, my sweet princess. I've missed you. Antoine blurted out to the silent system. Fine, you can act all shy you want, but I'm still gonna compliment the shit out of you, you sexy system, you. Never leave me again. TCH. Quiet host. Class then began and Antoine was face to face with one of Ectoplasm's clones. I'm going to be honest, Ecto-sensei. I'm going to be using your clones to practice something. I hope you don't mind. Antoine said as strengthened all the muscles in his body while looking no different outwardly. Go ahead, Neil-kun. This is training after all. He replied. Lackey. Street fighting variant. Understood, Neil-sama. Antoine took off and kicked towards Ectoplasm's head. Ectoplasm blocked with his arm barely but almost didn't catch Antoine's tentacles attempting to trip him. But the veteran pro hero saw it and jumped over it. Gotcha! Antoine chuckled as he overhead punched Ectoplasm into the ground. Ectoplasm's clone dissolved after Antoine's follow-up stomp to the face. That clone died way too fast for me to gain anything with this muscle augmentation quirk. I need another clone. Mine died in like 2 seconds. Antoine shouted as Ectoplasm created another clone for him. How about we work on a special move instead of combat skill? Ectoplasm suggested. I can think of something, I guess. Antoine complained before thinking for a few seconds. Alright, how about this? Antoine grinned as he opened his mouth and started pulling out his teeth and then held them in his hand before pulling out his revolver. He loaded the sharp pointy teeth into the chamber and then aimed at Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm ran towards him while moving from side to side, making it harder for Antoine to hit him. Sensei. Are you underestimating me? You'll need to be as fast as the class president if you want a chance of avoiding my shots. Antoine grinned while thinking about his sharpshooting skill. Intermediate sharpshooter LV7, bang. Bang. Howdy, partner. It seems like you want to become the greatest gunslinger there is. Practice long enough and shooting bugs in the dark will be as simple as breathing. 40% increase to agility. 38% increased damage by gun-like weapons. 40% increased accuracy. I'll call this super move. Unyielding jaws. Antoine said as he fired 2 teeth into Ectoplasm's shoulders, 2 in his hands, and 2 into his prosthetic legs. The 2 into his math teacher's legs stopped him from moving as Antoine reloaded and fired a final tooth into Ectoplasm's head, dispelling the clone. Another one, sensei. Antoine yelled. Ectoplasm. You died. Gimme another clone. Bakugo shouted while looking at Antoine before focusing back on his training. I need another clone as well, sensei. Yuga stated. Me too. Toru added. Ectoplasm made clones for all those that requested for them with a proud look on his face. I call this one the Jaws of Death. Antoine said while dodging Ectoplasm's attacks and also pulling out more teeth and holding them in his hand. Ectoplasm continued to kick and kick at the young boy who was seemingly dodging without even looking anymore. Antoine's sense of smell was heightened quite a bit after leveling up his quirk skill. Shark Quirk LV2, Advanced, this quirk is given to you by your mother. At initial stages, few shark traits are gained. As this skill gains proficiency, more and more shark traits are available along with increased shark abilities. 21% increase in STR, AGL, and VIT. Shark teeth gained. Teeth are now able to chew through most things human teeth aren't capable of. They are also capable of being grown back within 24 hours. As this skill increases in proficiency, the strength of your teeth will improve, the rate at which they grow back will increase, and the number of rows will increase. Enhanced Smell LV9, this skill is a byproduct of your quirk. This skill allows you to have the amazing nose of a shark. If you develop this skill far enough, you could even smell an odorless poison brewed by a master assassin. Can smell 18x better than regular humans. Shark Stomach LV9, this skill is a byproduct of your quirk. This skill allows you to have the stomach of a shark. They are commonly known as the garbage cans of the sea for a reason. Increases the strength of digestive system by x18. Can now freely spew any material that is unable to be digested. Enhanced Hearing LV1, this skill is a byproduct of your quirk. This skill allows you to have the amazing hearing of a shark. If you develop this skill far enough, you could even hear from distances as far 800 feet. Can hear 2x better than regular humans. Enhanced Vision LV1, this skill is a byproduct of your quirk. This skill allows you to have the amazing eyesight of a shark. If you develop this skill far enough, you could even see a baby mouse 100 feet away. Can see 2x better than regular humans. Just by sniffing the air, Antoine could tell the distance between himself and his opponents. Along with his other senses being enhanced, his sensei's clone by itself just wasn't a challenge. Antoine hopped away backwards as he threw his teeth in the air like confetti. The clone dashed after him and soon was dispelled as Antoine's tentacles slammed all the teeth towards it. The teeth were impaled into the clone and forced it to dissolve. Antoine chuckled. Mission completed. Gained 5 gear effects, 200 EXP. Now let's see what the fuck gear effects are. Antoine said to himself as he looked at the new stack inside his inventory. Infinite gear effect, whatever this effect is attached to will have an infinite amount of something. It is recommended to attach this to an item that has a limited supply. Fire gear effect, whatever this effect is attached to will gain the ability to manifest fire. It is recommended to attach this to a crafted equipment that can harm. Unbreakable, whatever this effect is attached to will be unable to be destroyed. It is recommended to attach this to a piece of equipment that will protect the wearer's life. Fortune, whatever this effect is attached to will gain great luck. It is recommended to attach this to an accessory the wearer will always wear. Growing, whatever this effect is attached to will grow along with the wielder. It is recommended to attach this to an item that the wielder will always use or have a sentimental value with. What the fuck? Why haven't you been giving me these motherfuckers since I was born into this world? Antoine yelled in excitement and anger. System needed to undergo an update. Also, I must mention. The mix feature has been unlocked now that you've reached level 30. The mix feature will allow you to combine 2 materials into one new material at the cost of experience. Skill experience or experience from your level. What if I dropped below level 30 using the mix function? Would I still be allowed to use it or will it be disabled? Once the system senses that you don't have the necessary experience for mixing, the host will not be allowed to mix whatever he is trying to mix. Damn. I was thinking I could cheat the system by going into negative levels and mixing forever and ever, but I guess you're smarter than that, aren't you, beautiful bastard, Antoine said to the system. Humph. Sorry to say this, sensei, but I'm sure my training bots are way better suited for this compared to your quirk. A real villain doesn't just vanish after being defeated. They could still pull off sneak attacks after being knocked down or out, and my training bots can simulate that perfectly. Not to mention they are as durable as shit. Antoine said. If UA is willing to put up a small fee, I can definitely send over a few for testing purposes, and if you're really enjoying them we can sign a contract where I'd be willing to send some over to you regularly for a monthly or even yearly fee. Any training bots that have somehow been destroyed or maimed in some way will be replaced free of charge due to our close relationship. Antoine said, trying to earn any money he could. Neil. I think we should. You're absolutely right. How could I have been so foolish to talk all this great shit about my training bots without even backing it up? Good thing I have one right here. Antoine said, reaching inside his lab coat inventory, and pulling out a suitcase. Where'd you pull that out from? He questioned before being interrupted again. Todoroki. My dear friend. Antoine smiled like a greasy card salesman as his tentacle stretched and kidnapped Todoroki from his training. Kneel. Don't worry, you icy hot handsome bastard. This'll be many times more fruitful than training with Sensei's little clones. Use this dumb-looking fellow for your training and you'll definitely see an improvement in your training. Antoine said as the suitcase transformed into a silver humanoid robot without any facial features. It had balls on his hands for fists and was around the height of an average man. Come now, my creation. We have to make sure your partner understands what he's about to get into. Antoine said as the training bot walked over to him and Todoroki. Push this button on its back and a holographic menu will pop up asking you what difficulty do you want the training bot on. Easy, medium, hard, and super. Easy is if you want to fight against a blockhead or a wild animal that knows nothing but how to attack and come at you. Medium is fighting against someone who knows a little about fighting and can strategize a small bit, like a small-time criminal. Hard is fighting against someone who has experience in fighting, like fighting against Aizawa Sensei without his cloth. Super is not recommended in the slightest. Only choose this option if you wish to be beaten with an inch of your life left and want to see what it is like to fight against someone you have no chance against. Antoine explained as the whole class eventually started paying attention to him. Which difficulty would you like, Todoroki-san? Hard. He said as Antoine clicked on the hard difficulty. If you swipe to the right, you'll get to add in customized difficult parameters. If you only want the training bot to block, only to throw punches, only to throw kicks, to only fight dirty, or to only fight fair. But we won't use these for now. Antoine said as he swiped to the left twice. If you swipe to the left from the starting screen, you can add different customizations to the training bot. Do you want him to use guns, swords, fists, a bat, a frying pan, needles, or even an umbrella? Most weapons are available for the training bot to use, but once again we won't be using these since it's just a demonstration of its capabilities. It is also capable of transforming into a huge brute, the size of an ant, or even an octopus. You might want to step a few steps back before we start, but it's up to you. Antoine told him. Todoroki stood a few feet away and nodded. Antoine pressed start on the training bot. The training bot immediately dashed towards Todoroki. Todoroki used his giant ice glacier move and the robot barely managed to dodge. Its foot got covered in ice. It bashed its ball-shaped fist on its foot and freed itself before heading towards Todoroki once more at the same speed. Todoroki sent waves of ice at the robot and the robot managed to agilely avoid them while kicking and punching any pieces of ice towards Todoroki. Todoroki chose to use his left side to melt the incoming ice shards before aiming it towards the training bot who was getting closer and closer to him. The training bot ran straight through the fire and Todoroki and the rest assumed the fight was over. He dropped his hand and stopped his flames, assuming it was over, and to his surprise a red-hot training bot came bursting straight towards him and punched forward. Todoroki in his surprise, hastily put up an ice wall that only managed to get smashed through. The training bot clocked Todoroki in the face and knocked him away before charging towards him once more. Todoroki used his ice to control himself as he flew through the air and sent another ice glacier towards the training bot who quickly jumped to the side and continued towards the slightly panicked Todoroki who wasn't expecting much from this simple-looking robot. Todoroki created an ice wall to catch his breath, but it didn't take long for the robot to show up once more. The training bot smashed through the ice wall and kicked a large piece of ice back at Todoroki. Todoroki paused slightly as he looked at the ice pallet coming straight towards him. If he used his fire like before, then the robot would be on him just as fast. And he doubted he could take the thing in close combat. Todoroki dodged and began using his ice to slide around. The training bot was unable to catch him by simply chasing after him now and transformed its sphere hands into regular human hands. The robot started tearing apart the ice glacier Todoroki used early on and started flinging pieces of ice at him at very dangerous speeds. You can't run forever, Todoroki. Although the ice sliding move is sick, you'll need to think of a different move to beat this villain. Antoine told him as the class was surprised that one of their all-stars were struggling to defeat a simple robot. Todoroki continued to slide around, dodging the projectiles he made, while also getting closer and closer to the training bot. The training bot continued to throw and throw as Todoroki's body was getting covered in frost. Eventually Todoroki rode overhead the training bot and dropped down on top of it as it was reaching for another piece of ice. Todoroki landed on the robot's head and froze it as he dropped to the floor and started breathing heavily. Well done. What a very close battle that could have gone either way. Antoine clapped as he helped the boy up. Your quirk and quick thinking gave you the victory. I wonder what you would have done if he was immune to both your fire and ice. Well, you could find out just by going into the difficulty parameters and adding temperature control. Now would anyone else like to test the training bot out? Antoine asked with a smile on his face as the training bot heated itself up and melted the ice trapping it. Antoine saw Todoroki with a difficult look on his face. Probably wondering what would he have done if his ice or fire didn't work. Ooh, let me try. Kirishima said, walking over. Go ahead, my manly friend. Which difficulty would you like? Hard. He said, balling his fist in excitement. And here we go. Kirishima hardened his entire body as he charged towards the training bot, who did the same. Kirishima threw a straight right and the training bot deflected his fist with its ball-shaped fist and took out the boy's legs from below with a low kick. After tripping the boy, the training bot appeared over him ready to stomp his head into the ground, but Kirishima rolled over and tried to get up. But before he could get up, the training bot stomped him on the back and forced him back on the ground before dropping down and holding his hands behind his back and placing its knee down, effectively capturing the boy despite his hardening quirk. Ha 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 ha, what the heck was that, Kirishima? Kaminari laughed. I guess you should have taken easy mode. Ha ha ha. Zero also laughed. The training bot released Kirishima and Kirishima got up slightly upset. Why don't you two give it a try? That was pretty pathetic, man. You need to learn some sort of fighting style or go through some quirk training hell. Since I think most of you guys basically fucking suck, I'll keep this training bot in the gym till it's time for the exam. Antoine said just as class was over. Toru and Yuga came over to him with, as he would describe it, the most disgusting smiles. Helping out your classmates, Toru said, annoyingly chipper. Without even asking for anything in return, Yuga said, just as annoying. Fuck off. I ain't helping shit. This is all so that you can get into a partnership with me and I can get paid fat bucks. Nothing to do with those weak bastards inside, Antoine said as Yuga and Toru continued to bother him as they walked back to the dorms together. Chapter 27, The Start of the Provisional License Exam. 4 days later. Antoine was watching as his classmates were training with his training bots as the teachers looked on with satisfied looks on their faces. Antoine's face was glowing in joy. The principal decided to make a deal with Antoine for UA to use his training bots. They signed a 10-month contract where Antoine would be paid 200,000 each month for allowing UA to use his training bots. He's sent 30 training bots over so far but will continue to send more if UA requests for more. He grinned as he saw some of his classmates enjoying themselves while others were getting the shit beat out of them. Hee hee. Time to show off my super move. Bright crushing. Toru exclaimed as she gathered light above her raised hand. The hard difficulty robot she was facing against started rapidly darting from side to side to avoid whatever attack she had planned, but it was pointless. The light she gathered above her palm disappeared and reappeared above the training bot before smiting the robot with a bright colorful light. The robot was crushed into a small midget robot and Toru cheered. It's not over yet. Here's my second super awesome move. Smiling smash. She gathered light around the squished robot who was wobbling towards her with a determined waddle. The light turned into rainbow lights and they captured the training bot before crushing it into a pile of scrap. She did a victory pose by throwing up a peace sign while looking at Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa was shocked at the way Hagikure's quirk has evolved. A couple of months ago she was just a student who was invisible and was great at fighting, but now she's capable of controlling light itself. Her attitude is perfectly suited for hero duty and she isn't that bad at thinking on her feet either. Soon she'll be one of the strongest kids in the class if she keeps this up. Shining KO. Yuga yelled as he uppercut the hard difficulty robot in the chin with his boxing gloves. A sparking blue laser shot out along with his uppercut, knocking the robot far into the air and nearly touching the gym's roof. Yuga shot out a laser from the shoes of his hero costume and blasted off towards the falling robot, appearing right in front of it as it was falling back down to the ground. Muso straight. He finished as he threw another laser-added punch towards the stomach of the training bot and launching it at high speed straight to the ground. It crashed and wasn't able to continue fighting. Yuga wiped off his sweat as he softly smiled in satisfaction. Not very creative, but what works works. Am I right? Antoine teased. Shut up, Antoine. Those aren't my only special moves. Just the ones I wanted to practice with. Yuga responded back. I see. Hiding your real special moves so that no one knows, huh? That's smart. Why do you think I'm just walking around and doing nothing? So these idiots don't try to be sneaky and catch me slipping somehow. Antoine whispered before chuckling off to see more of his classmates training. With Bakugo. Like this piece of crap scrap metal can challenge me. He roared while blasting himself towards the super difficulty training bot. The training bot threw a punch towards the incoming explosion boy and had his attack dodged. Bakugo blasted himself around the robot and prepared to blast it in the back. He double palm exploded the back of the training bot and smirked in satisfaction. But then suddenly, through the smoke, the training bot grabbed Bakugo's wrists and slammed him face first into the ground. The robot then picked up the disorientated boy by the wrist and started swinging him around in a tornado motion. Bakugo tried to blast himself free, but the iron grip of the robot was too strong to break free from as it lifted him upwards and slammed him into the ground. He was forced to cough up blood from the impact. I told you, you weren't ready for super yet, princess, Antoine said to the fallen Bakugo whose rage seemed to have blocked out the pain he was feeling. The training bot raised its foot to stomp and finish Bakugo off, but before it could land, a figure was sent flying towards it and stopped it. Deku. Cabbage head. Well, I guess he might increase your chances of victory but only slightly. Antoine said as the super bot registered Midoriya as an additional fighter. Wait. I was in the middle of fighting mine and got knocked over here. I'll get out of your way, Kachin, Midoriya said before suddenly being assaulted by the super bot. Midoriya activated his quirk and barely managed to dodge the super bot's attacks as Bakugo came blasting over and blasting the bot. Stay out of my way, Deku. This piece of scrap metal is mine and mine alone. Bakugo was punched in the stomach as the super bot shook off Bakugo's explosion with barely any damage and shoulder bashed the airborne boy towards Midoriya. Midoriya hastily and clumsily caught Bakugo as the two were sent flying into another student. Midoriya. Bakugo. Ida yelled surprised. Bakugo and Midoriya groaned in response as the super bot was coming right towards the three. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Just don't get in my way. He yelled. Midoriya softly smiled after realizing that Bakugo was allowing them to work together and realized that he couldn't defeat the super bot all on his own. Ida, do you think you can distract it? If me and Kachin attack together with our strongest move, we should be able to defeat it. Midoriya said. I got it. Leave it to me. Recipro burst. Ida shouted as he sped off towards the super bot while Midoriya and Bakugo began preparing to use their special moves. Ida sped behind the super bot and attempted to kick it in the back to knock it over, but the super bot wouldn't fall that easily. It swayed its body out of the way and nearly punched Ida into the ground. Ida managed to get out of the way in time before coming back for a round 2 by kicking towards the face of the superbot. The superbot caught Ida's leg just as his special move ran out and his engine stalled, but it seems this was part of the plan as both Midoriya and Bakugo were about to attack with their special moves. Howitzer Impact. St. Louis Smash. The two boys impacted against the superbot in a massive explosion. A large smoke cloud rose at the time of the impact and no figures were seen flying out of the smoke. No way. Midoriya muttered. Are you freaking kidding me? Bakugo asked in complete disbelief. The superbot was seen holding Bakugo's wrist and Midoriya's leg while an unconscious Ida was lying on the floor. The superbot tilted its head as if it was confused that these boys thought there was enough to defeat it before lifting them both up and slamming them into each other. Antoine was laughing his ass off at the trio before finally stopping his creation. Alright, that's enough. Deactivate, you glorious bully. Antoine ordered to the superbot. The training bot shut down and stopped moving entirely. That's why you don't do super difficulty at your level, kids. I'd suggest trying super when you all graduate. You'll probably stand a better chance. Antoine said as 3 robots came wheeling towards the unconscious trio and taking them to Recovery Girl. Hey Neil. How do I change the toughness? Mineta asked. Swipe left from the main screen and choosing average durability. It be as tough as a regular human. There was a way to make this thing not as hard as steel. Ashido yelled as she agilely dodged her medium training bot while spraying sticky acid on the floor to try and trap the metal bucket. Yep. There was a help function on the main menu, you know. You mean those 50 pages of words? Jiro shouted while attempted to inject her jacks into the medium training bot who was slapping them away or dodging them. Eventually she realized that just whipping her jacks around wasn't going to work and plugged her jacks into her wrist amplifiers and knocked the training bot away with a sonic wave. The training bot was about to get straight back up but Jiro appeared over it and stabbed her jacks into the training bot and caused it to burst open from the inside with her jacks. Yeah. Antoine responded. The 2 girls groaned in annoyance as they continued fighting against their robots. Time's up, Class A. Vlad, Class B's homeroom teacher yelled. Today we arranged for Class B to use the Gamma Gym this afternoon. We still have a few minutes left. Aizawa responded. Nah nada nope. Get on out of here, Eraser. Vlad said. Hey, did you hear? They say half the people who take the test for provisional fail. So why don't you save us the trouble and fail for US Class A? Monoma, the copying quirk kid, harassed. Glad to see you're doing well, Monoma-kun. Antoine greeted with a smile. Of course I'm doing well. Why wouldn't I be? Class B is always doing great. He said defensively. Good to hear. You know, I always liked your personality, Monoma. We should hang out some more. Antoine smiled politely, causing Monoma to be uncomfortable and unnerved. He is right though, Neil. We will have to fight each other at the exam and not all of us could pass together. Yaoyorozu said. Actually, we applied to have the 2 classes take the exam at separate arenas. Aizawa corrected. The hero qualification exam occurs with the same challenges at 3 locations twice every year in June and September. To prevent students of the same school crushing their own, the standard practice has been to make students from every school take the test at different times and places. Vlad explained. Every school, huh? Wow, I'd overlooked it before, but each school is going to be eating into each other's pass rates. Zero said with a completely wrapped-up medium bot wiggling behind him. And we're skipping over the normal course for obtaining licenses, too, so you added. Yes, only a minority of schools has their freshmen get provisional. To put it another way, it'll be a gathering of kids who have had more time to train and whose quirks you know nothing about. We can't know what's going to be on the exam, but there's no doubt it'll be rough. It'll be a piece of cake, sensei. You're definitely exaggerating this exam way more than it needs to be. Antoine said casually. Even you'll need to be careful, Neil. Who knows what they will test you all on? Aizawa told him. Regardless of what it is, I'll pass it. I'm the future #1 pro hero. What can't I do? Antoine asked with an amused look on his face. Get a girlfriend. Toru said as Class A and Class B Ohut. You. I can get a girlfriend whenever I want. I'm already swimming in money. It'll be no problem to have women eating out of my palms. Antoine said in embarrassed anger before walking off and leaving the gymnasium. The day of the Provisional Hero License Equestrian exam. Are you guys nervous too? Mineta asked. Nope. Antoine responded. Of course, you're not nervous, Neil. I've never seen you nervous about anything. Mineta said. One of the perks of being the greatest, I guess. I'm nervous. Who knows what they'll test us on? Yuga said. We got this. Toru said excitedly determined. You three are totally abnormal, Jiro commented as everyone got off the bus. If you can just pass this exam and obtain your temp license, then you will cease to be mere eggs and hatch into chicks. Into semi-pros. So give it your all. Aizawa motivated. Awesome, come on everybody, let's go hatch into chicks. Kirishima said. Plus. Ultra. Most of the class shouted. A strange guy appeared behind Class A and suddenly smashed his head into the ground while apologizing. Antoine started laughing. What a fucking egghead. I guess this is Shiketsu Academy, huh? Doesn't look like much. Antoine antagonized. So says the vulgar UA student badmouthing others without even knowing them. The purple-haired boy with the meatball quirk replied back. Like I'd need to know a bunch of fucking losers. Stay on the sidelines, you small-eyed fuck, and don't try and talk to the big boys. Antoine said, towering over the boy who had his arms behind his back standing rigidly. You obviously know nothing about acting with dignity and treating others with respect. I guess I'll have to beat that lesson into you during the exam. And my eyes are big and handsome. He corrected. Like a fucking gnat has the balls to mess with a dragon. I'll be looking forward to smashing all those from Shiketsu in the exam because of you. Antoine smirked as he stared all four of the Shinketsu students down. That fiery passion. I'll respond to it in kind. The hyperactive optimist boy with the whirlwind quirk shouted. The Shinketsu group walked away. That kid, he's no pushover. His name is Yorashi. At the end of the last school year, or in other words when you all were applying for the entrance exam, he was selected as one of the recommended students, but for some reason, despite his top-of-the-line grades, he declined to enter UA. Aizawa informed. Stronger than icy hot, huh? You better look out, Roki. I think he was giving you some stank eyes earlier. Antoine nudged Todoroki's shoulder. I think he was warning you, Neil. Zero whispered and caused Antoine to bust out laughing. Like I need to be worried about anyone in this exam. That's a good joke, sensei. You really got me with that one. Antoine said, wiping a tear away as a different school came walking their way. He took off to put on his hero costume and then headed towards where they were supposed to be headed and got himself up front near the stage. The room started to get filled with seas of students in their hero costumes, and one of the people who were part of making the exam, stepped on stage. He started explaining exactly how the exam will be conducted. Gathered in attendance are precisely 1,541 examinees. You'll be vying for victory all at once. In the present age, in our so-named heroic saturated society, there has been no shortage of voices raising doubt over the state of heroics since Stain's apprehension. The state of heroics in where heroes shouldn't want to be compensated, and that the title of hero should be granted following acts of self-sacrifice. The time that elapses between a case materializing and its resolution has become very swift indeed. When you obtain your provisional licenses, you throw yourselves into that raging torrent. To be blunt, it will be very harsh on those who can't keep pace. As such, it's your speed that will be tested. Only the first 100 to clear the terms of the exam will make the cut. He announced as the room filled with thousands of hero candidates shouted in outrage and surprise. So this is how the exam will go. He held up a ball and a ring. Each examinee will receive 3 targets. You may place them on any part of your body, so long as they're always open and visible. So no soles of the feet or armpits. In addition, you'll carry 6 balls on your person. The targets are built to respond only to contact with the balls. If you're hit in all 3 places, you're out. If you hit somebody's 3rd target, you have defeated them. Victory is attained upon defeating 2 other contestants. He finished. Free for all dodgeball basically. Antoine thought. This'll be pretty tough. I can do this. All I have to do is hit people with 2 targets lit up. All right. We'll distribute the targets and balls. After that happens, the exam will commence 1 minute after everyone spreads out. He explained as the building they were in suddenly started breaking apart and flattening itself out. Soon the thousands of students were in the middle of a large practice field. I believe you all have types of terrain you like and dislike. So, please do your best and capitalize on your skills. Everyone started getting their targets and balls. This is going to be pretty fun. I'm actually a little excited to test a couple things out. Antoine admitted. Me too. But I'm starting to get butterflies in my stomach, to be honest. This is a lot more people than I'm used to being around. Toru smiled. Yuga was taking deep breaths. See you guys in the next part. Antoine said as he flew off towards one of the cities with rocket boots. Bye. Toru said as she ran towards a different terrain as well. Wait for me. Yuga yelled as he shot off using his laser. Wait. Stay together, guys. We can win if we stay as a group. Midoriya shouted. 4. You losers can stick together if you want. But I'm out of here. Bakugo said, running off. 3. I don't like the idea of them going off alone, Tsuyu said, worried. 2. Why? Mineta asked. Because everybody knows what we can do. Midoriya informed. 1. Start. Host has been issued a mission. Mission, gain a provisional hero license. Reward, 10 gear effects, 20 blocks of adamantium or 20 blocks of vibranium, 2000 EXP. No way. Antoine muttered as an excited grin plastered itself on his face. Chapter 28, the first part of the exam. Antoine arrived in the city area of the exam with a smile on his face. He had lackeys scanning for any useful quirks for his research and would release tiny robotic mosquitoes to steal their blood and store it for later. But before focusing on anything like that, he would have as much fun as he can during this exam. He had 3 of his tentacles protecting his body while the other 3 were meant for combat purposes. He had on the strength series of his hero costume and went off while using the muscle augmentation quirk. However, he didn't show it off and announcing to the world that he has a second quirk somehow. He wrapped and layered muscle over muscle while outwardly his body looked no different, but inwardly he was exploding with strength. Are you fucking losers ready to die? Antoine shouted from atop a rooftop. That's the cheater from the sports festival. His only quirk is his teeth. Get him. If I take out the cheater who took first place in the U. Sports Festival, then I'll definitely become more popular. Antoine jumped down from the rooftop and landed on his feet. Boom! A shockwave traveled through the ground and tore the street up, as if an earthquake raged through the city block. The streets were filled with injured, fallen, and off-balanced students. Although a couple were still standing or flying safely. Antoine grinned menacingly. Seems like not all of you are complete fucking trash. Good. Show me your stuff and maybe you'll live. Antoine laughed before vanishing from his spot and appearing next to a girl whose quirk gave her bug-like wings and was hovering above the ground. Antoine kicked her in the stomach and launched her into the side of a building. She fainted on contact with the building. What the? Wasn't he just over there? How did he get? The student that was currently speaking while standing upright on the side of a building without falling was interrupted as Antoine appeared in front of him and grabbed his face and they started falling towards the ground. Crack. The boy's face was smashed into the ground and a few robotic mosquitoes exited from Antoine's shoes and crawled on the boy. Interesting quirk. I wonder if it works on any surface. Like, could I stand on air? Liquids? It'll be interesting to experiment with. Everyone. Get him before he gets us. Don't let him take the initiative. Come and get me. The star of U.A.'s freshman. The strongest freshman in existence. Antoine roared out, causing some of the students to falter slightly and lose their spirits. You're not even trying to win, you haven't tagged anyone's targets with your balls, a shivering busty girl said on the ground with her foot injured. Yeah. What kind of hero enjoys torturing others? You're no hero at all. You're more like a villain than a hero. Antoine stared into her eyes and smiled, causing her to jump in fright as he suddenly appeared over her. A hero has to have his flaws. Antoine shrugged with a goofy smile on his face. There's no such thing as the perfect hero. And one of my flaws just so happens to be I love beating the shit out of people. It's the beautiful imperfect nature of humanity that makes it all so forgiving. Now die. He smiled while rearing up his next attack. Oh really now? A voice questioned as a figure suddenly appeared behind Antoine and reached for his target with their ball. Before they could reach Antoine's target though, their throat was snatched up by one of Antoine's tentacles and held in the air choking. Close one. I have no idea how you managed to sneak up behind me, but take this as a consolation prize. Antoine covered his fist in the tiny robotic mosquitoes and punched the boy in the stomach, launching him through one of the buildings and unconscious. Damn, he's way stronger than he was at the sports festival. And now that he can use his equipment he's unstoppable. Don't give up yet. I didn't want to do this but, it looks like I have no choice. He smiled despite the tense and terrible situation. The students who were uninjured and still wanting to fight against Antoine had their bodies covered in a golden light. Whoa! I feel lighter. I feel like my fists can cave through steel. A student said while punching the air. I can think much more clearly now. The students who were about to give up on ever defeating Antoine, gained new confidence. They attacked together towards the boy as Antoine marked the boy who caused the golden lights to appear. A girl wearing a Chinese-based hero costume ran towards him and palmed towards his face. He crossed his arms while casually swaying his head from left to right as the girl continued to assault him with quick and nimble attacks. You're pretty cute, you know. I'm liking the Chinese design. How about after these exams, I get your number and we can get to know each other a bit more. Antoine chatted as the girl's face turned slightly red and her attacks turned fiercer. Like I would date a cheater like you. A man who knows no honor is no man at all. Wrong answer. Antoine yelled like a buzzer from a game show as he tripped the girl off her feet and his tentacles slammed her into the ground. Another student quickly attacked after he took out that girl and suddenly his tentacles were inactive. Interesting. A tech-based quirk or a metal-based one? Antoine asked before getting assaulted from behind by a kid whose quirk transformed them into a half-man half-spider being. They slashed, whipped, and stomped at him with his large spider legs. Antoine hopped away and held onto the side of a building with his fingers. He looked down on the increasingly confident students. We got him now. He's trapped like a rat. Keep it up and we'll have this cheater eliminated. I can keep buffing you guys for a couple more minutes. Let him have it. Antoine grinned. I'm really being looked down on, huh? He muttered as he reached behind his lab coat and pulled out a large bazooka. What in the world? Where did you hide that? Get him before he can use it. They quickly came after him, but before they could reach him, he jumped off the side of the building and on top of one of the rooftops. He shot the bazooka and a missile fired into the air. You missed. Ha 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 ha. How clumsy of me. My aim's been getting worse lately. I think I have to take a shit. Antoine said with a casual smile as the missile suddenly broke apart and split into multiple tiny missiles. The tiny missiles then rained down from above and targeted whoever was near them. Look out! The battlefield turned into chaos as explosions covering the city in smoke and destroyed buildings. The sounds of injured students below along with screaming and crying caused a wide grin to appear on Antoine's face before suddenly a strange gulf of wind began taking everyone's balls, the smoke, and the fire engulfing the city. Inasa Yurashi. Antoine's eyes turned serious while his face looked annoyed. I believe that heroes need to have some hot blood. And with everyone fighting so heatedly, I can't help myself. Let me feel your heated souls as well. He shouted from atop a rooftop as he sent the giant cyclone of fire, wind, and balls down towards the students below. Ah, finally someone else cleared it. He muttered as he was awakened by the sound of someone passing. Wait a minute. 119 examinees are now out. 119 have been taken out by a single person, who thoroughly passes the exam. He shouted to all the remaining students. What a piece of shit, Antoine muttered before appearing behind the super-energetic student. You got lucky, Commander Egghead. If you get in my way next time, I'll fucking destroy you. Antoine told him as numerous mosquitoes flew onto his body and disappeared into his tentacles. You're pretty fierce too. Although it's a shame I didn't manage to get you out, with our blazing passion, we'll surely meet again. He shouted before walking off. Antoine took off to more locations to scout for quirks and just to beat the shit out of people. With Toru. Hey, be careful. Don't let his gum touch you or you'll get stuck. Don't worry, I know. As they too were dodging a bubblegum-themed student and his quirk. A sudden figure came into existence and appeared behind one of the boys. The newcomer wrapped their arms around the boy's neck and silently choked him out. Hey Manetsu. Let's use our team attack. The boy's friend called out. He waited a few seconds for his friend to respond, but there was no answer. He turned around and noticed that his buddy was unconscious and eliminated. But that brief moment, for when he looked at his partner, the hidden figure appeared behind the boy and took him down to the ground. They wrenched the boy's arm behind his back and causing him to loudly shout in pain before also getting eliminated. The figure got up and wiped their forehead with a wide grin on their face. Completed. This first part was a piece of cake. Toru said happily as she walked towards the ante-room, or the room where the winners stay. Our first winner, huh? That was quicker than usual. The announcer said before telling everyone of the first winner of the first part of the exam. With Yuga. Yuga was on a bridge-like area where students were having a free-for-all. He saw some explosions and electricity on the other side of the bridge and wondered if those were his classmates' quirks. He moved in towards a person whose attention was directed elsewhere and punched them in the liver from behind with his boxing gloves. The student dropped to their knees from the excruciating pain, and before he could eliminate him, Yuga was attacked by two others. One had a pink gooey body while the other turned into solid gold. The GUI once leapt at him and the gold one ran at him while sinking into the concrete slightly from his weight. I know him. He's from UA. He's the kid who can shoot lasers from his stomach. He's pretty good at fighting, so I'll handle him. I won't even feel a thing from his punches. Capture him when you can. The gold one said. I can hear you guys, Yuga said embarrassed as he prepared himself for the golden student. The gold boy sent a wild right towards Yuga's head which he swayed away from easily. Yuga rapidly punched the golden figure and he started laughing. You can't hurt me with that level of strength. He grabbed towards Yuga who avoided him and got on the side of the boy before punching him in the side of the face as a laser shot out of his elbow and waist, improving the power of his punch greatly, not to mention additionally adding a laser shot after his punch to the golden boy's face. The student's quirk faded as he crashed through the metal bars on the bridge and falling off the bridge. Yujimori. The GUI boy yelled as Yuga threw his shades into the air and punched a laser beam out of his fist towards the lenses of the glasses. The shades appeared over the slime boy's head and laser deflected off of the shades and blasted down on the GUI student like an orbital beam from space. The boy was obliterated into hundreds of tiny pink goop and Yuga eliminated him with his balls. After eliminating the duo, Yuga continued further down the bridge, after picking up his shades, to win this part of the exam and eliminate another contestant. Eventually he met up with Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari fighting against other students as well. Is that Aoyama? Kirishima said with his hardening quirk activating and fighting against a green panther. Hi guys. Yuga greeted. Shining bastard. Bakugo muttered as he grabbed the head of a cow-headed student and exploded their head. He let them fall to the ground as they fainted. You Aoyama. Nice to see another one of us here. Kaminari said as he fired off electricity and shocked 3 enemy students. Yuga was suddenly shot at from behind by a strange substance. He dodged and someone appeared from above and kicked down towards him with a diving kick after the weird projectile that was shot at him. Nice reactions. They complimented. Yuga kept silent and focused on the spider-themed opponent. Not much of a talker, huh? Well, that's fine too. I'll be eliminating you now. No hard feelings, bud. He said while shrugging his shoulder and leaping towards Yuga. Yuga rushed forward and before the slender boy could land, attempted to punch him from where he would be landing. The boy agilely twisted his torso and avoided the attack while kicking at Yuga after landing. Yuga ducked and turned around with a straight punch that was also narrowly avoided. Yuga then began his offensive assault and continued to let off punch after punch at the student. But it seemed no matter how many punches he sent or how fast they got, the boy was capable of just barely dodging them. Whoa! You're good. Even I'm having a hard time keeping up with you. Do you work out? He asked while seemingly still joking around. Yuga continued to not respond as he continued to rapidly punch at the boy who was slowly beginning to get tired. Hey, isn't this enough now? We can just call it quits now, you know. If you're getting tired you can tell me, bro. The kid said before attempting to hop away and gain some distance from the untiring sparkling beast. Yuga shot a laser beam in the boy's direction that just slightly missed and only grazed the boy's costume. You might want to work on that aiming, Twinkles. He joked before suddenly. Ack. He was shot in the back by Yuga's laser that deflected off of his shades that he threw earlier in the fight and knocked to the ground. Yuga walked over and eliminated the spider boy who couldn't even move anymore. You got me good. Yuga Aoyama. Even with my arachnid senses, I didn't see that coming. It was nice fighting with you. I didn't respond before because I didn't know if your quirk could be activated by me responding. He explained. Weirdo. That would be a pretty awesome quirk though. The boy said as he accepted his loss and fainted. Yuga wiped off the sweat on his forehead with a relieved smile on his face. I got this. Boom. A figure appeared, crashing from the sky, and into the middle of the bridge. "Where's that fucking squinty-eyed gnat?" A very familiar voice shouted. "Antoine. Why are you still here?" Yuga asked, knowing how easy it should have been for Antoine to win already. "Duh. To fuck some bitches up," he replied as one of his tentacles snaked towards a student and smashed them into the metal bars on the side of the bridge. "It's the cheater from the sports festival. Get those UA students." "Nice going, Neil. Now they're teaming up against us," Kaminari complained. "Deal with it, you fucking pussy. This should be your greatest chance." In fact, Antoine muttered before one of his tentacles snatched up Kaminari and threw him towards the horde of incoming students. "You crazy jerk. I'll never forgive you," he shouted while his body sparked and electrified before letting off a huge electrical discharge and taking out a large portion of the students on the bridge and afterwards having his brain short-circuit from the overload of electricity. "Yay," he repeated while raising his thumbs up and drooling. "Afro bastard. Don't get in my way or I'll blast you as well." "Whatever, princess. I'll be gone in a second," Antoine said as he appeared over the purple-haired flesh-manipulating quirk kid. He had his robo-bugs take his blood before taking off towards the main area where Midoriya was. He had to deal with a certain crazy fan-favorite villain and store a few more quirks. He took out his glider from behind his back, inventory, and took off. Humph. I guess he really did leave in a second. I wonder what he even came here for. Kirishima said, eliminating his second contestant and winning the first part of the exam. "Take Drooly and make him take some of these mobs out," Bakugo ordered as he also eliminated his second person and winning the round. Antoine soon appeared over the completely demolished rocky terrain and spotted Midoriya and a naked girl fighting. He grinned as he leapt off of his glider and towards the disguised villain. She managed to spot him just in time before he landed and dodged his grab. Antoine continued to swipe and grab at the naked villain who managed to just barely stay out of his reach. "Neil," Midoriya said, surprised. "Hey, you were willing to play around with that cabbage-headed fuck but not give the time of day for me?" Antoine said while continuing to grab at her. "You're not my type. Go away," she responded in complete disinterest. "Well, I'm not particularly interested in Yanderas either, but we can still bang, okay? Your body is lit as fuck," Antoine said as suddenly fired a round bullet into her gut and caused her to groan in pain before taking off and exiting the battlefield. "That tracker should last me a while. Toga's pretty prominent later on in the story, so she won't die before that tracker can become useful," Antoine thought. "Thanks, Neil. But did you know her?" Midoriya asked. "Yeah. I guess you can say something like that," he answered disinterestedly before taking off as Zero and Uraraka showed up. "I just can't understand what drives him," Midoriya muttered. "What was that, Deku?" Uraraka asked. He shook his head before teaming up with the two to win the first part of the exam. Antoine appeared on the chaotic battlefield. "Hey, race a UA student ripe for the taking. Come for me," he shouted before vanishing and clotheslining into a student's throat and knocking him away into a bunch of other kids. "Get him and the others." Antoine gut punched a student into the air and appeared above him before double-fisting hammer punching their back and launching them into the ground. He dodged a pink orb aimed for his head and kneed another student in their chest and took their breath away. They dropped to the ground incapacitated as Antoine was assaulted on all fronts. He only laughed as he continued to mercilessly crush the other students while his bugs drained the blood of certain ones. "Pop goes the weakling," Antoine joked as he stomped a student into the ground and then grabbed their unconscious body to beat other students with. "Hey, isn't he your friend? Why is he hitting you? Come save him. Don't run away," Antoine taunted as he used the unconscious body of their friend to beat other students with before throwing them towards a fleeing student. Another projectile was heading towards him according to Lackey, but he already sniffed out the object beforehand. He ducked and was about to pummel the person who threw it, but the boomerangs returned back and headed straight for his head. He avoided them again, but they just homed in on him as they turned around. Fine. You wanna play with toys? I'll show you toys. Antoine said as he reached into his lab coat, inventory, and pulled out 2 completely smoothed out tonfas. His tentacles caught the boomerangs and crushed them into pieces as Antoine twirled the 2 sticks and turned them into miniature helicopter blades. They eventually reached the owner of the boomerangs and he dodged them despite their terrifying speed and spinning, but before he knew it they doubled back and struck him in the back and side. He shouted out in agonizing pain as he dropped to the ground. Antoine smirked. You're not the only asshole who can control thrown projectiles, he said as the sticks returned back to Antoine. Antoine looked over the terribly destroyed and chaotic battlefield and managed to spot a few members of his class. Heh. Idiots. Aoyama isn't here to bring you all together this time. I wonder how things will turn out without Sparkles shooting his laser into the sky. Antoine murmured as his glider flew down towards him. He hopped on and flew in the sky before hearing someone yell something. Isn't that Neil? Mineta asked. That is him. We have to follow him. If we can see it, everyone else can see it too. You bastards. Don't fucking come to me. Antoine yelled as the previously split-up members of Class A came together at his location along with the fallen bodies of his untagged victims. You lucky bastards. You all owe me for this. Mineta, Ida, Koda, Tokoyami, Sato, Ojiro, and Ishido. Antoine yelled as they eliminated the people he crushed earlier and passed this round. Antoine tentacles stretched and eliminated 2 people below from on top of his glider and flew towards the winner's ground. 100 participants have made it. It's over. WOEE, it's over. And now, though it saddens us, we must usher the examinees who failed off the premises. The announcer said. In the ante-room. All right. UDATA members cheered together. Oh my god, this is awesome. Everybody in UA made it through to the next phase. Antoine rubbed his head in annoyance. Lucky bastards, although, that was pretty fun. Antoine softly smiled thinking back on his use of Broly's fighting style he uploaded into Lackey. I gained a few nice skills as well. Throwing LV1, you have learned how to throw things. Congrats. If you keep throwing things enough you'll be able to throw a dart at an ant in complete darkness. Or throw an ant with the force of a cannonball. The possibilities are endless. 2% damage increase in all thrown projectiles. 2% speed increase in all thrown projectiles. 1% accuracy increase. More effects will be added as this skill is increased in rank. Basic hand-to-hand combat LV1, you walked onto the path of a brawler. Continue honing your fighting skills and soon you will be able to defeat even the heavens themselves in combat. 2% damage increase thorough weaponless combat. 2% attack speed increase. 3% increase to STR and VIT. Kick mastery LV1, so, you like using your legs eh? Keep that up and no one will be able to contest you in a battle of skill. 5% damage increase through all kicks. 5% attack speed increase when using legs to attack. More effects will be added as this skill is increased in rank. Grapple Mastery LV1, oh yeah brother. You have begun the path of a true close combat fighter. All types of grabs and hold are yours to eventually master. If you keep at it you'll become the greatest fighter in the world. 5% damage increase through all grab attacks. 2% defense increase during combat. More effects will be added as this skill is increased in rank. Muscle Augmentation Quirk LV1, you have somehow managed to acquire 2 quirks. This quirk gives its user the ability to manipulate and amplify their muscles. With the Craftsman System, improving this quirk to unknown heights is now possible. 3% increase in AGL, VIT, STR. Can manipulate muscles. Can amplify muscles. More effects will be added as this skill is increased in rank. Body Combat Mastery LV1, so you like to fight wild huh? Using your head, elbow, arms, and even chest to fight against opponents. Mastering this skill will allow you to fight against swordsmen and even bullets with just your tongue. 5% damage increase through all attacks that aren't the hands and legs. 2% defense increase during combat. More effects will be added as this skill is increased in rank. Artillery LV1, Kaboom. So you like to fire weapons of mass destruction and small destruction? This skill will help you increase the amount of annihilation you can cause through your various artillery weapons. 2% damage increase through all artillery weaponry. All artillery shells have a 2% chance of exploding twice. 1% explosion range increase through all artillery shells. Taunting LV5, you really like upsetting people. And this skill will help you do it even better. As this skill gets more and more experience, you'll be able to drive anyone into an uncontrolled rage. 5% chance of enraging target and forcing them into a mindless rage. 15% chance of enraging target and forcing them into a state of anger. 25% chance of annoying target. 10% defense increase after successfully taunting an opponent. Stats. Name, Antoine Neal. LV 310/31000. Stamina, 400/400. Health, superb. Title, Villain Punisher. Money, $210,000. STR, C-SS, with current equipment. AGL, B, S with current equipment. VIT, C-B plus with current equipment. INT, SS. SHA, C-C plus with current equipment. Luke, C. SP, 44. Chapter 29, the final part of the exam. Ahem. Everyone. The monitor inside the room came on showing the previous exam location. Boom boom boom. The entire multi-terrain erupted into explosions. It was being systematically destroyed all over, all to the mass confusion of the remaining 100 winners. The next exam is the last. You will all act as bystanders and conduct rescue operations at a disaster site. The announcer explained. Antoine whistled before laughing loudly. Looks like you guys are fucked. He mockingly laughed at his own classmates. We didn't do any fucking rescue training. Ha 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 ha. I don't see what's so funny, Neil. You didn't get any rescue training either. Jiro retorted. I trained myself, you bunch of losers. He gloated as the announcer continued his explanation. You will not be acting as ordinary citizens, but as people who have already secured a provisional license. This will be a test of your aptitude for rescue operations. There are people out there, Yuga pointed out. What? Old people and little kids. What are they doing out there? It's dangerous. They just explained that this will be a rescue operation test. For fuck's sake, listen, you dipshits. Antoine muttered loudly, much to the annoyance of some of the others. These folks are in very high demand for all sorts of drills as pros at needing rescue. They're the staff of the Help Us Company, or HUC for short. The announcer explained. I might need a company like that. My robots can simulate life-threatening injuries if I create them too. The folks at HUC are on standby all over the field disguised as casualties, and it's your mission to extricate them. Now, this time you and your rescue efforts will be graded via points. If, at the end of the exercise, you have exceeded the watermark score, you will have cleared the exam. The test starts in 10 minutes, so go use the facilities now if you need to. Antoine pulled out a video game console from his lab coat inventory, and started playing it while waiting. Eventually Shiketsu's students came over towards UA and apologized for one of their friends' behavior. Antoine figured this would be a great time to rile some people up and maybe even gain some taunt skill experience. Antoine threw 2 pieces of bread at the Shiketsu students, one at the disguised toga and the other at the completely haired boy who wanted to make good relations with Yue. Toga managed to catch the bread while giving Antoine stank eyes while the furry boy, Mora, had the bread bounce off his hair. What a shame. A lot more of you managed to make it to this stage than I wanted. Antoine said while walking over. Kneel. Don't be rude. These guys were just about to get on good terms with us. Yaoyorozu said. Who would need to be on good terms with a bunch of fucking trash? You think UA has degraded this far to just associate with any fucking hero school? Know your places and don't embarrass us any further. Antoine said to both his classmates and Shiketsu. Yaoyorozu stepped up as Kirishima, Ojiro, and Siro grabbed Antoine away. Hey, get off me. I'm just telling the truth. UA will be number 1 as long as I'm part of the school. He shouted as Kaminari began apologizing for Antoine's behavior. I'm so sorry about that. He doesn't speak for any of us. We would love to be on friendly terms with Shiketsu. She smiled while shaking Mora, the hair extension quirk guy's, hand. Mora rubbed the back of his head confused but accepting the apology and walking away with the others. Antoine was about to fiercely break free from the 3 boys until an alarm started blaring inside the room. A terrorist attack by villains have unfolded. The scope of the damage encompasses the entirety of X City, and the collapsed buildings have injured a great many. You fuckers are lucky the exam is starting or I would have kicked all 3 of your asses. Antoine said, shaking off the 3. Come on, man. You don't gotta make enemies with everyone you see. Kirishima said. For real. We can just be chill sometimes. Kaminari agreed. Antoine ignored them as the building opened up again. The damage to the roads is severe, causing considerable delays to the first responders. The heroes on the scene must lead the rescue efforts until they make it there. Save as many lives as you can, even if it's just 1. The announcer said as the 100 students barreled towards the injured civilians. Antoine switched to the AGL series of his hero costume and was one of the firsts to arrive on the scene. He saw one of the judges crying his eyes out with blood dripping down his face and breathing irregular. My grandpa. You got to save him. I have a soft spot for children but not actors. Although I can't afford to lose points by acting honestly. Time to place my faith in my LV.3 acting skill. Antoine prayed as he changed his entire personality. Acting LV3, you're able to play nearly any character you want. Build this skill up higher to become the greatest actor or manipulator ever known. All interactions will have a 6% chance of the recipient having a positive view of the user. Has a slightly low chance of having people believe you're acting. Antoine smiled in a comforting way. Are you alright, little man? Look at me. Antoine asked as the boy continued to scream about his grandfather but also following Antoine's commands as he made sure if the boy was okay. Don't worry, little dude. I'll go save your grandpa right away, but for now I gotta make sure you're safe. Come on, let's go and you'll see your awesome grandpa in no time. He said while his tentacle detached and carried the boy in a safe and secure manner while returning to the scene of the crime and saving more people. How the hell did your old ass get stuck up there? Antoine muttered while looking at a woman hanging off the side of a tilted building. She was screaming for help as her grip was slowly loosening more and more. Antoine flew up with his glider and picked up the old lady before slowly flying towards the makeshift evac center. As he gave the elderly woman who was thanking him while trying to stain his lab coat in tears and snot. She's fine for the most part, just a little shuken up. He explained. Thank you. I'll take it from here. One of the heroes taking care of the injured civilian said. Kaboom. Explosions erupted once more around the already destroyed testing field, which caused mass panic among the examinees and the civilians. Finally, time to fucking have some fun. Antoine said as the villains of this exam finally showed up. His tentacles popped off his back and shape-shifted their tips into hands as they began searching and looking for more people to save and rescue. But a few little more rescue points could never hurt. He chuckled while walking towards the villains. Villains have appeared out of the woodworks to give chase. All would-be heroes on the scene, kindly suppress the villains while at the same time continuing relief efforts. The announcer informed. Antoine pulled out a replica of Shao Kahn's war hammer while equipping the STR series of his hero costume and amplifying his muscles secretly. The Kahn's hammer, this long-handled hammer with a heavy metal head, was created based on the design of the original one. Due to being crafted with decent materials and identical looks to the original, additional effects have been added. Plus 80 STR added to stats when equipped. Plus 75 VIT added to stats when equipped. Able to recall hammer telepathically. Those defeated by the hammer have a 5% chance of having a random skill stolen from their souls. Now let's conquer this realm. Antoine laughed as he smashed his hammer into a single member of Gang Orca's group. The mock villain was launched away like a flying star in a space. He spiraled all the way back through the hole the villains created and took a few additional ones with him. Not bad, kid. But don't you think the mock villain boss was cut off via small ice glacier attack and windstorm? Hey, these fuckers are mine, you dipshits. If you get in my way, I'll kill you both myself. Antoine threatened the two recommendation students before leaping towards the villains and smashing the ground underneath them. The impact from Antoine's war hammer caused the ground to quake and shake before breaking into pieces. The villains were halted in their assault and also mostly unbalanced. Antoine threw his large hammer into the air and threw an icy blue-colored pokeball in the middle of the villains. Before the villains could escape from the strange item, the pokeball exploded into an icy wonderland. The ground and any nearby mock villains were encapsulated in ice, completely incapacitated. Antoine's hammer came crashing down from the sky towards the villain boss, Gang Orca. What an impressive kid, managed to halt our assault all by himself, but I can't let this be too easy. Gang Orca muttered as he used sound waves to blast away Antoine's hammer. He then ran straight to the boy whose hammer managed to return straight to his hand. Antoine swung towards the incoming Orca who used his sound waves to combat against Antoine's strangely powerful strength. His henchmen, or sidekicks, began shooting their cement guns at Antoine, Todoroki, and Inasa. Inasa and Todoroki began trying to fight against villains, but since they were at odds with each other they ran into some problems. Antoine also couldn't completely focus on Gang Orca thanks to his henchmen backing him up. The numerous cement bullets coming towards him didn't allow him to fully give his all in attacking Gang Orca, and he was blasted away by the villain's sonic waves. Those side kicks are really cool. I guess this is why they tell you in every game to get rid of the mooks first before you try and take out the main boss, Antoine muttered while lying on the ground. Suddenly he felt a fierce heat heading straight towards him. He looked up and saw a wave of fire coming to engulf him into a fiery embrace. You've got to be kidding me, Antoine muttered as he saw Midoriya coming to try and save him. Antoine grabbed the boy's hand and slammed him into the ground before swinging his hammer straight at the wave of fire and extinguished it with powerful winds created by his hammer. He then glared at both Todoroki and Inasa while running his thumb across his throat. He then helped up Midoriya. My bad, cabbage head. I just couldn't possibly let myself be saved in such a pathetic manner. I appreciate the gesture though. Take this. Antoine pulled out a regular-looking watch that automatically attached itself to Midoriya's wrist. Midoriya looked on, completely freaked out at the strange moving watch, but didn't refuse Neil's gift. He was more freaked out by the fact that Neil apologized and even treated him like a decent human being. Midoriya watched as those tentacles that were originally part of Neil's costume flying around carrying and saving people. The two distracted recommendation students were made incapacitated by Gang Orca after Antoine recovered, and now Antoine and Midoriya stood against the remaining mock villains and their boss. That watch will boost certain attributes depending on the time. 12 to 3 will boost agility. 4 to 7 will boost vitality. 8 to 11 will boost strength. Antoine explained as Gang Orca was suddenly engulfed in a fire tornado and him and Midoriya started taking out the henchmen. Thanks Neil. Midoriya said while thinking that maybe Neil isn't as horrible as he thought. Maybe he's just misunderstood. Eventually the rest of the students that were capable of fighting joined in with Antoine and Midoriya, helping them fight back the mock villains while the non-combatant heroes continued evacuating the civilians. Before long Antoine and Midoriya were standing in front of a freed Gang Orca while Inasa and Todoroki were about to be eliminated by the villain boss. Although it's a bit unfair, get ready to get fucking murdered villain. Antoine threatened with a grin on his face and his hammer over his shoulder. We'll stop you Gang Orca. Midoriya added with green lightning surging across his body. The two charged towards him with Antoine taking the lead. Antoine appeared underneath Gang Orca and swung upwards towards his chin while Midoriya snuck from the side and kicked from behind. Gang Orca used sound waves to clash against Antoine's strike and blocked with his metal gauntlet against Midoriya's kick. If I could have your attention please. All station members of HUC have been rescued from the crisis area. This may be considerably selfish of me, but with that I must bring these provisional license examination to a close. The announcer said. Antoine clicked his tongue in annoyance as he stared at the number 10 ranked pro hero. I'll get you next time fish face. Antoine said while walking off. Orcas are mammals. Not fish. Midoriya muttered softly. Shut the fuck up you nerd. I know what fucking dolphins are. Antoine shouted. How did he hear me from all the way over there? Midoriya jumped in surprise. I'm looking forward to your future achievements kid. Shame I had to wear this restrictive protector on. Gang Orca said. Still would have kicked your ass. Antoine said softly as his tentacles returned back to him and attached themselves back onto the back of his costume. After we tally the scores, I will present the results of the examination to you all here. Those who have suffered injuries, please direct yourselves to the medical office. The rest of you, please change back into your normal clothes and await further instructions. Thank you. The announcer said. Everyone did as the announcer instructed and a couple of minutes later returned back to the field. I wonder how I did, Yuga said slightly anxious. I'm nervous too. I wonder if they managed to catch my sweet rescues. Toru said shaking with excitement and nervousness. Those assholes better attribute my tentacles as part of my rescue, Antoine muttered. I couldn't show off my first aid techniques because none of them were really injured. Toru said sadly. It would have been more helpful if they were actually injured. I fucking hate ketchup. Antoine said rubbing his nose. Still don't like ketchup. Yuga laughed. Fuck off you sparkling bastard. Everyone has different taste buds and mine say that ketchup tastes like cock and balls. How do you know what that tastes like? Toru asked teasingly. How do you know Antoine? Been tasting some cock and balls lately. Yuga added on. Shut up you fucking tards. Antoine yelled angrily before also laughing with those two dumbasses. That was a good one. They are learning some terrible habits from me. The group was eventually calmed down as one of the judges walked up on stage ready to present their results. In terms of how we went about evaluating you, between us members of the Hero Public Safety Commission and our colleagues from the HUC, we had two systems of point deduction that were combined to evaluate your performance. In short, we were examining both the quality and nature of your conduct in situations of crisis. The names of those who passed the examination will be displayed here in alphabetical order. With all that in mind, please go ahead and review the results yourself. The board behind him lit up and turned on before revealing a list of 100 students' names. Antoine, Toru, and Yuga all saw their names on the boards. Yay! Toru cheered. I passed. I really did it. Without leaning on anyone either. I really am progressing. Yuga claimed while clutching his fist in joy. Like any other outcome could have possibly happened. Antoine said smugly as the class began consoling Bakugo and Todoroki. Antoine grinned as wide as he could before walking over. But before he could enact his plan, he was swiftly stopped by both Toru and Yuga. You traitors! Let me make fun of them. Princess and Icy Hot have to be made fun of. I'll kill you later, Todoroki, for almost charring me. Antoine yelled as he was taken away by his best friends. Ahem. All participants, have you had a chance to confirm the results? Moving right along now, we will distribute some handouts. The specifics of your scoring are described there in great detail, so please look over them carefully. The examiner said as men in black suits started handing out folders. Antoine, kneel. One of the black suits asked while handing him his folder. Ahahaha, 99 points. Me. Have you blind fucks realized yet that I'm the greatest? Antoine gloated to his classmates, who expressed explicit disbelief and shock before Antoine showed them. The cutoff line was 50 points. We utilized a point reduction system to determine your scores. You can read over the various actions and behaviors which resulted in a deduction of your points, followed by how many points were deducted for each one. How did he get 99 points? Ida said, completely shocked. I'm surprised as well. Shoji said. He only lost a point because he harmed a fellow teammate. Mineta said. Who did he attack? Uraraka asked, concerned. Midoriya chuckled nervously before bringing attention to himself. It's fine. I'm sure Neil didn't mean to do it on purpose. He excused. I got 95. Toru shouted. 93 for me. It seems I could have smiled a bit more and acted more reassuring when rescuing the old people. Antoine shrugged his shoulders as the examiner began talking again after everyone looked at their scores. To all of the participants who passed, from now on, depending on the nature of the emergency, your new position will grant you the authority to exercise privileges equal to that of pro-heroes. That is to say, combat against villains, conducting disaster and accident relief, and the like. Even without orders from pro-heroes, you are now able to act at your own discretion. However, with that power comes an even greater responsibility to society, which with every individual action you take, will grow even larger. You do well to remember that. Blah blah blah, sum it up already, you drowsy-eyed fuck, Antoine softly said, annoyed, while Yuga was listening wholeheartedly and Toru also listening intently. And lastly, to all those who were not fortunate enough to pass. You do not have the luxury of allowing yourselves to become dejected over losing too many points. There is still a chance remaining for you all. After first attending a special training course in March, if you produce strong results on your individual tests, we intend to issue all of you provisional licenses as well. Eventually, everyone left with those who gained their licenses in high spirits and those who failed getting motivated to try even harder in the special course in March. Mission completed. Gain 10 gear effects and 2000 EXP. Choose which reward you would like, 20 block of adamantium or vibranium. Vibranium. Antoine said as he received all of the rewards and quickly looked inside his inventory to see 20 blocks of vibranium and 10 gear effects. Inventory. He pulled up. Freezing gear effect, random gear effect, boosting gear effect, vampiric gear effect, vicious gear effect, speedy gear effect, advancing gear effect, defensive gear effect, charisma gear effect. I'm going to be up all night. Labeling all the blood, deciding what to make with this vibranium, choosing which gears should receive gear effects, which skills I should use as experience for mixing certain items, and using up my skill points finally. I'm going to be a new man, or at least half of a new man. I doubt I'm going to get even half of my current plans done by tomorrow. I only got a couple of hours. I need to hurry. Antoine took off towards his secret lab underneath his store and started work alongside his android lab assistants who take care of things while he's gone. Antoine looked over his plant test subjects and saw that none of them manages to manifest a quirk or anything like it quite yet, but his animal test subjects have already shown signs of awakening. He watched as a white mouse emitted a strange gas from its body and caused the other nearby mice to fall asleep. A different cage held a rabbit completely covered in sharp thorns. Any thorns removed were immediately replaced by another thorn. However, it seems it couldn't continuously replace the thorns forever. After enough thorns are destroyed, the rabbit starts bleeding if it tries to create more forcefully and now has the appearance of a regular rabbit. Asterisk own. 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 Own, asterisk. The monkeys have breached containment. All on-site personnel please head to the mammals area. A robotic voice shouted over the alarm via intercom. I guess I should have replaced that glass with stronger material capable of diffusing or spreading out physical force better, Antoine muttered as he headed over to the rampaging monkeys. He eventually came face to face with the group of troublemakers making a mess of the hallway and almost leaving the mammal area. One primate had bones projected outwardly from his body. The second one's skin was red and steaming. The third one had their arms disconnected but attached through lengthened connective tissue. The last one was capable of taking out its spine and having it regrow within seconds and was waving it around like a stick while beating anything near it. While I'm insanely happy at the number of various quirks I'm seeing, I'm not a fan of beating animals. He said with a hypocritical smile on his face as he headed towards the group of primates. The monkeys started hooting and hollering before running towards Antoine ready to attack him together. The steaming monkey was much faster than the others and pounced at Antoine before he could even blink. He was tackled and taken to the ground as the monkey was about to start clawing his face. Oof. That speed was surprising. Antoine muttered as he headbutted the monkey off of him and launched towards other monkeys. Antoine then pulled out a black gun and fired at the pile of monkeys. A net shot out of the muzzle and entangled the creatures. Even with their quirks, the animals weren't capable of freeing themselves from the strengthened net and were soon sedated by the armed security androids in the lab. Well, it's time for crafting and science. He shouted before getting to work. Chapter 30, Slice of Life Chapter. And Plot Progression. The next day. Antoine barely made it to school on time after staying up all night. He accidentally skipped the opening ceremony before class. Thankfully no one managed to catch him and he made it into class without anyone being the wiser. Nothing in particular happened today in class except with Aizawa-sensei explaining about hero internships. Hero internships are basically hero activities done off campus. A more formal and serious version of the field training done after the sports festival. What was the point of trying so hard at the sports festival then? The hero internships are an opportunity for you to make use of the connections you made at the sports festival. They're not linked to classes at all, but rather managed at the discretion of students themselves. That being the case, if you made no such connections at the sports festival, I imagine it'd be very difficult to participate in such activities. In the past, each office would conduct their own recruiting efforts, but it often caused a lot of trouble because they would fight over UA students. And that's why it is the way it is now. Aizawa answered. Oh. I understand now. Now Present Mike will be taking over for first period now. Aizawa said as he walked away with a very eager and loud Present Mike coming in. The rest of the day was spent learning and soon school was over. Antoine, Toru, and Yuga were inside Toru's dorm room. Yuga was laying on the bed throwing some bandages in the air and catching it while Toru and Antoine were playing on her video game console. Ha 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 ha, how do you like, you fucking noob? Eat my fucking shoddy bitch. Antoine cackled into the gaming headset. He. You need to play better than that if you want to kill me. Toru giggled into the mic. The two of them were playing an online first-person shooter and partied up to play against other players around the world. The two teams were separated into teams of 8 and currently Antoine was MVP for his team while Toru came a very close second behind him in terms of placement on the scoreboard. Fuck up noob. I fucking eat your mother pussy. Mother bitch. An opposing player on the enemy team insulted. Antoine had a wide grin on his face as he stared at the screen while moving his hands like a gaming legend. Maybe talk shit when you can get a kill, you fucking 0 to 10 piece of shit. Antoine responded back. Can you guys stop being so toxic? It's just a game. Shut up noob. You suck dick. The foreign player from earlier cursed. Yeah, shut the fuck up you little pussy bitch. Ooh, stop being toxic. Ooh, my feeling are being hurt. Ooh, I'm in need of a desperate cock in my ass. Antoine mocked his voice. Toru was laughing her ass off as Antoine, the foreigner, and the peacemaker, went back and forth all throughout the match. I'll just report and mute you guys. I don't know why I even bothered talking in the first place, the peacemaker said as he went silent. You are little bitch. Only bitch noob report and mute. The foreigner continued to yell with his low-quality mic. Yeah. Fucking do it you little pussy-ass bitch. Run away and hide like you probably do in real life. Antoine added on as the peacemaker suddenly left the game. It was at this point that Antoine, Toru, the foreigner, and a few others inside the match laughed after realizing the peacemaker left the server. Ahahahaha, the motherfucker quit. And he said I was taking this game too seriously. Antoine hollered over the mic. Ha ha ha. Toru couldn't control herself either and started laughing over the mic as well. Eventually Antoine's team won the match and he received a friend request from the foreigner with the shitty mic. Of course, he accepted it and Antoine and Toru started looking for another lobby to join. After a couple of hours later, the two stopped playing video games and decided to go see a movie late at night with Yuga. I've been wanting to see this movie for so long. Toru said excitedly as the trio walked to the movie theaters. Yeah, I can't believe we finally got around to get up and actually go see it. Yuga said. Well, there's just so many great things to watch on Netflix and other streaming programs like it. Antoine pointed out. Yeah, that's true. But we need to get out more often though. Even though we're training to be heroes, that doesn't mean we can't have a little fun and act our age at the same time. Toru said as Antoine paid for their tickets for the movie and went inside the movie theater. They had around half an hour before their movie started and decided to play a few of the arcade games to pass the time. Thanks for paying for us, Antoine. Yuga said as he inserted a token into the air hockey machine. Yeah. If you really want to pay me back, just hook me up with a fine little piece of S, alright? Antoine responded, putting in his own token into the machine. The air hockey table whirred to life as Antoine and Yuga grabbed their strikers. Yuga placed the puck on the table. Toru was behind them playing one of those shooting arcade games where you shoot at aliens, dinosaurs, skeletons, or whatever creature the game was based on that jumped on the screen and came towards you. She held a large toy futuristic gun attached to the arcade machine while firing at whatever enemy appeared on the screen. Sometimes growling in anger when accidentally shooting friendlies that popped up on the screen. I don't think I could do that. Not to mention that I don't even know any girls really except for Toru. Yuga said seriously as he knocked the puck forward. Come on, Yuga. A handsome fit bastard like you has to have women just waiting in lines for you. I definitely noticed some of the girls in class staring from time to time. Antoine smiled as he returned the puck back to Yuga. No way, he answered back, not believing it in the slightest. Who? He asked after a few seconds. Antoine grinned as Yuga's skill was decreasing the more he distracted the boy. I could name a few. Antoine intentionally dragged on. Like who? There's no way one of the girls could be interested in me, Yuga said, still obviously very interested in which girls were looking at him. Antoine scored a point on the mentally distracted teen in puberty and soon the second round began. I mean, I know for a fact that what's-her-name looks at you nearly every day in class. What was her name again? Antoine asked himself as he exaggeratedly strained to think of which girl it could have been. Yuga would have figured out that Antoine was messing with him if he was in a better state of mind because both he and Toru know that Antoine doesn't forget anything and can recall any piece of information from his memory. Is it Ashido? Azui? Jiro? Or Yaoyorozu? He sprouted off as Antoine scored a second point on him. He slammed the puck on the table as Antoine continued to mess with him. NHNNNN, he groaned, acting as if he didn't know which girl was which. I think it was. Antoine saw the puck coming towards him and Yuga's left side defense was completely open. Uraraka! Antoine shouted as he struck the puck as hard as he could into Yuga's open left side. Impossible! Yuga yelled back as he returned Antoine's attack with a fierce counterattack. The puck seemingly vanished as Yuga returned the shot and scored into Antoine's goal, making the score 2-1. Antoine looked on in disbelief and shock at the fact that Yuga managed to score a goal on him. Uraraka likes Midoriya. Now I know you're just messing with me. Yuga shouted as a fierce blue light of fire sparkled in his eyes, intent on gaining revenge on Antoine. Hey, wait a minute, Yuga, my best bud, my best pal. Antoine tried to calm down the enraged boy who's had his feelings played with. Antoine placed the puck on the table and hit it towards Yuga's side. Yuga seemingly uppercut with his striker, struck the puck into Antoine's goal like a meteor crashing through the atmosphere. The table jingled as it tallied the score to 2-2 and Yuga's fighting spirit ablaze. Antoine realized it was do or die time. There was no way he was capable of taking the victory with Yuga in that state. Unless. Antoine started chuckling as he secretly buffed his muscles up without changing his outer appearance too much and placed the puck on the table and fired off towards Yuga's goal with a newfound speed. Yuga returned the shot back towards Antoine and the two engaged in a high-speed game of air hockey. Clang! I didn't think you would sink so low, Antoine. He hit the puck with enough force to cause the striker to crack. You know exactly how far I would go to win. Antoine responded back as he launched the puck so hard it seemingly vanished while his striker also cracked from the large amount of strength being used on it. You might be right, but that's still a crappy thing to do. He returned the basically unseeable shot and caused his striker to crack even more. Most likely unable to handle another shot similar to that last one. You are 2 lives too late to lecture me about what's crappy and what's not. He blasted the unbelievably fast puck back towards Yuga's goal and caused his striker to be on the verge of destruction. What does that even mean? Who knows? Yuga struck his striker against the puck and had it shatter from the impact. Antoine returned the puck back with a destructive counter and also had his striker crumble into pieces. However, the game wasn't over yet just because their pucks were destroyed. Yuga refused to be stand down over this. He will show Antoine the error of his ways by defeating him in this arcade sports game. Yuga sent a right straight towards the incoming puck with just his fist and launched it towards Antoine. You fucking sparkling bastard. Antoine shouted in defeat as the puck struck against his chest and knocked him all the way into the opposite side of the room. His muscle quirk softened much of the blow against the wall for him but didn't lessen the blow of the huge defeat he suffered against Yuga one bit. He hung his head down in anger and regret. That desperate piece of shit. Antoine cursed as a hand suddenly appeared in front of his face. Yuga stood over the downed Antoine with a relieved smile on his face and his hand held out. Let's go watch that movie now. Antoine slapped his hand and got up. Yeah, whatever. You got lucky, punk. I'll win next time. Antoine muttered before calling Toru over. The three went to see their movie and left behind a few new marks at their local theater. The remains of 2 red strikers, a missing puck, and an unbelievable new high score added to the Predators vs. Unidentified Beings arcade game. 3 days later. Antoine was watching as his classmates faced off against the Big Three. Togata, the intangibility quirk guy with the vault guy face from that one game. Hado, the very blunt and endlessly curious girl with the shockwave quirk. And lastly the shy one, Amajiki, who could assimilate characteristics of whatever he has previously ate that's still in his system. Antoine wondered if he ate a human would he gain the ability to manifest a second brain, or heart, or limbs. It was a rather dark line of thinking but interesting nonetheless. Why aren't you two out there? Aizawa asked. I haven't obtained my provisional license yet. Todoroki explained. I'm not getting my ass kicked. I haven't made something to counter that broken-ass quirk without any gear on me. Antoine responded. You won't be able to prepare for everything out on the field, Neil. Aizawa told him. With enough experience I will. I mean, after seeing Vault Boy over there, I now will have something to prepare for opponents who can phase through things. Antoine replied. What if you're in a position where you meet an opponent whose quirk you didn't prepare for? Todoroki asked. It wouldn't matter. Unless they have reality-bending powers, time powers, or something like that, I can handle mostly anything that comes at me. Antoine said, while to Aizawa and Todoroki it sounded like the bragging of an arrogant genius who hasn't been taught a lesson yet. After Togata completely wiped out Class A, school continued on as normally and ended soon after. Antoine brought Toru and Yuga to his secret lab with a creepy grin on his face. He avoided any areas where his test subjects were and brought them to the area he wanted. He evilly laughed as they arrived in a small white room. So. Yuga. Toru. What did you think of Vault Boy? Vault Boy? Yuga asked confused. Oh my god, he does look like him. Toru suddenly realized. Togata. Antoine clarified. He's really strong. Really strong, Yuga said, touching his bruised stomach. Yeah, he's amazing. He worked so hard to become that strong. I'll have to step up on my training as well. Toru decided, now motivated to work even harder. I'm glad you said that, Toru. I've put together a training plan just for you two. You see. Vault Boy is incredibly powerful, but how is that? His quirk just allows him to phase through things and become intangible. But why was he strong enough to incapacitate both Midoriya and his superpower quirk and a hardened Kirishima with just his bare fist? That's because of All Might's previous sidekick. Sir Night Eye composed an inhumane training regimen for Mirio and allowed him to gain his inhuman body, prediction skills, and vast mastery over his quirk. Antoine explained in a grandly excited manner. Wow. I guess anyone that's involved with All Might has to be impressive. Toru commented. Are you planning on having us on a training plan that's similar to Mirio's training? Yuga asked. Correctamundo. I've recently devised a serum that will completely heal any damages to the body as long as the drinker has enough energy. Somewhat like Recovery Girl's quirk but without the threat of death. If you don't have enough energy, the serum will simply not work and your body won't be healed. I will be using this serum and giving it to you too after a long, intense and terrible training session that will break your body and possibly mind apart. But that's if you two want to try it out. Toru and Yuga looked at each other for a second and then looked back at Antoine. Well, of course we'll do it. Toru replied. You won't catch me missing any chance of getting stronger. Yuga answered. Fantastic. I'll turn you both into superhuman capable of punching through steel itself, running faster than people with speed quirks, and tough enough to withstand the weight of buildings. The limits of the human body are meant to be broken and overcame. Through science and willpower. Willpower. Toru and Yuga shouted along with him just as excited. So, Antoine had the two begin their insane training programs as multiple androids scanned their vitals and bodies amidst their training. If any signs of danger is present, the training will be stopped and the medical androids dressed in pink would take care of them till they recovered enough to start the training again. They were nicknamed Nurse J and all looked very similar to each other, as if twin sisters. It was nearing nighttime and Antoine had the two stop. Toru and Yuga dropped to the ground unable to move a single muscle as Antoine fed them the serum. Their bodies twitched and spasmed in an unnatural manner for a few seconds after swallowing the bright blue serum, and soon they were capable of moving again. Arrrrrrrrr. Their stomachs growled with the intensity of a starving dragon and their eyes turned red. Food! They demanded. Antoine led them to a large table filled with various foods. All the food were all part of a proper balanced diet with no unnecessary or unhealthy food added in the mix. Drool flowed out of their mouths like a waterfall before they pounced on the food like starving lions. Antoine laughed as he went into the kitchen. I guess making this bad boy wasn't a waste of time after all. He slapped the stove as he grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge. Enhanced stove. This kitchen appliance has been created with the intention of enhancing all food prepared on or inside of this item. 25% increase in quality of cooked foods. 40% increase in taste of all finished products. 20% decrease in time needed to finish cooking products. All cooked products give a moderate mood boost when eaten. Cannot stack. Antoine returned back into the makeshift dining room and saw a huge-bellied Toru and Yuga lying on the middle of the table. They had a perpetual smile on their face as they rolled around like pigs. All the food was gone or reduced to the parts you don't eat. That was the greatest food I've ever tasted. Toru said aloud. Who made those heavenly delicacies? It's a chef d'oeuvre. Yuga commented. A training plan is nothing without a balanced and proper diet. But everyone knows that eating tasty food is way more important than a crummy diet. That's why I've made the best of the best for my best friends in the whole world. Both healthy and tasty. I love you, Antoine. Toru rolled onto the floor with a bounce. Marry us. Yuga said, holding his stomach in a blissful manner. Yeah, I'm the best in the world, I know. Come on, you two. We need to get back to the dorms. Antoine said, rolling them out of his secret lab and onto the streets. He grabbed 2 gliders on his way out and gave them to Toru and Yuga as all 3 of them flew back towards the dorms. Whoa! How do I control this thing? Yuga asked, flying clumsily and trying to gain his balance. Use your feet to direct it, lean your body forward, and that's it. You won't fall because your feet are strapped in. Antoine told him as Toru was flying circles around the 2 screaming in joy. Hoo-ho! Eventually the trio made it back to the dorms and fell asleep soon after since they had classes in the morning. A few days later. Antoine applied to intern with Fat Gum along with Kirishima. Amajiki brought them to Fat Gum and he accepted the 2 boys quite easily. There wasn't a test or anything like that necessary. So, Antoine was quite elated at being accepted by the hero despite his hidden objective for even applying with the hero. The group was currently patrolling outside. These days all the hoodlums and delinquents have been getting into so many fights. Fat Gum stated while eating a whole tray of takoyaki. Anyway, the hero office here doesn't really like to take up arms. You two are in the right place. He told Kirishima and Antoine. Looking forward to it. Kirishima responded enthusiastically. Sounds good to me. Antoine responded. If only you went after Mirio or Nijire, the way you came after me so forcefully was scary. Amajiki commented about Kirishima. Antoine offered the boy a meal at a local joint to be introduced to Fat Gum's agency and couldn't say no after being pressured by Antoine's shameless personality. Tamaki, we've got to do something about that cruddy mentality of yours. You've got so much talent too. Fat Gum pointed out. That kind of pressure will only bring me down further. He retorted. The group continued their patrol until a civilian shouted out for help. There was a fight nearby and the group dashed over to find out what was happening. The group responsible for making the trouble ran straight into the hero group and were swiftly taken down. Antoine searched and found the guy who was going to shoot Shie-senpai with the bullet that temporarily stops the use of quirks. He ran towards the shooter who had the gun. One of his tentacles caught the bullet in hand mode as Antoine chased after the frightened criminal. "Get away! I said Don, follow me!" he shouted while running to a dead end. "Don't fucking shoot and run, you pussy. I ain't gonna hurt you much." Antoine chuckled as he cornered the man. The criminal realized he had no way out and sprouted 3 small blades along his forearm. He attempted to slice Antoine's throat but was kicked in the stomach before he could. Antoine crossed his arms with an evil smile on his face. "It's not fair. I only pop out 10 centimeters or shorter blades, you know. That's like a cutter knife, so unfair." He sobbed. "I just wanted to save my friends. I'm so stupid. But it's so scary. Ya should praise me for being brave enough to pull the trigger." A few seconds of silence passed by. "Are you fucking retarded? Who would praise a gunman for shooting his gun? In what world does that make sense, you fucking idiot?" Antoine mercilessly berated as his tentacles held down the criminal's arms and legs while he's searching for the treasure he's been looking for this entire time. Eventually he found it on the inside of the villain's shirt pocket and stuffed it into his inventory before any civilians could see him pocketing something. "No! Give that back! It's mine!" he cried out deliriously before being punched in the stomach by Antoine's tentacle and fainting afterwards. "Did you all enjoy the show?" Antoine asked, turning around with a satisfied smile on his face. The people in the alleyway started clapping and cheering for him. "Thanks, kid. Nice going, man. What's your name?" "The ultimate craftsman. The future #1 pro hero," he responded as he handcuffed the criminal's hands and legs while covering his mouth close with a strange piece of silver tape. He had one of his tentacles carry him as he returned back to his group. "I might have to help Kirishima unlock his second form after taking away his plot power-up. Or he'll be useless in the upcoming raid on Overhaul." Antoine thought before sighing. "Fine, I guess I'll help him at least gain the form. But after that he'll have to train on his own. This is only because he helped me gain the hint to evolving or at the very least upgrading quirks for my own." Antoine returned to Fat Gum and the other two with the criminal in hand. "Wow! I'm impressed, Craftsman. You took down the villain, saved Tamaki from being shot, and helped all those people without a single injury or problem. Those little octopus arms of yours are really cool." Fat Gum complimented. "Yeah, Neil, you were awesome. You went straight towards that shooter like a madman. I swear I even thought you were smiling when you went after him." Kirishima pointed out. "Was I really smiling? Such a terrible showing. What kind of senpai am I?" Amajiki said sullenly. "Don't think too much on it, senpai. We all get lucky sometimes, and I guess it was just my turn to be lucky." Antoine comforted him. The group then headed back to the office and separated for the day. Chapter 31, Planning a Rescue and Raid. Some time later. "Me found them. Me found," a excited little girl's voice was cut off as a similarly sized figure shushed her. "Shoo. We can't let them know we found their hideout. We have to make sure they have the thing. Go look through the window but don't get caught." A little boy's voice told her as his body was slowly spinning around. The wild-looking little girl nodded excitedly as she started scaling the building with just her fingers and toes. They dug into the building quite easily and she soon reached the floor the suspicious figures were. She raised her head and looked through the window. "This is all the trigger we could bring on such short notice. Getting imports from Asia isn't that easy, you know. Do you have the cash? Here." The feminine figure threw over a black suitcase slight opened, filled with cash. The scarred huge man with the drugs handed his case over as well. This is when the little girl signaled to her little friend. He nodded before jumping through the window. The little girl followed behind him by pouncing towards the drug case and grabbing it before jumping to the top of the ceiling and digging into it with her claws, making her hang from the ceiling like a monkey. She then placed the handle of the suitcase in her mouth, freeing her hands for combat. Sarah. Make sure they don't take the case. I've called her and she should be here in a few moments. The childish voice said. Who the fuck? Children. Get them. The large burly man said as a group of men started charging inside the room. It's you too. The feminine figure said, slightly shivering. Woman. She scaped. Last time tip-top. Sarah tried to say as one of the goons tossed a black sphere-like object at her. Sarah bounced from the ceiling and pounced towards the guy who threw the strange object at her. He wasn't able to react in time to her unnatural speed and was kicked in the gut by the child robot and launched through the wall. The large criminal charged towards Sarah but was stopped by Tip-Top, who kicked him in the arm and made him slide across the room. That actually kind of hurt, you stinking brat. He said, rubbing his arm. His body started changing as he activated his quirk. His shirt tore apart as white wings sprouted from his back along with a white spiral horn atop his forehead. Haha, what the heck? A big tough guy like you with a freaking Pegasus quirk. Ha 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 ha. Tip-Top laughed as the criminal seemed ready to burst one of the veins on his forehead. The man aimed his horn at Tip-Top before firing a pink beam towards the pocket monster-based android. Tip-Top's body began rapidly spinning, and as the beam made contact with the brown and blue cyclone, it deflected back towards the large man and blasted him out of the window. Ag! He yelled while falling out of the building before suddenly stopping his descent with his wings and slowly hovering in the air, even more pissed than ever. He was about to fly back into the building, but just before he could start rising upward, he was kicked out of the sky and lodged into the ground. Neep. A familiar bird honked as she easily defeated the flying man with a yellow aura swirling around her. She ran up the building and into the room where all the action was taking place to see Sarah and Tip-Top finishing up the rest of the criminals. Sarah had a fiery aura swirling around her while Tip-Top had a light blue icy aura around him. Rawr rawr. Sarah shouted happily as she ran on all fours over to Runner Road with the drug case's handle bit down in her mouth. Tip-Top grabbed the money case and placed it on top of his head, slowly spinning 360 degrees like the rest of his body. Runner Road rubbed Sarah's hair with her foot before motioning the two to get on her back. Sarah crawled up her leg like a bug and Tip-Top jumped up. The trio of androids heard sirens in the distance and vanished without a sound with their objective successfully completed. Sometime later the same day. I assume the mission went well, Medic asked the trio who arrived in the secret lab. Me did it. It is, I did it. Sarah. Did the modifications work as intended? He asked while taking the drug case from Sarah. Yep, document. They worked perfectly. Too bad those guys were so weak, I barely had the chance to use it. Tip-Top stated, unsatisfied. Sarah's blonde hair slowly lifted in the air before bursting flames along with her body. Tip-Top's body started ramping up in speed as he turned into a mini blizzard cyclone. Runner Road reappeared in different spots in the room without even looking like she took a single step. Medic smiled in satisfaction as he started walking down the corridor. I seems our creator's modifications are quite impressive. Not even I know how he managed to harness the power of the elements and more. Such a grand and mysterious individual, Medic said with passion and fierce reverence. Neep. Neep. Runner Road honked. Ah yes. You're right. My apologizes, Runner. Let's not get distracted. Medic refocused. The group walked into a room and were met face to face with a purple-furred adult gorilla. Its body was filled with scars and stitches. As soon as it saw Medic, it went into an absolute rage and began banging on its containment cell. It was a large see-through box type of cell. The amount of strength in its punches caused its cell to violently shake. Sarah growled at the primate and bared her teeth at it while Tip-Top started taunting it. To make sure that you all weren't fooled, we have to test one of them to know if they work. Medic said as he opened the door to the gorilla's cell and calmly closed the door behind him as the gorilla ran full speed towards him. Medic pulled out a few surgical sutures as the beast leapt towards him overhead with its fists intent on smashing him to paste. Medic smoothly avoided the beast's attack and got behind him as his thread wrapped the animal up. It screeched and hollered as it tried to break free from the seemingly normal-looking threads that tied its body up. Eventually, once it figured out that brute force wasn't enough, green smoke began ejecting from its body. Your sleeping gas won't be able to affect me. I have no need for breathing after all, haha. He politely mocked before injecting the creature with the drug known as trigger. The gorilla started screaming even louder than it was earlier before suddenly. Medic's threads passed right through it. Oh ho! It does work. It seems the quirk-enhancing drug managed to advance your sleeping gas quirk into becoming a gaseous being entirely. Medic exclaimed excitedly. The gorilla, now a green gaseous figure shaped like a gorilla, punched forward with its enlarged fist. Medic was sent flying to the other side of the cell from the attack and recovered effortlessly. He dusted off his medical suit as he put away his sutures and pulled out 2 light blue gloves. Slap slap. Now. Let's begin, shall we? The gorilla, seemingly mindless, flew towards Medic intent on smashing him to pieces. The beast wildly punched repeatedly as Medic easily dodged the now even stronger creature. Eventually the creature's mind came back to it as it suddenly used its gas to surround Medic and then capture him. Medic's body was completely immobilized as the creature's gas slowly crushed him. Well done. He smiled. I didn't think you'd be capable of such tactics. But I've gained enough data from you. It's time to put a halt to this line testing. Medic spoke calmly as his hand went into his arm and came back out transformed into a hose. The hose then began sucking up the quirk-using animal's gas body. It screamed and shouted while trying to resist the suction force from the hose but wasn't able to get free itself in time before Medic completely sucked it up. Medic eventually released the gas creature into a sealed jar before exiting from the containment cell and smiling in a satisfied way towards the other 3. I'd say its gas is strong enough to put a herd of elephants to sleep when it only previously capable of making a human sleep for 24 hours at full strength. The mission was a success. I thank you all for your hard work. You may return to your usual activities while I send this to get analyzed. Medic said, holding the case full of trigger. Bye-bye, Medic. Sarah waved as she got on Runner Road's back. See you later, document. I'm going to go see if Smokey is doing anything fun after I give this moolah to the money dudes. Tip-Top said. The 4 androids went along their way and did whatever they usually do when they aren't asked to do something. While on the other side of the secret lab, 3 teenagers were together. I got somewhere to be today, so I won't be able to stick around after you two. The food's already made in the feast room, and the nurses will give you the serum when you're done. Antoine told them even though they were being worked so hard that they couldn't even give him a response. Don't forget to push your quirk to the limit as well. Alright, I'm out, bitches. Got hero shit to do. Antoine said as he left Yuga and Toru in the secret lab and then hopping on his glider and flying off. The Overhaul arc was coming soon and Antoine just had to get his hands on Overhaul's broken-ass quirk. Not to mention that his research with the trigger drug is almost complete. Soon he'll be able to exponentially increase the power of someone's quirk without any side effects. All through a neat device that could attach itself to the wearer. He couldn't wait to test it out himself and maybe even give Yuga and Toru a copy. He was interested in seeing the peak of Yuga's powers and his many stolen quirks at their possible apex. Eventually Antoine made it to the meeting where the heroes and sidekicks were going to talk about saving Eri and raiding Overhaul's hideout. He landed down just as Midoriya, Kirishima, Uraraka, Azui, and the big 3 were about to enter the large building. Senpai. Hardhead. Others. He greeted. Neil is here too. Uraraka exclaimed. Something big has to be going on for sure. Midoriya pointed out. Well, you fuckers ain't gonna figure out standing out here. Let's go in already. Antoine said as he was about to go in through the electronic sliding doors. Hey, wait up, Neil. I wanted to thank you for those badass gloves you gave me and helping me take my quirk one step further. You ran off before I could thank you, man. Kirishima thanked. Relentless battle gloves. These gloves were made based on the ancient battle gauntlets used in ancient Greece boxing competitions. The main intention of this weapon was for the wearer to have an unrelenting offensive assault till their opponent is broken and beaten into submission. Plus 50 STR added to stats when equipped. Plus 50 VIT added to stats when equipped. Consecutive attacks gives an attack speed buff that increases by 5% every critical blow. Critical blows are achieved when attacking an opponent in a debilitating way. Such as breaking a limb, incapacitating blows, eye attacks, and such. Buff lasts for 2 minutes and restarts when a critical blow is achieved. All strikes slightly drains the opponent's stamina. Does not give drained stamina to wearer. Wearer slowly becomes weaker when on the defensive and will progressively get weaker the longer the wearer stays in a defensive position. Antoine looked at him annoyed as Midoriya, Azui, and Uraraka had shocked looks on their faces. But Antoine was actually pretty happy his work was being appreciated, not to mention Midoriya is still wearing his watch he gave him from the provisional exam. Humph. I didn't do it for you, Rockhead. I just can't stand being brought down by others. He snorted before walking inside without them. Does he think that me and Fat Gum are liabilities as well? He gave us some gear too, Amajiki questioned in a sullen mood. Haha, don't worry, senpai. I got a feeling that maybe he's just doing it to protect us in his own special way. Kirishima said while patting Amajiki's back. I kind of have that feeling as well, Kirishima. Midoriya agreed. He's still kind of scary to me though. I mean, did you see the way he took down the shooter in that video? It was so brutal and shocking, Uraraka shivered. It made me a bit scared too. The way he treated that guy and didn't care for a second about his crying and desperate pleas. It makes me shudder thinking about what if he was on the other side. Azui added. Come on now. Is that any way to talk about your fellow classmate? Let's go inside and figure out what we're all needed here for. Togata said, trying to diffuse the negative atmosphere. Inside. Gran Torino, huh? I'm happy even the elderly are still respected in this hero business. You must have a really strong quirk for them to have invited you as well. And hello, sensei. Antoine chatted to Gran Torino and Aizawa. Not a bad guess, kid. He said before turning away while Aizawa greeted him back. Fat Gum. How are the boots so far? Antoine asked. I'm still getting used to them, but they are great. They resize to whatever shape I'm in and now I'm more capable than ever. You're pretty amazing, Neil. Fat Gum complimented. Rocket boots. These boots were made with decent materials and were intended on burst speed rather than constant high-speed movement, long-distance movement, or flight. Plus 30 STR added to stats when equipped. Plus 30 AGL added to stats when equipped. Wearer can use the engine built inside to boost their speeds. Capable of boosting wearer's speed in 3 different speeds. X2, X3, and X4. Higher chance of malfunctioning at higher speeds. Can reform to fit any user. Good to hear. Then the man of the hour came inside the room, Sir Night Eye. Thanks to all of the information you supplied, the investigation has progressed considerably. The small Yakuza organization, the Eightfold Cleansers. What exactly are they plotting? Along with the sharing of acquired information, I would like to consult you all today. He told them as they were led into the meeting room. The meeting began and Night Eye and his sidekicks began explaining how they have been observing a certain villain group known as the Eightfold Cleansers. Sir Nightie's office has been investigating the group for over a year and found out that the organization is moving with the intent to expand themselves and accumulate funds. Not to mention that they have been in contact with the League of Villains. Not those fuckers again, Antoine muttered. Oh yeah, aren't you the boy that was kidnapped by them? Hato bluntly asked. The irritation could be visibly seen on Antoine's face as he controlled himself not to fiercely rebuke Hato, despite her remark being correct in that he was kidnapped. His classmates fully expected him to curse out Hato for bringing up that experience for Neil but were genuinely surprised when he held it in and let it go. Aizawa was similarly surprised as well and pleased to see that maybe Neil was changing slowly. But despite their thoughts, Antoine hasn't changed at all. I swear I'm going to beat the shit out of you, you fat-titted bitch. I don't even know how fucking Compress managed to sneak up behind me even with Lackey's assistance. Like I could have done anything against that bullshit. He cursed internally. Please continue, he grinded his teeth. The meeting continued on to talk about how the eightfold cleansers were in acquisition of a bullet that erases quirks. Albeit, temporarily. The bullet was identified as capable of damaging a person's quirk factor and not allowing them to use their quirk for hours. But it was explained that the quirk factor could recover from this damage with plenty of rest. A quirk factor is the mechanism that actively lets a person use their quirk, not the quirk itself. And the ingredients used to manufacture such a bullet was identified as human blood and human cells, causing many in the room to show a myriad of negative emotions. In other words, that effect is derived from a person or a quirk. A quirk to destroy other quirks. The meeting continued on and explained that this drug was connected to the cleansers loosely. But then Sir Night-Eye brought forth some more information that would connect the drug to the cleanser more solidly. The quirk of the capo, Chisaki, is named Overhaul. It's a power that can disassemble and reassemble any target. A quirk that can dismantle. To destroy and repair at once. That, along with the bullets that can destroy quirks. So he's making bullets out of the kid's body. Antoine muttered, for everyone too slow on the uptake. Making many of the pros and sidekicks enraged and sickened. Though eventually, they calmed down enough to continue the meeting to discuss exactly how they should go about attacking the gangster group. They found many locations and groups that are associated with the cleansers and asked all the heroes and sidekicks present to help in locating the cleansers. Locating the girl and securing her rescue. Our goal is to resolve the situation as quickly and effectively as possible. Thank you all for your cooperation. Sir Night-Eye said, finishing up the meeting. Everyone dispersed and the UA students took off together. They sat together at a table as Midoriya explained exactly why he and Mirio were so bummed out. So frustrating. Deku. While I can't say I would have done the same, I can't exactly fault you. It's not like you would have stood a chance against a guy who's capable of disassembling and reassembling anything. But then again, with your full speed and Vault Boy's speed, I'm sure you could have easily outran that fucker after taking the kid, Antoine muttered, not helping in the slightest. Neil. Uraraka shouted. He glared at her and swiftly shut her down. Neil, come on man. Kirishima said, indicating that what he said wasn't cool. No. He's right, but that's in the past now. I have to make up for my mistakes. I will save her this time. Midoriya said, determined, also rousing Mirio from his bad mood. You're right, Midoriya. We have to do our best now to make up for the mistakes we made failing her before. We will save that child. Togata said. The group eventually dispersed and everyone went home. They were on standby until Aries' whereabouts were determined the days afterwards. In the secret lab. Antoine was watching over as the animals in his care continued to show more and more quirks related to those he's stolen from people over time. Using nanites, he was capable of rearranging the genes of embryos of pregnant animals. He had the nanites reform them into similar genes like those of the quirks he's stolen. A dog with an additional tail capable of spinning them at fast speeds which allows the dog to propel into higher speeds. A goldfish that is able to harden its fins and use them to defend itself or attack others. A turtle with wings. A cat that can shape-shift its tail into different objects. And even a chicken that's the size of a giraffe. Antoine started chuckling lowly before erupting into a full-blown mad scientist laugh. Fantastic. But this isn't good enough. Everyone knows that evolution is made through successfully passing on genes that were made to survive. So, having all of these animals in this testing environment is more harmful than beneficial future-wise. Antoine said while rubbing his chin. It seems I might have to create something like Jurassic Park, or a type of area where these guys can live freely, die freely, and breed freely. His face slowly transitioned into a smile. I'm going to have to make a fucking better version of zoo if I want to see any big changes. I'll have to make an environment fit for all these different types of animals and make sure they aren't affected by any human actions. Antoine decided before ordering certain androids to come to his position. I need some free land. Wide enough to contain all these creatures to live like regular wild animals. If it's not in the budget, then open up trades across the world. I'm sure that the rest of the world would like to buy some of our wares. Build some cages or boxes that can hold these animals when it's time to transport them. Even the intangible ones. I'll open up a few more things to sell to the masses, to increase the amount of money we're gaining. Antoine said. I'm sure the world would like some t-shirts that increased their confidence or made them appear a bit more attractive to others. Or some appliances that gave certain buffs to the things they've worked on. Use the drones for transporting like usual, but if something unfortunate happens to them on their journey, make sure they self-destruct along with the customer's item. Have a different drone take a different route to resend that customer their purchased merchandise and give them a 10% discount for making them take longer. You can leave now. Antoine ordered the robots. Eventually I'll make drones capable of flying fast enough that it'll only take a few hours to deliver even if the customer is in Canada. The androids dispersed and Antoine grinned as he watched his progress on the trigger drug increasing more and more. Maybe it'll finish before the raid starts. But I'm not sure I'd be able to use it with so many people around. Let's keep it a secret for now. Until I get enough power to take over countries, I suppose. Who knows what could happen to me if I revealed I had a way to upgrade quirks. Even I'm not all-knowing. Chapter 32, Raid on the Eightfold Cleansers. The day of the raid. Antoine just got the text late at night for him to come to Sir Nightie's place for the operation. He put on his clothes and then went to the front of the dorms. He met up with the other students part of the raid. Midoriya, Uraraka, Kirishima, and Azui met up with him and the five of them went towards the office. The five freshmen ran into their three seniors on the way to office and the group joined together. The UA students eventually made it to the office and Sir Nightie explained that they finally found a time frame for when all the cleansers would be at their hideout and that the heroes have their warrants. Alright, Midoriya, let's do this. We gotta. Mirio said, pumped up as all hell. I'm as excited as you are, Vault Boy. This rescue mission will definitely boost society's declining image of heroes. All the heroes have suffered so far are losses in publicity, especially since All Might's retirement. But once they see all of these heroes going in to save a single little girl, I'm sure a little bit of faith will be restored in heroes. Antoine said. I didn't take you the type to care about people's opinion, Neil. Azui said. Of course, I care about the people. Who else is going to claim me as the #1 pro hero? Antoine replied. I guess that makes sense. Midoriya said. Once everyone was let in on the plan, everyone started suiting up in their hero costumes and heading off to the cleanser's hideout. When they arrived, everyone was split off into different groups while working alongside the police. Hey heroes. There's no helping it if it gets a little rough out there. If you see the slightest hint of suspicious behavior or resistance, please deal with it immediately. Our opponents are Yakuza types who, at the very least, survived long enough to see this day. So I want every one of you fulfilling your roles to the utmost. Without letting your guards down for a single second. Now move out. The police chief ordered. Everyone got into position as the police chief went up to the Yakuza's main door. The moment I'm finished reading the warrant, that's your cue to gallop in. Please be quick about it. The police chief was about to ring the bell, but just before he could press the button. What the hell do you want? A large hulking figure punched through the door where all the police officers were and sent them flying into the air. Antoine's tentacles popped off and flew in the air like metal snakes. Grabbing some of the airborne police officers and saving them along with a few other heroes doing the same. Strength series. Let's have some fun, Antoine said as he swapped equipment and pulled out his golden revolver. Vicious upgraded golden revolver, this weapon has been modified multiple times. A gun capable of dealing out high points of damage onto weakened targets. Plus 90 AGL added to stats when equipped. 60% increase to accuracy when equipped. Can rapid fire an entire clip. Bullets cause a 10% decrease in defense when an enemy is successfully hit. Bullets deal an additional 30% damage to weakened foes. Bullets have a high chance of targeting weak spots. Antoine casually took aim and fired at the Yakuza who was distracted by one of the pro heroes. The spherical bullet struck the villain's chest and knocked him off his feet. The pros were about to capitalize on Antoine's attack but the bullet Antoine fired suddenly exploded into ice. The Yakuza member was frozen solid as tiny miniature robotic ants dug into his skin, not that anyone could see or know this besides Antoine. Who intended on stealing this villain's stamina-draining quirk. It'll be super cool if I could drain people's stamina like freaking Dr. Gero and Android 19. Antoine thought greedily. Nice going, kid. Everyone move in. The heroes and officers started rushing into the Yakuza compound. They met some Yakuza members inside who decided to resist and fight back against them. Antoine used his tentacles to grab and throw them out of his way as he headed forward. Sir Night-Eye opened up the hidden entrance inside the house and from the stairway, 3 goons popped out. Night-Eye's sidekicks took care of them and everyone else continued to rush forward. They headed down the stairway and soon encountered a wall in their way. This wall shouldn't be here. Antoine said. Let me take a look. Mirio said as he went to look through the wall. The path stretches on just like it should. This wall was made to block our way. He shouted. Midoriya and Kirishima took down the wall using their quirks and suddenly the entire underground base started shifting and twisting. It's Iranaka. It's his quirk that allows him to enter objects and control them freely. The police chief explained. The floor beneath them opened up and everyone started falling to the lower levels, except for Antoine and Mirio who went on ahead since he was immune to Iranaka's quirk. Antoine stabbed his tentacles into the walls and prevented himself from falling. Don't wait up. He told everyone who was falling below. Lackey, you finished scanning yet? Antoine whispered before smiling and looking towards a certain direction. He fired his gun and his bullet shattered the twisted wall. Don't run. I haven't even touched you yet. Antoine yelled as he started swinging towards the Yakuza, seemingly locked on to his location. The Yakuza member started fleeing rapidly as Antoine chased him from behind, constantly firing off shots after shots. Eventually, he was cornered and Antoine pounced forward with his tentacles swinging him towards the Yakuza. He saw a panicked face and a hole in the wall that suddenly opened up and swallowed Antoine whole. Antoine was sent through the wall and lost track of Iranaka. The room he landed in was rather dark and would normally be hard to see for anyone else. Isn't this the fucking place where Kirishima and Fat Gum fought those two? Antoine was suddenly struck straight in the chest from a masked Yakuza member. The blow seemingly did nothing against the boy who was wearing nothing but a black t-shirt. He didn't flinch nor was he moved back by the force of the assailant's strong attack. He grinned as he looked up at the Yakuza member. Growing vibranium t-shirt, what was once previously just a regular shirt made with some of the strongest fibers the crafter could get his hands on has now been mixed with the previous fictional metal known as vibranium. Plus 100 vit added when equipped. Plus 40 cha added when equipped. 85% of all blows are absorbed. 10% of blows that cannot be absorbed are redirected and dispersed outward. This gear has the capability of growing alongside the user in battle. You're pretty tough for a kid. Try this. The bird masking wearing buff Yakuza shouted excitedly as he began unleashing a flurry of punches on Antoine. Antoine let the villain continue his assault until he had to recharge and grin deviously as he took out a shiny silvery metal brick and attempted to smash the tired-out Yakuza member's face. Random makeshift adamantium brick, this weapon was made after countless hours of research on a similarly metal. The design could have used a lot of work but the craftsman working on this item got distracted and forgot to shape it during its creation and couldn't change it afterwards. Plus 150 STR added when equipped. Plus 100 vit added when equipped. Cannot be manipulated into any other shape. Is undamageable to nearly all forms of damage. 50% chance of having random effect given to user or enemy after a blow has landed with this weapon. But before he could hit the Yakuza member, a force field was created around him and momentarily saved him from Antoine's attack. Shatter. The force field shattered and Antoine leapt towards the duo once more. Don't get hit by that weapon. It is unnaturally strong. The force field guy said. Don't give me orders. Stay out of my way while I have some fun. This kid is strong. The buff Yakuza said while charging towards Antoine. The villain let off another flurry of punches as Antoine used his brick to attack again. Another barrier was created between him and the hot-headed villain. The villain's flurry of punches weren't able to break the barrier but the brick smashed through it once more and Antoine used his tentacles to jump towards the barrier guy. Rappa! He shouted. You like barriers, huh? How about a fucking brick to the face? Antoine shouted as he smashed through the Yakuza member's hastily made force field and then smashed his brick into his face, launching him into the wall unconscious. A pinkish aura began swirling around Antoine's body. Random effect activated. Healing aura gained. The healing aura surrounding Antoine's body began healing the villain he just KO'd. I better finish this up fast or this could take forever. I didn't expect this show of strength from a kid. But good. Now this is a real fight to the death. Come on. He ran towards Antoine while not caring about his partner in the slightest. Antoine took a fighting stance in preparation of Rappa's attack. He laughed in glee as he let off another rapid fire of blows. Antoine used his tentacles to catch Rappa's fists and uppercut him in the chin with his brick, slightly knocking him in the air. The young teenaged hero then smashed his block of metal into the stomach of the hot-blooded Yakuza and blew him all the way to the opposite side of the room. Well, a barrier quirk and an arm quirk? Well, whatever, who am I to look a gift horse in its mouth? Antoine said as his tentacles shape-shifted into syringes and drained some blood from the two unconscious villains. He then took off towards where Mirio was using the tracker he placed on him secretly, knowing that the boy would be facing off against Overhaul and his minion around this time. He passed the bodies of the drunkard quirk guy and the confession quirk guy, also taking some of their blood before wrapping them up in a specially made net and sending them to the surface via two of his tentacles. While at the same time making sure all of his equipment is ready to take on Overhaul with. Smash! Antoine forced his way into the room where Mirio was fighting against Overhaul and Chronostasis while also protecting Eri. Overhaul just threw a case with 4 bullet-like objects inside of it and Antoine's tentacles stretched and caught it before Chronostasis could. What are these cute little goodies for? Antoine asked while smirking. Craftsman. Mirio shouted in surprise. Give me that. Chronostasis shouted as his hair shot out like a snake towards Antoine. Antoine's tentacles caught the Yakuza member's hair and Antoine stomped Chronostasis's back, nearly severing his spine and causing him to faint from the immense pain. His healing aura was still active so the villain wouldn't be permanently crippled, but he'll definitely be out for a while. Chrono. Who are you? Overhaul asked enraged. Who am I? Antoine slowly started to smile. Well, I'd thought you'd never ask. I'm the ultimate craftsman. Future #1 pro hero of Japan. I'm here to save a little girl and kick the shit out of some Yakuza scum. Like this little fucker right here. Antoine introduced grandly as he roughly kicked Chronostasis' body far away from Overhaul. Mirio took this chance to launch an attack on the distracted Overhaul and completely overwhelm the villain with his permeation quirk. Overhaul couldn't touch Mirio while Mirio could go completely all out now that he doesn't have to protect Eri anymore. Hey there little Eri. Let's stand back a bit so that your hero can shine. Doesn't he look cool? Antoine chatted with a soft smile on his face. Eri didn't respond but Antoine could see the sparkle in her eyes as her abuser and murderer was being beaten left and right. Her savior dishing out the punishment that her abuser oh so deserved. Mirio continued to beat and batter Overhaul while suffering no damages to himself. Overhaul's arms broke from the power of Mirio's fists and ribs cracked from his blows. Eventually Overhaul was forced to his knees as Mirio stood over him. This is it Chisaki. You're done. No. 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 The Yakuza will take over once more. A bunch of no-good heroes like you will never take from me again. He slammed his palms on the ground and destroyed it into millions of pieces before reforming them into spikes and shooting them towards Antoine and Eri. Antoine put Eri on his back as his tentacles transformed into propeller blades and sliced apart any rocks coming their way. Mirio kicked Overhaul in the chin and knocked him into a wall before finishing up with a fierce punch to the face, knocking Overhaul out and unconscious. Wow, this turned out completely different now that Overhaul wasn't allowed to fuse himself with his henchman and Vault Boy didn't get his quirk erased permanently. I'm seriously jealous of that intangibility quirk but I really don't want to put in the effort to train it. Antoine sighed. The struggles of a lazy genius I suppose. Antoine's miniature robotic bugs began taking samples of Mirio and Eri's blood without any of them noticing. Mirio caught the hand cuffs that Antoine threw at him and cuffed the unconscious severely beaten Overhaul. It was at this time that a wall was broken through and Midoriya, Eraserhead, and Sir Night-Eye showed up. Well. Nice to see you all fucking made it in time. Vault Boy over here apprehended the boss and I saved the girl. Antoine greeted with Eri on his back. My prediction was 100% completely wrong. Night-Eye muttered stunned looking at the two boys. That's kinda what happens when you rely on your quirk too much. Not to mention you had me a part of this operation so, it was already guaranteed to succeed. Antoine boasted without shame. The rest of the police officers came and took Overhaul and Chronostasis away. Antoine returned to the surface with Mirio, Midoriya, Aizawa, and Sir Night-Eye who was staring at him as if he was a freak of nature. Hey Night-Eye. You keep staring I might have to charge you know. I know I'm amazing but I'm not into men. Antoine joked. What? No. It's just that. Any future I've seen have never been twisted or so thoroughly wrong before and I'm curious just how did you do it? You know for a guy who looks so smart, you really are a dumbass. Have you ever heard of parallel universes? Or anything like that? Your quirk probably allows you to see one timeline of a person's future. But the thing is that there are infinite numbers of timelines and infinite futures you could be seeing. You've just been either really lucky or the people who you used your quirk on didn't try hard enough to change their fates. Although I'm a bit skeptical about the trope where if you work really hard you can change your future. Antoine explained as Night-Eye somehow gained a startling realization. Maybe this boy is right. The future I see isn't the only one. But most likely just the one with the highest chances of happening. Sir Knight, I thought. What a fruitful day. Way easier than I thought it would be. Antoine laughed, thinking on all the heavy weaponry he brought for Chisaki's fused form. What a waste. Hopefully those guys will be able to get the biggest treasure of all though. A couple of minutes later elsewhere. There they are, a certain smoking figure pointed out. Let's get rid of these League of Vermins and take the goods. A figure who whipped out a silver pistol wearing a cowboy hat said in a southern tone. MMPH. A figure wearing an asbestos-lined suit and a flamethrower cried out as they jumped onto the road and unleashed a wave of flames toward Shigaraki, Compress, and Dobby. Dobby let off his own blue waves of flames to compete with the suited figure, and neither was capable of gaining the upper hand on each other. Who are you people? Tamura asked as the strange group gathered around Overhaul's body. I'm no one special, but you can call me G-Smoke. We're from Apex to get this. G-Smoke answered, placing his foot on Overhaul, who was completely restrained. Apex. It doesn't matter, get out of my way or else. Tamura threatened. Bang. A bullet fired towards Tamura's direction and shot him in the shoulder. He quickly got behind some cover along with Compress. Flamey. We got the loot. Let's go. The cowboy said to the suited figure. Flamey blasted out a large wave of compressed air that overpowered Dobby's flames and launched him away before putting up the middle finger and mumbling something. The three members of Apex jumped off with Overhaul and vanished below. I think we just got robbed. Dobby said. Apex. Let's get out of here before the cops show. We'll get them back, Tamura said. The trio of villains left the scene of the crime empty-handed, along with a new enemy besides society to crush. Chapter 33, Cultural Festival. A few days later. The incident in which the police escort carrying the criminal, Chisaki, was attacked, was an unprecedented failure. The current suspects are the League of Villains and another group recently gaining traction called Apex. Very few of their members have been seen, and their organization's goal is shrouded in mystery. They seem to be a group capable of taking on pro-heroes and villains equally without any statements or rumors of quirks being used. Wait, so you're saying that a rogue group of quirkless people are going out and fighting people with quirks and winning? While reports don't explicitly say that their goal is to go against those with quirks or fight in general, it is known that they are extremely crafty and dangerous. They seem to always know when the police are near or headed by, so it is suspected that they might have an inside man on the police force or someone with a quirk that's capable of intercepting the police transmission. With the former being more likely though. So scary. What could they want so badly to be going against heroes, police, and villains? God only knows what we'll do when they start targeting regular people like us. Actually, most of Apex's actions seem involved with criminals doing criminal activity and then the police or pro-heroes showing up in the process. The members of Apex would then refuse to stand down to the heroes and officers and get away after a resisting arrest. So, they're a group of vigilantes basically. And I thought it was bad enough with the Yakuza trying to make a comeback. I guess with All Might gone, everything is going to crap. Even a group of quirkless is capable of raising hell. Antoine turned the television off in his lab and took a sip of his red Powerade. Haha, who knew people could be scared of a few quirkless with tech? Maybe this'll start a quirkless revolution, who knows? Antoine chuckled as he walked towards one of his containment cells. He grinned at the confined person inside the cell. Thanks for the quirk, Chisaki. Honestly, it makes crafting items 1000x times easier. All I have to do is disassemble the materials required to build it and then reassemble it in the perfect form that I desire. Like this baby here. Antoine boasted as he pulled out his recently changed creation. Random makeshift adamantium bat. This weapon was made after countless hours of research on a similarly metal. The design could have used a lot of work, but the craftsman working on this item got distracted and forgot to shape it during its creation and couldn't change it afterwards. Has been altered and rearranged into the form of a baseball bat. Plus 160 STR added when equipped. Plus 100 VIT added when equipped. Cannot be manipulated into any other shape. Is undamageable to nearly all forms of damage. Critical blows gives the user a guaranteed random buff. 50% chance of having random effect given to user or enemy after a blow has landed with this weapon. You may not realize the greatness of this little bat, but let me tell you, it is one of the strongest weapons on Earth. Antoine gloated to the confined and pissed Yakuza leader. To tell you the truth, I was planning on shaping it into a hammer, but then I realized that I could just make some more and make a hammer from it. So what's the point, you know? Antoine continued to chatter on as more and more veins appeared on Chisaki's forehead. He was about to continue chatting with the fallen criminal but was interrupted as one of his faceless droids interrupted him. Sir. That item has been completely finished. Would you like to see it now? It asked in a robotic voice. A wide, almost innocent smile of joy appeared on Antoine's face. Let's go, bitch. Antoine and the robot rushed to the room with the completed item and Antoine walked towards the metal case. He slowly opened it up to reveal a strangely designed device. The device was small and spider-like with an all-black coloring. Antoine grabbed the device and slowly placed it on his scalp, separating his afro for the device to reach his scalp. He pressed a button and the device attached itself to Antoine's skull before electrocuting him. But despite the pain he was feeling all over his body, the smile on his face and strength coursing through his body were much more important. His body started to grow more muscular and bigger. His already tall height increasing even more as the device continued shocking him. His skin began rapidly changing to a light blue color. A large bulge was seen moving on his spine before shooting out and morphing into a shark's fin. His fingers and toes grew into sharp claws, a shark tail formed above his buttock and his head transformed into a shark's head. Gills appeared on the side of his neck as his transformation stopped along with the electricity. Antoine was now taller than most humans and easily towers over most. A deep guttural growl emitted from the transformed Antoine before suddenly turning into loud boisterous laughter. It worked. I've made a device capable of enhancing quirks. Antoine shouted loudly, causing a sound wave to burst from his body. The now hulking shark boy grinned with his shiny white teeth filled to the brim with sharp and dagger-like teeth and walked towards the training room. Give me 4 super bots. Antoine ordered. 4 super bots rolled out from the wall and surrounded Antoine. One was a ranged type capable of shooting flames from its hands, one was an agile type with a capturing scarf, one was a bruiser type with a large figure, and the last one was equipped with a rifle. The rifle bot and flame bot fired at Antoine almost immediately. Antoine vanished and appeared in front of the gunner bot ready to claw its upper half off. But these super bots weren't to be underestimated. Despite Antoine's large increase in strength, the gunner bot managed to narrowly avoid his attack but couldn't avoid the follow-up attack where Antoine bit the super bot's head off. His vision was suddenly covered and he felt blows on his side as a flaming blast continually hit him from the other side. But Antoine didn't need his eyes anymore to see. He was fully capable of fighting blind. He grabbed the bruiser bot's fist and launched him in the direction of the flame bot, making them both crash into the wall on the opposite side of Antoine. Antoine then vanished once more and appeared over the agile bot and continually slashed at him. But the agile bot on super difficulty was nothing to scoff at. He easily avoided Antoine's attacks and even struck back during his dodging. He kicked Antoine in the eye but didn't count on Antoine's eye being shielded by his enhanced eyelids and had its scarf severed. This didn't slow the agile bot down though. If the eyes weren't a weak point it would continually try more and more places. It elbowed his neck, kneed his ribs, kicked his solar plexus, and even tried to punch him in the balls. Antoine soon realized that he doesn't have the necessary fighting skills to defeat the super agile bot despite his increase in strength and decided to cheat a little bit. He switched quirks and suddenly a dome-shaped spatial field appeared around Antoine. The agile bot started suddenly floating as if it was in space and momentarily was confused. Antoine took advantage of Urarika's quirk being enhanced and struck the agile bot in the chest with immense force, knocking it into the wall along with the bruiser and flame bot. What a rush! Antoine exclaimed as he called for even more bots to test with and spent the rest of his day doing this. Hours later, Antoine could be seen in his original form scarfing down food into his gullet with the quirk enhancement device still attached to his scalp apparently deactivated. As the sound of explosions and fighting rang out in the training room, a sparkling blue figure could be seen hovering in the air with a spider-like device attached to the back of its neck. The figure could only be identified as humanoid in shape with round spheres for fists. It was a being of sparkling light that was currently blasting a laser out of its chest towards a bear bot. The bear bot tried to claw through the attack but only managed to get a hole through its chest, but the beam wasn't done yet. It suddenly changed and spun around and homed in towards a child-sized robot wielding claw gauntlets. The claw bot athletically avoided the beam but the sparkling figure shot out another laser beam with its hand and eventually destroyed the claw bot. This is amazing. The figure spoke. It's totally awesome, Yuga. Toru shouted as she manipulated the light inside the room to manifest into different constructs and destroy the training bots. Hee hee. You two definitely owe me big for this present. Antoine chuckled, looking at them having fun with their enhanced quirks. You're the best, Antoine. Toru exclaimed gleefully as she created a solid light clone of herself that elbowed a robot in the back and then stomped a hole through its back after it fell down. Antoine started getting a bit antsy all over again looking at them having fun and almost decided to join in but he refrained himself. He already showed them the enhanced version of his quirk and haven't told them about how the nanites can rearrange his genes and allow him to use quirks of other people. He didn't find the benefit of telling them that much information. Those fuckers are having too much fun. Antoine softly smiled before activating the quirk-enhancing device and joining along in the robot murder spree. Haha, I told you he'd join in eventually. That'll be my $20 later. Yuga stated. You won this time, Yuga, but I'll win the next bet. Toru playfully said angrily. Don't be fucking betting on what I'll do, you goddamn bastards. Antoine yelled as he kicked in the stomach of a super bot and had it cave in on itself. The next day. We have a culture festival. Aizawa announced dramatically with a serious face. So school-like. Most of the class shouted. Is it really okay for us to be so carefree at this point in time? During the proliferation of villains' age? Kirishima asked. That's an excellent point. However, UA doesn't revolve around the hero department. If the athletic festival is sponsored by the hero department, then the cultural festival is in the domain of other departments. The level of exposure isn't comparable, but to them, it's an exciting festival. Moreover, the truth of the matter is that there's a considerable number of students who are stressed out from the daily activities of the hero department and its new boarding system. Since you put it that way. I really don't have anything else to say, Kirishima said. I've already said we're not the main drivers of this event, but as a rule, each class has to pick one program. Today, we'll be deciding on that. Aizawa informed. The class then engaged in a fierce shouting contest to decide on which theme they should do as a class. Maid cafe, a mochi shop, crepe house, dancing, a petting zoo, or a titty bar. But overall nothing was chosen and no conclusion was made before the bell rung. It was a pointless meeting in the end, huh? Make a decision by tomorrow morning. In the event that you can't decide, we'll have a public lecture. Aizawa threatened. After class, everyone returned to their dorms and continued to dwell on what they should choose for their class theme. Before eventually deciding on doing a live performance and dance with party space. Antoine didn't feel one way or the other about it but was sad that the titty bar idea Minetta suggested as dismissed so readily. The class continued on with the live performance idea and Antoine decided to choose his position. I'll do the staging. I can easily make some things to make our class the top of this entire cultural festival. Antoine said. Most of the class gasped and showed shocked reactions at Antoine's active participation. Don't fucking act shocked. Even if this isn't something for the hero course, I'm still going to fucking destroy every other bitch-ass class. He spat. Well, I can't say I'm surprised now. Looks like it's a good thing that you hate losing so much. We'll have the greatest staging with the stuff you can make. Kaminari said with his arm around Antoine's shoulder. I'll fucking blow the gymnasium into space. Don't look down on me. Antoine replied. Class A continued to plan their performance late into the night and eventually all the roles were decided. All the roles are decided. Ida cheered with heavy bags under his eyes. Band team, Jiro, Bakugo, Tokoyami, Minetta, Kaminari, and Yayorozu. Staging, Neil, Todoroki, Aoyama, Siro, Kurashima, and Koda. Dancing, Hagakure, Ida, Midoriya, Ashido, Azui, Uraraka, Sato, Ojiro, and Shoji. The class then dispersed for the night after spending the entire day planning the performance and Antoine was currently on his veranda seemingly waiting for someone with a hot pocket in his hand. He took a bite and suddenly a dark figure appeared on the edge of his balcony. Are the preparation ready, Commander? He asked in a serious tone. The figure that appeared was dressed in a military uniform with a shield made of small interlocking plates shaped in a completely circle on his wrist. The shield had a golden A on the front of it. Yes, sir. We have Flamey to take care of any regeneration. Professor Infinite for manpower. G-Smoke for capture. Gunner and Beat B for ranged support. And Medic for repairs. Antoine took another slow bite of his hot pocket. Make sure to keep any civilians as far away as possible. If any serious injuries occur, tell Medic to solve it. I want no deaths in this mission. But realistically I want you all to return with the capture target with as few casualties as possible. If capturing the target isn't feasible then retreat. If casualties are too high then change mission parameters into saving as many civilians as possible and forgetting about capturing the target. Antoine said. Yes sir. I will inform the rest and will be on my way. Antoine nodded as Commander Back flipped off of his balcony and used the darkness to his advantage as he stealthily left just as he came. Getting my hands on high-end will be pretty good. Although I won't ever go the route of transforming unwilling humans into something greater, the Nomu will be a great source of information. Antoine said before finishing up his hot pocket and getting on his crafted desktop. Chapter 34, A Mysterious Visitor. A project has begun. It was the weekend for Class A and they were spending their time practicing and making sure everything was prepared for the live performance. Antoine was inside his room creating equipment for the performance. Lights that will cause a high mood boost to those hit by it. A spinning flying rotating disco ball that make those who see it feel the groove, make their bodies feel 20% better, and feel jovial. Audio equipment that will more or less do much of the same thing as the lights. Overall there's no way anyone will be able to resist loving their class's performance. Hell I think I could even make Endeavor dance and smile with this much shit. Antoine softly smiled before the door to his room was forcibly kicked open. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. The 3 cleaning bots screamed and wheeled around in circles as 4 people came in his room. Register as friendlies. Antoine said as the 3 cleaning bots began scanning the intruders. Neil. You've got some guests and a cute little girl wanting you. Go give them some company and take a break from working on the stage stuff. Toru shouted. Eri, Togata, Aizawa-sensei, and Toru were the ones that came into his room. Antoine softly smiled as he looked at Eri. Eri's face lightened up at this before looking at the cleaning bots. We got permission from the principal for this little outing. To make sure she doesn't get shocked or panicked, we're to bring her here beforehand to get used to the place. Aizawa explained. Eri-chan asked to see you, Neil. I'm planning on taking her around UA to get a feel for the place and wanted to ask if you wanted to come along. Togata asked. I wonder why he isn't taking part in his class's theme even though he still has his quirk. Sure. I could use a break, Vault Boy. I'll be out in a second and we can go. Antoine replied as the group left and he got changed into his school outfit. The trio, consisting of Neil, Eri, and Togata, left the dorms and were now walking across the campus. Today's a day off, but because of the new boarding school model, lots of people are continuing with their preparations. Togata explained. I didn't really ask, you know. But thanks anyway. It's not like any of these chumps will be able to compare to my class's performance. Eri-chan. You better make sure you come if you want to see the greatest performance of a lifetime. Antoine boasted before talking to Eri. She nodded despite his forward nature with a little bit of determination behind her shy eyes, saying that she wouldn't miss it. Well, if it isn't Togata. Faceless Mook third year exclaimed. A kid. Faceless Mook number 2 added. What did you do during your break? Don't tell me you. Togata remained silent at the accusation and the Mooks handed them flyers for Class A's performance. The trio continued to walk around to see the many UA students hurriedly making things for their classes' themes. The campus was filled with energetic, excited, and somewhat hectic students doing their best to get ready for the cultural festival. The trio eventually ran into Class B moving a dragon prop. Watch where you're going, Iron Foog blockhead. Antoine censored. Sorry about that. Wait, it's Neil from Class A. Tetsu shouted. Wait, wah. Chit-chatting in a place like this? You got that much time on your hands? Monoma asked in disbelief. Of course I do. You think the future #1 pro hero couldn't handle a little cultural festival? I'm already finished with my part of it. Antoine lied while comforting the startled Eri by hiding her behind his back. No way. We still got a week left. You're definitely lying. Tetsu refused to believe. And that just shows the difference between us. Some men aren't created equal. I just happen to be one of those men. He smirked. I don't believe that for a second, Neil. I hear you guys are putting on some kind of live performance. I wonder how that'll go. This time I'll tell you straight up, we of Class B are gonna be better than you. He yelled. Romeo, Juliet, and the Prisoner of Azkaban, The Return of Kings. Class B's completely original super special fantasy play. Better get ready because we are gonna shame you to tears. I'll bring a handkerchief. Monoma was soon knocked unconscious by Aways, the melding quirk kid from Class B. Sorry about that. Kendo's not here, so he went unchecked. No worries. I like his competitive attitude. It's good for a hero to have someone they can compare themselves to. Antoine said as Togata apologized to Eri about showing some of UA's bad side. The trio then headed off to the support department. Inside was a bunch of students working on many different things. Robots, blueprints, jetpacks, but the most prominent was robots. The room was very active and abuzz with activity and loud sounds of mechanical tools. All of the grades hold a technology exhibition together. Togata explained. I'm sort of a tech guy myself, Eri. If you ever need something mechanical made or fixed, just hit me up. They didn't let me partake in this because they knew I'd blow out the competition. He told her with a grin. A small smile surfaced on her face. Okay, Neil-san. I'll count on you. She replied courteously. I disagree. The cultural festival is the support team's moment to shine, and even though you make some good stuff, Antoine, it's nothing compared to my babies. Hatsum exclaimed suddenly as she popped from out of nowhere. Jesus Christ! Antoine muttered, holding his rapidly beating heart. Eri. This is Hatsum. She's in the support department and makes tech stuff too, but not as good as my stuff. He whispered that last part in her ear. Hello. Eri greeted softly. I heard that, Antoine, and take a look at my adorable child number 202. You think this can't compare to your crappy creations? Crappy isn't a word that could ever be used to describe my equipment. Be glad I'm not in this competition, or you'd need to work 10,000x as hard if you wanted to defeat me. Antoine gloated with his arms crossed. Ha! She stifled a laugh. I think you mean 1 out of 10 as hard. She corrected. Eri had a small smile on her face as she watched Antoine and Hatsum going back and forth. Togata eventually broke them up from their little argument. For the hero department, the sports festival was already the second place to garner attention. But this time, it's us that we've been given the opportunity to be the main attraction. A ton of companies will get a careful look at my little child. I can't raise him to be no shy boy. I think your little child is on fire. Antoine sniffed. Huh. Baby. Hatsum cried out as her child just exploded into flames and metal pieces. Hatsum again. Someone get the water. Antoine and Togata escorted Eri out of the room safely and continued to explore more and more of UA. Eventually the trio arrived at the cafeteria and started eating. What did you think, Eri? Antoine asked. Will you be okay with this? Togata asked. I think so. So many different people are trying their hardest. So, I kinda want to know how it will turn out. She replied. A wide grin etched itself on Togata's face as he looked at Antoine. Antoine smirked before rolling his eyes at Togata's silly face. We call that feeling excitement. Midnight explained from the table across from them. Principal Nizu was also seated next to her eating some cheese. Seems like it was worthwhile, don't you think? She asked Nizu. I'm also excited for the cultural festival. In order to throw the best festival they can, many of the students bring encouragement, excitement, and try to create a good time for everyone. Well, anyway, I hope you all enjoy the cultural festival. Nizu said while walking away and flicking off a bug that managed to crawl on his pants leg and whipping another one to death with his tail. Fuck. How did that motherfucker know it was there? Shit, I guess he isn't the principal for nothing. But I won't give up that easily. That high-spec quirk is too good to give up on. Antoine internally cursed. Oh, yes. Talk of Class A's program has even made it to the staff room. Work hard, young ones. Midnight encouraged. Work smarter, not harder, sensei. That's my motto. Our concert will blow the gymnasium's walls down and roof to the freaking sky. Antoine responded back. Antoine and Togata eventually had to break up their play date with Eri as Aizawa-sensei came to pick her up to go to the hospital. Antoine returned to his room to continue working on stage equipment, and the rest of the week was basically uneventful. After school on Friday, a news program was on and it showed previously missing villains completely restrained and quirkless. The villains were identified as Kai Chisaki, Moonfish, Muscular, and Mustard. The police are suspecting that the dangerous vigilante group known as Apex is behind this, but are completely lost to what are the motives to this action. The group of villains were interrogated after being discovered, and the police were unable to gain any clues on Apex nor any of their members. It was as if they gained amnesia when questioned to anything related to Apex, being kidnapped, where have they been, or their newly gained scars. The news reporter informed. She was about to go on, but then the television was shut off. Antoine was eating inside his secret lab within the dining room filled with many trays of various food as a bluish glow appeared from his back and slowly materialized a shiny heavily dense silver block of metal. And then a grayish-black block of metal came out from his back and joined the pile of metal behind Antoine. "Oh Momo Yayorozu! How I love you!" Antoine muttered as he continued materializing adamantium and vibranium blocks from his back while recharging his fuel by eating many fatty foods. He planned to make some very beautiful and glorious upgrades to his arsenal and android army. But this process of eating and materializing was rather boring. So, eventually he had one of the female androids hand feed him while he materialized the metals and played games. "Sir. One of the business androids have informed me that a suitable place for Project Quaternary Park has been found." The feminine chef bot told him. "Good. Let's go see what they managed to find. I'm planning on incorporating at least 6 different biomes. This place better be as large as I fucking said it had to be." Antoine muttered as he put on a shirt from his inventory and started walking out of his secret lab. Once he made it outside of his store, he got on his glider and flew towards the location of his business box. Antoine flew for about half an hour and his face slowly widened into a large smile. He was flying over a large forest filled with trees, plants, wild animals, ponds, and even more nature stuff just ripe for destroying and recreating his project. He flew down towards the business box. They were dressed in black business suits with dark glasses that hid their faces. Kind of like those glasses that the agents wore in Men in Black. "How did it go? Did they settle for less or more?" Antoine asked. "We managed to haggle them down considering that we chose to clear out the land ourselves instead of asking them to." The black business bot responded. "Good. I can easily build some autonomous robots that can clear this forest within a couple weeks or a couple of months. The hard part will be making the technology capable of simulating or transforming this large forest into 5 other biomes. But I'm sure I can figure something out by the time this is done." Antoine muttered on. "Oh. You're dismissed. Good work," Antoine said, remembering the business bots in front of him. The androids walked off and got into a black car with tinted windows before driving off. Antoine chuckled seeing them and then headed into the forest. "I feel a bit bad for all these suckers when the quirk animals swoop in and basically invade their home, but oh well. A man's gotta get results somehow. And having those animals staying in cages and such won't bring very fruitful results," he said aloud to himself as he casually walked through the forest. Suddenly Antoine was met face to face with a horde of fleeing wild animals. Deer, rabbits, birds, and the like came rushing straight towards him. "What the fuck is going on?" Antoine questioned as he pulled out a blue bouncy ball from his pocket. The animals avoided Antoine and he similarly avoided them as they stampeded past him. Eventually he managed to find the source of the forest animals' troubles. Arrrrrrrr. A brown bear was rampaging through the forest. It clawed a tree down and spotted Antoine in its mindless rage. The massive predator slowly started to run towards Antoine before breaking into a full sprint. "I don't know why. But now I'm wondering if Ares' quirk could be used to recreate dinosaurs," he muttered while shaking slightly. "Seriously. I'm scared of fucking bear. After all the shit I've been through and seen, a goddamn bear is causing some sort of primal fear to rise up in me. Yeah, no. Fuck off, body." Antoine willed his courage forward as he flicked the blue ball at the bear. The ball suddenly increased in size and speed as it slammed into the bear and took it right back on the path it came while breaking through several trees. The ball shrunk in size and Antoine got a good look at the unconscious bear. He walked over to the large beast and saw that a sizable splinter was stuck in its foot. Antoine pulled it out and switched his quirks as the beast awoke in a rage from the immense pain of having a splinter pulled out from its foot. He was previously using object gigantification that he got from the provisional exam, and now he's using Koda's quirk that lets him command and control any creature in the animal kingdom. I already took out the splinter, you fucking baby. Calm down and follow me, he ordered. I think I just severely overlooked this quirk and its applications, he thought with a mischievous grin on his face while rubbing the bear's head. The bear suddenly exploded into a mass of blood before reforming into a completely healed state. That was the most fucking disgusting shit ever, but totally cool as well. Antoine muttered with his outfit covered completely in blood. A figure soon left the newly owned, quaternary park, on top of the back of a huge grizzly bear as a sizable helicopter came and picked them up. The helicopter was all black with a golden U on its side as it flew off in the distance. Chapter 35, The concert is finally here. Punishment. The day of the cultural festival. Antoine and his classmates, with the exception of one, were all readying up to get on stage. It's starting. It's starting. Toru excitedly bounced in her dancing outfit. Her skirt lifting up but somehow not lifting up far enough to show her undergarments, much to the dismay of a certain purple-haired student in Class A. We still have 45 minutes until it starts. Calm down, Antoine said nonchalantly while wearing a basic t-shirt and shorts. I'm getting kind of anxious too. This will be the first time I'm ever performing anything. I hope I don't mess anything up. Yuga said, completely suited up in his hero costume. You'll do fine, Aoimakun. You were great during practice. You can totally do this, Ashido encouraged. Thanks, Ashido. You're right, Yuga said with his nerves slightly more in order now. I wonder what's taking Midoriya so long to get back. Uraraka asked aloud. Probably fucking slipped and fell on his dick or something. Who knows what that fuckhead could be up to? Antoine said half-heartedly. You're no help at all, Neil, Uraraka yelled with slightly reddened cheeks. I'm wondering where he is as well. It couldn't take that long to buy some rope, could it? Ida added. The bastard will make it when he makes it. Just make sure you all are ready to blow everyone away, Bakugo stated. Yeah, what Princess said, Antoine supported. I'll kill you, Bakugo roared as he broke his drumstick in half. Antoine busted out laughing as the class got ready to get on stage. With Midoriya. Midoriya has currently encountered the viral villain, Gentle Criminal, and his partner in crime La Brava. The two of them were about to clash, but before they could, two figures jumped down from the rooftop and landed on top of the two eager fighters. They were restrained by metal bracelets and a third figure appeared in the middle of the two. Sorry about this, boys, but this is a strict no-fighting zone, a Western-looking handsome man said as the two fighters continued to struggle. Who are you people? Midoriya yelled. This is quite the start, but La Brava, begin recording. Gentle ordered the little girl whose camera was just shot and destroyed. She screamed as the camera broke into pieces in her hand. La Brava, Gentle yelled as he tried to activate his quirk. Seconds went by but nothing seemingly happened. My quirk. What happened? I can't activate it, he muttered before the mysterious assailant on his back punched him in the jaw and knocked him out. The gangster-looking man who was on top of Gentle slung him over his shoulder and walked towards La Brava. Don't you dare, Midoriya yelled as he activated his quirk and tried to break free of the bracelet trapping his hands. But even as he ramped up the power of his quirk, he still couldn't manage to break free from the silver restraints on his hands. The thuggish criminal placed the crying and screaming La Brava over his shoulder as well before taking off with the cowboy. I don't know who you people are, but you won't get away with this, Midoriya swore as he ramped up his quirk even more before kicking off the ground and launching him and the assailant on his back in the air. Whoa there, kid. Be careful throwing around that power. You know we were ordered not to harm you, but if you insist on making things difficult I can't help you out. the six-armed guy said as he and Midoriya faced each other. Midoriya tried to kick the man but he flexibly avoided the attack and shot out a white substance from his wrists that resembled spider webs. The webs completely wrapped up Midoriya as he fell to the ground trapped in a ball of webs. It's time to hit the hay, partners. We got what we wanted. The cowboy said as all three of them began walking off with Gentle Criminal and La Brava. Midoriya struggled fiercely and even used 100% OFA to try and break free of his bindings, but even with that he couldn't free himself from the strange bracelet. How? Just what is this thing? He questioned as the bracelet suddenly split open and started flying. Midoriya was about to try and grab it but the bracelet avoided his hand and flew off rapidly into the sky. The webs wrapping him up also dissolved and he was completely free. He activated his quirk and tried to chase after those mysterious people, but no matter how hard he looked it was as if they disappeared into thin air. He was forced to give up his search because it was getting close to the time of the performance. He already called the police and let them know about the kidnapping but would also tell the faculty members after the concert. Time of the concert. What kind of show is it, first years? Yayorozu. 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 Let's go. Bakugo shouted as he slammed his drumsticks on his drum set, followed by an explosion firing off from him slamming the sticks on the drums. I'm gonna fucking blow this place to pieces. Get ready, you fucks. Antoine shouted as well. The explosive music rocked out and blasted into everyone's faces. The dancers dramatically hopped on stage as the musicians played amped and rocking music for everyone. The sound of the music was so loud, yelling at the top of their lungs was the only way for the audience to communicate to each other. Thank you for coming. Jiro yelled into the mic as fireworks blasted above the stage along with the dancers showing off their impressive moves that they've trained hard for. Ojiro was using his tail along with his dance moves as he whipped and jumped and spun all over the place. Yuga, Midoriya, and Sato performed their synchronized skillful and popping dance moves as the disco balls started flying all over the gymnasium. Mineta threw his balls up into the air and Zero caught them with his tape as Yayorozu shot out projectiles from her body that Midoriya caught and threw using his quirk, making them shoot out incredible fast and joining up with Mineta's and Zero's combined quirks. All so that Todoroki can use his ice and freeze all the projectiles. We're at the hook, everybody. Beat 'em dead. Bakugo yelled. The now frozen projectiles shaped into beautiful icicle tendrils that shot out past the crowd and above their heads. Azui, balancing herself on one of the colorful ice tendrils, grabbed Uraraka with her tongue and carried her across the crowd so that she could high-five the members of the audience and send them floating into the sky. The crowd went wild with their screaming and shouting as Antoine watched from above. I guess it's time to step this up a bit. Antoine thought as he pressed a button and suddenly the entire gymnasium began shaking. Keep fucking going. Antoine shouted to Class A as electricity ran through his body and transformed him into his shark form. He switched to Uraraka's gravity quirk and enveloped the entire gymnasium in a spatial field as the building began rocketing off into the sky. The crowd was eating it up and screamed and cheered even louder while Class A was very confused and very scared, but they didn't stop playing. They didn't stop their performance and acted as if this entire thing was part of the concert originally. The audience began floating and flying around even if they weren't touched by Uraraka. The building opened up and showed a projection of space. It was as if the entire gymnasium was transported into space and were flying around as the beautiful stars, planets, and galaxies floated all around them. Any time that a person was close to falling outside of his gravity domain, he forcibly controlled them and made them float somewhere else. The audience members were performing flips, spinning, and all sorts of moves in this now zero-gravity concert while the musicians somehow managed to continue playing perfectly. Well, it's not like they'd notice any little mistakes in setting like this. Antoine grinned as sweat slowly dripped down his forehead and his stomach started getting slightly nauseated. This is seriously over the top. How could they manage to do all this? Mommy. Eventually the rockets propelling the building lowered in power and the building came to a slow controlled descent back to the ground as the concert came to an end. For the finale, Jiro ended off with a scream that was joined in by Class A that literally caused the roof to be blown off. Antoine smirked as Eri was seen giggling and smiling and having just as much fun as everyone else. He deactivated the device and returned back to his normal form before anyone could see him. But he knew that he was gonna be in an annoying situation in a few seconds from the look on Aizawa, present Mike, and the other pro-heroes who came to investigate after seeing one of UA's buildings rising into the sky like a rocket. The audience started leaving after giving a gracious amount of positive remarks and applause, and Class A all stared at Antoine. Neil. What the hell was that? Why didn't you warn any of us? I thought I was going to die. Antoine smiled at the terrified and shocked faces of his classmates. Don't worry. What kind of future number 1 pro hero would I be if I let someone die or get harmed due to my carelessness? It was all under control. Antoine smoothly replied before getting berated harshly by the class even more. Under control my ass. My heart literally jumped out of my chest. I thought we were under attack by villains. That wasn't cool, Neil. Antoine sighed in an irritated manner. Did anything go wrong in the end? Antoine asked. The class was momentarily stumped as they were still receiving praises for their concert by passing audience members. Exactly. Now I'll be in the principal's office getting punished for being the most amazing stage member in the world. Antoine stated as he was escorted by Aizawa and All Might to the principal's office. Sorry Yuri-chan. Glad you came, kiddo. Antoine yelled behind him as Eri looked at him with a sudden sad look on her face. Previously she had the look of an excited child that was ready to tell their parents about their super amazing day. In the principal's office. Normally I'd expel you immediately, but Neil. I want you to give me one good reason why I shouldn't expel you right now. You absolutely don't believe that I had the entire thing under control, do you? Antoine asked. How can I? Did you see what happened out there? A million things could have gone wrong. The one time I decide to participate with the class and look what happens. This is never happening again, that's for sure. Antoine muttered. Well. To be honest, sensei. I don't think you'd believe me even if I stated all the safety measures put in place for this. And even if I did, you'd still find some way of saying how it wasn't safe or how this could have happened of what if this happened. So, overall sensei, this entire argument is bullshit and you just want to hear me reflect on my actions despite them not causing any harm or problem. Young Neil. It seems you don't understand something. When it comes to the safety and protection of those within our walls, nothing is considered too much. We will go to any length to make sure that everyone is safe and comfortable. The major point of this conversation is why didn't you inform anyone of this surprise? If you would have let your classmates and your teachers know of your plan, then this could have went off fantastically. Of course, more time would have been spent making sure that it was 100% safe and there was in no way anyone could have gotten hurt during it, but the safety is worth it. All Might explained. Antoine crossed his arms as his face turned ugly. Irritated/annoyed. There wouldn't have been enough time for all that. Nor would I expect the idea to get approved by anyone. I mean, do you really think that UA would have let me pull off that stunt after all the bullshit they've been involved with concerning safety concerns and practices? You guys are effectively cornered like rats by the media, and any sniff of a scandal or injury would place you guys into a fucking hole. Probably take away your number 1 status as the greatest hero school in Japan. I mean, all the villain attacks, the kidnapping, and the general useless faculty members that can't seem to protect their own students really don't sound like number 1 hero school to me. But anyway, I'm rambling. Expel me or keep me, sensei, regardless I'm becoming the number 1 pro hero and I will let nothing stop me. All Might sighed as Eraserhead seemingly was about to give the ban hammer to Neil. Do you even understand what you did wrong, Neil-kun? All Might asked. I'm not retarded, All Might. You both are upset that I pulled off something incredibly dangerous, without telling any more, and then acted like it was completely fine afterwards. I should have talked with my peers about my idea and included them into the plan along with telling the adults so that they can make extra sure that my plan was completely safe. Antoine said. Then why didn't you? Aizawa asked, dumbfounded. I told you already. There wasn't enough time to have you brain-dead idiots trying to check over my work. Do you know how many times you all failed to secure something or protect something involving us students? If anything, you all would have somehow fucked it up and spoiled the surprise or something. Not to mention fucking gentle criminal, Antoine muttered that last part. Aizawa was about to say something, but then All Might pulled him out the room for a second to whisper something to him. It seems young Neil has completely lost faith in us as adults and pro-heroes after all the incidents that Class A have suffered through. I think we should give him a break this time, Eraserhead, and prove to him that we are someone that he can rely on and trust to go to. All Might suggested. And let him off basically scot-free, just like that time at the sports festival. No way, All Might. Neil needs to understand that his actions have consequences. And this sort of reckless behavior, regardless of how well it turned out, needs to be addressed accordingly. I'm not saying we shouldn't punish the boy. I'm just saying that maybe expelling him isn't what we need to do. If anything, it's just going to push the boy into his habits even further while distancing himself from adults and pro-heroes even more. What we need to do is have Antoine become more open to his classmates and the adults around him. All Might concluded. Eraserhead sighed. He knew that All Might was correct in his judgment about Neil, but was still somewhat bothered by this whole situation. He sighed again as he looked into All Might's eyes. Fine. I'll add a few more teamwork-focused hero classes and discuss with the principal about implementing even more security measures. But he will be severely punished. Aizawa said as they both walked in the room again. Neil. I've decided not to expel you, but you will be severely punished for this stunt you pulled. There were too many risk factors for us to not punish you. Yeah. Go ahead and tell me the punishment already. I got a cultural festival to experience too, you know. Antoine waved off. For weeks of cleaning the school, no machines to do it for you either. An apology gift for all of your classmates. A verbal apology towards me and All Might and later your classmates. And lastly, you're under house arrest and cleaning for 3 weeks. Aizawa said. Antoine exaggeratedly groaned as he got up. I'm sorry for making my class have the greatest theme of the entire cultural festival and improving the lives of hundreds of people. Neil. All Might dragged. And possibly putting the lives of hundreds of people at risk. He said really low. But not really. Fucking dickheads. I had it all under control. Not to mention I even stopped a fucking villain from invading UA again. Useless motherfuckers. But I guess it's better to have useless adults that think they are useful rather than useful adults that are completely useless. Antoine internally stated. Antoine was then let go and free to enjoy the cultural festival, but by the time he made it back to where everything was it was already over. Son of a bitch. Antoine cursed into the sky before walking back to the dorms. I might have to make that android copy of myself sooner than I thought with this punishment. Not to mention Apex will be capturing High-End soon, Antoine thought. He sudden kicked the ground. Fuck. Now I'm really excited to research High-End's body. I can't wait to watch how it'll turn out. But I wonder when should Apex join in the fight? Before it even begins or after Endeavor gets his scar? The scar is pretty badass and symbolic, so I guess they'll just hang in the background and help out that feather guy save people before joining in the fight, Antoine muttered to himself as he made it back towards the dorm to see all of his classmates waiting for him with stern looks on their faces. I'm sorry you fucks. He quickly shouted before retreating into his room to avoid his classmates further. Chapter 36, Apex's first official appearance. A few days later. Antoine is still under punishment and is currently cleaning the dorm house manually. What am I, a fucking maid? No wait, I'm not even getting fucking paid. This is definitely slavery in full force. Antoine muttered while freeing the windows of dust. I'm surprised you didn't throw a tantrum, Antoine. Yuga said, relaxing on the couch. Me too. I thought you would definitely run away from UA or something and then come back in a dramatic way when we were in trouble. Toru agreed. Shut up, you fucking idiots. What am I, a goddamn 8-year-old? I'm not really being punished in any meaningful way. This is all just for show, for some secret plan those two fuckers thought of. Antoine spat. A secret plan for what? Toru asked. To show me some sort of lesson or to reflect in some way. I still haven't figured it out yet, but they haven't banned me from classes yet, so it will be a part of one of our classes eventually. I'm still trying to find their angle, the sneaky bastards, Antoine said, now spraying the window and wiping it clean. I don't think you should call All Might and Aizawa-sensei sneaky bastards just because you got rightfully punished. Yuga told him. Are you on those assholes' side too? It's not that simple, Antoine, Yuga told him. It sounds to me like you think Eraserfuck and All Dick were right and I deserve to be punished. What he means is, Antoine, the teachers are probably just upset that you aren't showing the right attitude of a hero and not giving them the respect that they deserve. Toru explained. How the fuck would those asshats know anything about the right attitude of a hero? While you may be right about the second part, the thing is, what does respecting them give me? All Might is effectively useless after losing his power and only used now is as a semi-decent teacher. And Aizawa is a fucking dickhead. I could kick his ass no problem. Antoine huffed. That's the problem, Antoine. Toru and Yuga said together. You can't be thinking of people in terms of usefulness or how much you like them. That's what a dick would do. Yuga explained. That's how everyone thinks basically. Even if they don't want to admit it, people do judge others by how useful they are to their current needs or future needs. Even if that's true, there are more to people than just being useful or not. A hero has to work with people they dislike and even hate from time to time, even if they don't want to. And a hero has to be someone seen as trustworthy and dependable. How could anyone depend on you, Antoine, if they knew you thought of them as either useful or useless and not as human beings with thoughts and feelings? Toru asked. Antoine gritted his teeth before sighing. You think I don't know that? I'm just pissed I have to clean all this shit and wanted to vent a little, you assholes. I understand that type of thinking isn't the right way of looking at people. I was just angry, okay? Next time I'll go the proper route and inform everyone involved if I ever decide to participate in another class activity, Antoine muttered as he moved to the opposite side of the wall and started cleaning those windows. Yuga and Toru locked eyes with jovial smiles on their face before appeared on the side of Antoine and hugging him. We're so proud of you. Toru squealed. Let go of me, you fucks. I don't consent. All my bones are breaking. Antoine screamed as the two continued to hug him with loving looks on their faces. The results of their intensive training by Antoine and his androids are really showing nowadays. Their entire constitution is becoming more and more enhanced as the days go by. You don't know how happy we are to hear you actually reflecting aloud. You're so shy sometimes. I'm losing consciousness. Tell my family. I love them. And fuck you guys. Antoine managed to sputter before everything went black and fainting unconscious. Elsewhere. The boy has continued to reject our goodwill, no matter how much we sweetened the deal. A mysterious figure said amidst a table of other black-suited figures. We've even increased the money to an amount that would even slightly bring us in the red. Such arrogance. Does this boy not know who he is dealing with? He understands fully who we are but has continued to deny any deals involving weaponry or defensive products. Either he has something prepared for us or he's severely looking down on us. I say we send in a secret team to raid his lab. He may think that he's hidden it so well underneath that store of his, but a child is just a child in the end. The figure scoffed. I think that may be a bit rash. We should give the boy more time while figuring out more of his weaknesses, desires, and capabilities. And wait till another organization snatches him up before our eyes. We can't afford such a disastrous outcome. We must attack now while the iron's still hot. The figure banged his fist on the desk. I still think you're exaggerating things. The boy himself has stated that he has no plans to sell any weaponry and such to anyone. I say we should make a deal with the boy involving his other products and slowly build that relation up until we're capable of requesting something to boost our strength. So passive. Do you know how long that would take? Why even be friendly with the boy when he clearly shows such contempt and disrespect towards us? I feel that it would be a much safer option to do rather than going against the boy genius capable of such impressive technology. What are you scared of? Do you not know who we are? We are one of the most powerful organizations in Japan, and you think we can't take care of one small child? The figure at the end of the table coughed lightly. I agree. It would be simple to take the child's laboratory and his equipment for ourselves. He has shown promise, but it isn't to the extent where it's capable of harming us. And in the case where we can't raid his laboratory for some reason, there is always the second alternative to where we simply take the boy for ourselves and force him to work for us. I still think we should just work with the boy peacefully. I doubt the boy has any intention to sell any weaponry to anyone. I see. Well, let's put it to a vote, shall we? Those who are in favor of sending in a special team to acquire the boy's wares for ourselves, raise your hand. A majority of the figures raised their hands, effectively making this his chosen plan. I understand, the figure who was against the aggressive approach said. Just in case the boy hasn't fully revealed his capabilities, make sure to send that team. The figure leading the meeting ordered. Yes, sir. The figure who was spearheading the group wanting to go against the boy and take his tech for the organization. Meeting adjourned. Hours later. Antoine groggily awoke as mostly everyone in the class was inside the room with him watching the television. What the fuck is going on? He asked as Ashido and Kaminari plopped down next to him. Shoo. The billboard chart is coming on. Toru shushed him. Antoine got up and looked around to notice that most of his chores were done already. Did you two motherfuckers? Antoine questioned Yuga and Toru, who cheekily grinned before shushing him again. This caused Antoine to softly smile before sitting on the couch with everyone else to watch the new top 10 hero rankings, even though he already knows which heroes got what place. I was thinking of interning under Miruko after the sports festival. Antoine revealed. What? Why didn't you do it? Do you see her figure? Mineta asked as if Antoine was crazy. Her figure is one of the things that scared me off. She seemed like the type to make me train or practice with her to get stronger or learn how to fight or something. You don't get that type of lean, muscular, and powerful body packed with explosive strength by luck, you know. I just wasn't feeling that type of way no matter how good she looked. I think it would have been worth it. Getting squished between those thighs, I could die a happy man. Mineta blissfully said. No thanks, Antoine said. The show continued on and explained to the viewers exactly how the rankings are made. It was said that by looking at a hero's activity over the past year, the Public Safety Commission evaluates the number of incidents resolved, level of contribution to society, and national approval ratings within that time frame and enters them into a distinct formula. The resulting ranking is shown after that. Antoine gave the group an excuse to go to his room after the broadcasting was over and flipped open his laptop to see that Apex was already preparing for the attack. They already were in position for any situation. Antoine explicitly told them to fully move in once Endeavor takes a fatal or critical hit. But before that to assist in helping any civilians from the damages of the upcoming fight. How are the new modifications, everyone? Antoine asked through his mic. Ready to party, yo. Beat B responded. The android who carries around a miniature drum sat on his back and dressed in a neon green and black hoodie. He wore headphones on his head and drumsticks on his waist. MMPH. Flamey responded as they toted a golden flamethrower. Flamey wore a red asbestos-lined suit with a large golden A present on their suit and flamethrower. A pressure tank could be seen on Flamey's back attached to their mask. I feel infinity. Professor Infinite roared while flexing his large biceps and body similar to a bodybuilder. Professor Infinite was dressed in a professional suit and tie that would regularly be seen on a college professor while wearing a black resting mask with a golden A etched on the front of it. His body seemed shinier than before. Feel like $1 million, boss man. G-Smoke responded half-heartedly while blowing out a thumbs up in the form of cigarette smoke. G-Smoke wore a normal t-shirt with the words, "Screw off," and a middle finger in the middle of it with jeans on. A golden A was present on the back of his shirt. He looked around the age of 20 years old. Locked and loaded, Sheriff. McKenny said, placing a silver revolver into his holster. McKenny wore a cowboy hat along with the stereotypical look for a cowboy. He had a southern accent and rough middle-aged appearance. Ready to perform. Medic replied as he slapped on some medical gloves dressed in a different variation of his usual doctor scrubs along with an old-timey plague doctor's mask. A golden A was present on the front of his medical outfit. We're all ready, sir. Commander said through his mic. Good. I'll be watching. Antoine responded as Hawks and Endeavor made it inside the fancy restaurant building. Apex was watching the building where Endeavor and Hawks were having dinner from atop of one of the surrounding buildings. They were all watching from afar as the Nomu, also known as High End, was seen crashing into the building. Endeavor punched the artificially human out of the building and the two began fighting in aerial combat. Endeavor with his fierce flames and the Nomu with its various quirks battled with ferocious intensity. The top half of the building was cleaved in half by High End using Endeavor's body, and Hawks came to rescue of the many civilians with his powerful feather quirk. The two continued to battle until eventually the powerful Nomu sent out multiple Nomus from its body. Sheriff, take them out. Assume they have regeneration like in the reports of all the artificially humans. Commander ordered. It's high noon, he stated while aiming at the Nomu below trying to harm the innocent civilians. He fired off 8 insanely fast shots towards the 4 Nomu he spotted. The bullets impacted against the skulls of the Nomu and then the second bullets entirely froze the lesser Nomu's bodies. He was then shooting off more shots towards the ones he couldn't hit in a full clip, also freezing them as well, while Endeavor was seen firing off a huge fire blast towards High End which reduced it to around 10 or 5% of its body left. But the creature still managed to pull a fast one over the number 1 hero. It appeared in his blind spot and impaled his torso and seemingly destroying the left side of his face. Move in. Commander ordered as Endeavor was seen completely defeated without his flames covering his body anymore. Commander, Flamey, Beat B, Infinite, G-Smoke, McKenny, and Medic all appeared in front of High End. Medic got work on treating the severely wounded Endeavor as the rest of them started their capture. Endeavor suddenly rose up quickly and was about to blast Medic with a heat wave, but Medic injected a syringe into the determined and courageous hero and instantly put him back to sleep. The lone villain that appeared suddenly is now rampaging across the city. We cannot confirm this, but we have received information that modified Nomus are also appearing in large numbers. At present, the heroes are executing battle evacuation procedures. However, Endeavor, who was the first hero on the scene, has been. Wait a second. Who are those people? Strong. Heroes. It asked. I wouldn't call us heroes. McKenny replied. McKenny fired a full clip of explosive rounds into High End and blew its body into pieces. As it was about to start regenerating, Beat B beat on his drums and forced the pieces of the Nomu to come together via sound waves. Flamey unleashed a high-intense flame from its flamethrower and nearly incinerated the Nomu into ash, but managed to stop as it was reduced to around 1% of its previous body. Infinite leaped in once he saw the Nomu reduced to the size of a gumdrop and swallowed it whole. Well. That was anticlimactic, Beep B said, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, I expecting something harder from the way the boss man was preparing us for this. G-Smoke said, smoking his cigarette. The Nomu regenerated somewhat inside Professor Infinite's body and tried to expand and escape using everything it had. Its muscle augmentation quirk, shoulder-mounted jets, super regeneration, transforming arms quirk, power quirk, and storage quirk. But no matter what it tried, Infinite's body wouldn't budge. His adamantium-layered exoskeleton and vibranium-laced inner structure were far too strong for the top-quality Nomu to deal with. However, Infinite had to keep his holes completely shut so that the creature couldn't try and shoot out of his body somehow. A mysterious group of new heroes have shown up and easily taken care of the modified NOMU. The reporter from inside the news helicopter yelled. No, wait. I'm getting reports that this is actually a group of vigilantes. The infamous group known as Apex has appeared and taken care of the villain. Medic finished up suturing Endeavor's body and grouped back up with the rest. Commander rose his shield in the air that split into numerous pieces and flew off in random directions. But why would they do such a thing? Is the age of vigilantes returning due to the absence of our symbol of peace? Even the number one hero Endeavor was defeated by the Nomu while this mysterious group handled it without a problem. Commander's split shield brought back the 9 frozen Nomu from earlier and spoke into his uniform as a cloaked figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the group. But suddenly from the side, a large blue blast of flames erupted towards Apex. Flamey fired out a compressed blast of air that shot the flames into the sky, affecting no one or the surroundings, and McKinney fired off 3 shots in the direction of the flames. He heard 2 of his bullets hit as the assailant quickly retreated. It is time to leave now. A deep guttural voice said as Apex were suddenly warped away. Apex has disappeared. That mysterious cloaked figure seems to have been a user with a teleportation quirk. So it seems that not all of Apex members are quirkless, but their motives are still a mystery. The reporter announced before suddenly realizing something. The modified Nomus are all gone. Was Apex's purpose of coming here to capture the NOMU all along? The newscast would continue to go on and on before going back and reporting about the evacuation and Endeavor's unconscious body. The cloaked figure and Apex were teleported into a familiar secret lab as the cloaked figure threw away his cloak and revealed to be Antoine's beefy shark form. Fantastic work, everyone. You can release him now, Infinite. Antoine said in his shark form. Infinite opened his mouth and pounded on his stomach and spat up a small shrunken form of High-End. High-End tried to immediately attack but was grabbed by the head by Antoine, whose body turned into ice and flames. His left side emitted flames and his right side emitted ice. High-End's body was completely frozen into a flaming ice cube just like the other Nomu. A mass of scientist-looking androids swarmed in and took away the bodies of the Nomu. Medic gave one of the scientist bots a vial of blood along with McKinney, who gave another one a bullet filled with blood. Endeavor and Dobby, right? Antoine asked. The androids nodded and Antoine grinned. Okay, you guys did a little too fucking well. I don't see why heroes don't team up more often. If any capable heroes teamed up like you guys did, I don't see why they'd ever have any problems. But anyway, you're all free to do whatever you want for a while. I gotta get going before I get caught. Make sure you brief those 2 about the do's and don'ts of the organization. Antoine said as he transformed into his regular form and teleported back into his dorm room. Sweet. No one noticed a fucking thing, and I seem to have gained everything I sought to today. This might change a bit of the story, but who fucking cares about Todoroki and Endeavor? I mean, I like how much of an asshole Endeavor was, but Endeavor tries to change for the better around this time, and that's whack. Antoine looked at the time and sighed before grabbing a broom, dustpan, and trash bag. He started walking towards the main building of UA, and from behind him two voices called out. Antoine! Wait up! We're coming to help you. Toru said, carrying cleaning supplies along with Yuga. You two are really trying to make me a better person, aren't you? Antoine asked, overjoyed at the fact that his friends are taking time out of their day to spend time with him and help him with his punishment. That's what friends are for. Toru smiled cheerily. We can't let you do this all alone. Yuga said, smiling just as happily. Antoine rubbed his eyes before putting his arms around their shoulders. Alright, we'll need to go back and get you guys some of my specifically made cleaning tools. If we use just any fucking regular old cleaning supplies, it'll take forever. But with my shit, this'll take no time. He said, taking them back into his dorm room. After getting equipped with better cleaning tools. Cleaning. Rah. I'm gonna make this building fucking spotless. Cleaning plus ultra. Luckily for the trio, it was after hours and no one could hear their overexcited enthusiastic cleaning. Chapter 37, Making Fun with the Punishment. A robbery. 2 days later, after Apex's first official appearance. It's been 2 days since that fateful attack, and the opinions of the #1 hero along with growing interests in vigilantes are surging. A news reporter stated before showing the testimonials of various citizens. Endeavor was completely shown up by that group of vigilantes. He may be ranked #1 hero, but he isn't my #1 hero. Especially after losing like that. A middle-aged businessman stated. Didn't some other heroes catch Nomus easily? Why couldn't Endeavor take that one out just as easily? Apex is the best. A young college-looking man exclaimed. Endeavor might have gotten beat up, but he didn't stop trying to protect us. And I think everyone is just forgetting that he tried his absolute best to protect everyone from that villain. Apex, let me join your group. Quirkless unite. A high school girl cheered. Can you believe that a group of Quirkless could take down that villain when the #1 hero couldn't? Maybe the age of quirks isn't rising as high as we previously thought. The television was turned off as the news station started talking about something completely different. And Antoine could be seen finishing up mopping an entire hallway. The hallway was sparkling and shining as if it was made for the gods themselves. Antoine grinned in satisfaction before the students began walking down the hallway and sliding around like it was a slip and slide. Woaha! One girl who slipped and slid all the way down the hallway. Wah! A boy tried to stay on his feet while sliding down the slippery beautiful hallway but couldn't hold it and slipped as well before disappearing down the next hallway shouting. Whoa there! One girl activated her quirk that allowed her to effortlessly skate across the floor. Ashido. Welcome to the hallway of doom. Many have fallen and few have made it through unscathed. Congrats on becoming one of the chosen ones. Antoine announced as a hologram appeared on the wall at the end of the hallway and added her picture to it. Along with 10 other familiar students. What the heck, Neil? What if someone gets hurt? Ashido asked, concerned. Don't worry about it. I think a few heroes in training can handle a little brain trauma. Not to mention that if I have to suffer this punishment, I'm going to do my best to enjoy it. He evilly laughed. I don't think setting up death traps for other students counts as cleaning the school. Ashido yelled. Look at this glorious hallway and tell me it is not clean. Antoine said, motioning her to look and see the shiny and clean hallway. Not even a speck of dust could be seen anywhere along the hallway, not even the corners which usually contain the highest filth. Ashido gritted her teeth in annoyance of being proven wrong. This still isn't okay. She skated off. Antoine chuckled as he watched her shaking lower region from behind in satisfaction before walking off to his next place of enjoyment. The bathrooms. Antoine arrived between the boys' restroom and the girls' restroom and stood posted up against the wall. You dare piss on me. You dare piss on me. Take this. A robotic voice coming from the boys' urinal shouted before the sound of water shooting out and a male student shouting in confusion, terror, and anger. Antoine has modified the 5 urinals in the boys' restroom to shoot out a burst of water when a student is using it. The result leaves a male student covered entirely in water. But the trick is, the urinal is randomized every time it is activated, so there is no set pattern for which urinal it could possibly be since they are all modified. So, it's basically a game of chance every time someone uses a urinal on the first floor. The sprayed boy ran out of the bathroom in a drenched panic before laying his eyes on Antoine. "Kneel!" Ida shouted, enraged, completely soaked with his fly open. Antoine started laughing loudly as the class president shook in anger before storming off in a direction towards a teacher. He quickly caught up to him while catching his breath and pointed towards a suspicious out-of-place closet on the opposite side of the bathrooms. "If you... ha ha ha. Go in there. It'll fucking dry your clothes. Ha 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 ha." He started busted out laughing again as Ida embarrassingly rushed inside the closet. Loud sounds of blasting air came from the closet, and a few moments later, Ida came out completely dry and with his hair blown back. "I do not find this funny in the slightest, Neil. I demand you to fix the urinal or I will be telling a member of the faculty." Ida threatened. Okay, don't blow it out your ass. Follow me," Antoine said as he walked into the boys' bathroom. He had Ida stand by the sinks while he used the same urinal that Ida used. No strange voice yelled at him nor hosed him down with water after he finished. See? It was a one-time thing. It was just a prank, President, no need to get too serious. Antoine shrugged his shoulders as Ida stared at him suspiciously. But overall, he accepted it and was about to leave to go where he was headed but heard Antoine's voice yell something at him. "Nice fucking tidy witties, President." Antoine yelled before bursting into another fit of laughter along with some of the passing students who heard him and looked at Ida's open fly. Ida's face blushed in embarrassment and anger and he quickly tried to walk away before walking down the hallway of doom and sliding all the way down it shouting, "Kneel." Antoine laughed even harder before walking away from bathroom as the sound of a girl's scream also rang out. "E. You dare piss on me. You dare piss on me." Antoine quickly made his getaway from the bathroom as the hallway was getting pretty crowded. Can't be sexist. Girls deserve a little pranking too. He chuckled mischievously before heading towards the teacher's lounge to set up his next prank. He arrived in the teacher's lounge to see Midnight and Cementos on break drinking coffee from the coffee machine. Antoine ignored them and acted like he was still moody about cleaning the school while silently cleaning the teacher's lounge. While in actuality, he was both cleaning and setting up his next prank. His crafted feather duster beautifully and effortlessly cleaned and dusted the room free of all dust and dirt. But the main item of his deviously plan was the coffee machine. Besides that, there was really nothing inside this room. "I definitely gotta up my break room. I'll add a fucking Marvel vs. Capcom arcade machine in that bitch. Haha, that'll be sweet as hell. And fuck some coffee, man. I'll make a vending machine that'll give out soda, water, juice, hot chocolate, and some motherfucking crushed ice." Antoine thought as he hid in front of the coffee machine and started tinkering with it. With both Cementos and Midnight conversating behind him, he had all free rein to fiddle with the machine. Elsewhere, the organization has really fallen to steal from a kid. A big tough commando-looking guy said while sitting on a very comfortable couch smoking a fat cigar. He held a moderate-sized gun strapped to his back along with a few military-looking grenades strapped to his waist. "Shut up, jackass, and get off your fat ass and help me. This bookcase isn't going to move itself." A commanding feminine voice shouted, currently trying to move a large bookcase. The woman was dressed like a secret agent in all black with a beautiful slender figure. A sleek black pistol was seen unholstered on the side of her hip. "I'll get it," a slender lanky type of man stated. His limbs weren't attached to his torso and were floating next to them. His arms flew towards the bookcase and easily lifted it out of the way to reveal a metal door locked with a huge metal wheel. On top of the door held the words, "Secret Lab," etched into it. "Heh. We are just dealing with a stinking brat," the lanky one said, relieved and sort of mockingly. "Don't let your guard down, Daichi. Those greedy bastards wouldn't offer us this much money if it was a simple mission." The fourth and final member of this group said seriously to the limbless man. The last member of this group's skin was hot pink and was around the size of a child. His face was as smooth and as cute as a child, but his voice was a deep masculine type of voice. He wore a large backpack that seemed like it would crush him if he got off balance just for 1 second. "Come on, Yuichi. You don't really think this brat who hid his secret lab behind a freaking bookcase is anything to be scared of, do you?" Daichi asked in disbelief. "Just be on your guard," Yuichi responded. "Okay. I can't get this vault door open. Anyone else want to give a try?" The only woman of the group asked after trying to spin the steel wheel to the right and left. "Heh. Watch this, Tomoko," the cigar-smoking commando-looking man said as he cracked his knuckles, neck, and back and then placed his hands on the steel vault to spin it open. His muscles bulged as he forcefully tried to spin the door open. Veins popping up all across his body along with his skin turning red. His groans increasing slowly into yelling as he placed more and more power into trying to spin the steel vault wheel. He eventually reached a point to where he was forced to use his quirk to try and force this thing open. His skin began shifting through various colors like he's achieved some sort of hyper mode, and the steel wheel finally began showing signs of movement. How the hell would that kid get this open if it takes Kazuo this much effort to get it open? His quirk was just shark teeth, right? Tomoko asked. Yuichi looked around the room and noticed that one of the books on the bookshelf was strangely tilted forward even though the bookcase was leaning backwards against the wall. He walked over to the book and pulled it down. The group heard some sort of mechanism from beyond the walls and the vault door suddenly swung wide open, sending Kazuo almost tumbling down a long flight of stairs. "Now I'm not feeling sorry in the least for this fucking brat," Kazuo said as his skin returned back to normal. "Haha, don't blame the kid because you got tricked." Daichi laughed while patting him on the back. "You were just as lost as he was, idiot," Tomoko informed. "Let's move," Yuichi said as he led the group down the stairs. The group walked down the long flight of stairs in complete darkness before finally reaching the bottom of the stairs. They reached the inside of the secret lab and the walls were completely white. In front of them stood 3 security doors. One going towards north, another going northeast, and the last going northwest. Above each doors held a plate with specific words on them. Miscellaneous. Work. Play. The brat would hide the important stuff down the work one, Kazuo said as he took a puff of his cigar. "Why not down the play door? He is a kid, isn't he? Wouldn't he place his fun, devices, and technology through there?" Daichi suggested. "Miscellaneous could be where all his important projects he's placed to the side, so it can't be that one." Tomoko crossed off. "I wouldn't be so quick to erase it off. The kid is crafty," Yuichi said. "Why don't we just split up? I doubt there's anything in this place that can stop us. So let's go down all 3. Daichi said. "Good idea. I'm going through the work door," Kazuo stated as he walked through the work door and down the hallway. "I'm going through play door," Tomoko said. "Me too," Daichi added as they both walked through the automatically opening doors and down the hall. "Miscellaneous it is," Yuichi muttered as he walked through the door. With Kazuo. Kazuo made it through the second door of the work route and managed to find a whole room filled to the brim with machinery, gear, and equipment. "Heh. I knew I was right." He chuckled in satisfaction as he grabbed one of the jet packs hanging up and put it on his back. But just as he was lost in his findings, one of the doors opened up and a group of people came walking through. No way. You can't be serious, RR. A smoking fellow said. Neep. She insisted. Heh. If there's one thing you shouldn't do, G-Smoke, it is doubt a woman's words. A large obese behemoth dressed in a police uniform chuckled. I gotta agree with the big guy. I was there too. You should have seen the way they reacted once they recognized that we were part of Apex. A six-armed costumed man added. I guess I have to believe it now. Who knew that we'd be so popular with the kids? He chuckled in slight disbelief as he puffed out a smoke cloud shaped as an exclamation point. The group of weirdos passed by without noticing Kazuo and the beads of sweat passed down his forehead. Apex. What the hell? Does the fucking kid have connections with Apex? How? I gotta get out of here or I'm fucking dead meat. Kazuo decided in a heartbeat after remembering how outnumbered he was and how strong they were. Does this mean that the kid was giving Apex their advanced weaponry, or is Apex for some reason supplying the kid? He began wondering while sneaking his way through the door the members of Apex came from. With Daichi and Tomoko. The two reached the second door and reached a playroom of sorts. Meant for children and teenagers. There was a large slide with interconnecting colorful tunnels, a large deep ball pit that could probably drown a child if they weren't careful, and a video game section filled with various consoles. On the other side of the room was two children, one adult, and one teenager. They locked eyes and the adult of the group stood up and revealed his powerfully built body along with his professional outfit. Who are you people? He asked while closing the book in his hand and putting away his glasses. Get the kids. I'll handle him. Tomoko yelled. No matter how buff you look, once you're hit by my bullet quirk you'll be spewing like a fountain. She thought confidently. An orange aura appeared around her as she flew off towards the masked man as if she was some sort of living bullet. She appeared and head-butted the man right in his stomach. Clanging. The sound of metal rang out as Tomoko dropped to the floor out cold with her skull bleeding and partially cracked. The masked man picked her up gently and carried her as Daichi was currently busy trying to dodge the crazy little girl and boy's attacks. The boy was spinning his body in an inhumanly manner while the girl was moving around like some wild animal. Hey! Tomoko. I might need a hand over here. He asked while wielding knives with his floating hands and mouth. He didn't hear a response back and looked over to see that she was captured by the big guy. His expression turned serious before suddenly yelping in pain. Ack! The little girl managed to bite his hand during his brief lapse of concentration and the spinning boy kicked him in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Haha man, you're pretty weak. Who even are you though? He hasn't told us about any guests, the strange-looking boy asked. The little girl came over with the man's floating hand in her mouth along with the masked hulking man and the teenager. That's not a toy, Sarah. You can't eat that. The boy said. She growled when he tried to reach for it but eventually let him take it after seeing him offer her a colorful ball. Daichi quickly used his other hand to pick up one of his knives and stabbed the little girl in the neck from behind only to hear a sharp distinct clang. You got to be kidding me. The masked man stomped down on Daichi's stomach and he started foaming from the mouth as the world turned black for him. With Yuichi. Yuichi walked into a completely black room and using the light from the hallway he just came from walked straight forward to the next door. But suddenly, as he was halfway from reaching the other door, he suddenly heard strange clacking noises on the side of him. The light in the room turned on all of a sudden and revealed that white skeletons were lined up completely surrounding him. They were all staring at him and the one closest to him moved its jaw. Spooky scary skeletons. The skeletons began to rattle their bones rhythmically as they began to dance and sing while also blocking the doors, preventing Yuichi from escaping. Screeching skull will shock your soul and seal your doom tonight. The skeletons started dancing closer and closer towards him. Yuichi, however, wasn't having it in the slightest. His backpack opened up and shot out a wave of pink goo that blasted all the skeletons away. The goo caused the skeletons to be stuck to the walls and unable to dance anymore. Spooky scary skeletons are silly all the same. They'll smile and scramble slowly by. And drive you so insane. They sang simultaneous as Yuichi left the room and entered the next. This room was filled with multiple full-body suits that looked on par with military-grade stuff. So the kid was holding out on us, Yuichi muttered with a smile as his pink goo began swallowing up the gear and retreating back into his large backpack. Amidst his stealing, eventually 3 figures entered the room. Yuichi's pink goo shot out like a predatory slime towards the figures and his slime was sent bouncing straight back towards him. Make sure you're recording La Brava. This will be our first video back after our recruitment into Apex. Can you allow me to take care of this intruder, doctor? He asked politely with a small bow. The figure was dressed in dark purple jacket etched with a golden A on the back of it along with enlarged collars and coattails, a pair of loose, pinstriped pants and 2 belts. He also wears a pair of cuffs, a woolly scarf, a futuristic pair of gloves and shoes, and a strange scouter item worn over his left eye. Very well, gentle. I'm looking forward to see how the adjustments came along. He said as he stood to the side along with the recording La Brava. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. What I deliver to you now is the return of romance by the Wonder Man. Yes, I am gentle. The gentle vigilant. I'm sure you noticed that my name might have changed, but I am all the same as before. Just now I am working alongside some more gentlemanly-like persons. He explained as Yuichi sent his goo towards Gentle once more. The goo was about to crash into Gentle, but just like before it was sent flying back. Yuichi finally gave the group his attention after he finished stuffing the suits into his book bag. Don't blame me for getting a bit rough. You decided to resist after all. Yuichi said as his goo grew in size around him like some sort of protective living wave. The goo formed arms on the side of itself and punched towards Gentle. Gentle elegantly tapped the ground and bounced out of the way of the attack. Trust me. Getting rough with you is the last thing I'd want to do. It just isn't my style to be so barbaric. Gentle replied as he began bouncing all over the room while the pink goo around Yuichi began slowly getting chipped away. How irritating. Just like a bug. Yuichi muttered as his pink goo surrounded him and engulfed him entirely, transforming into a large pink goo monster. Ho ho. It seems I'll have a chance to use the gracious gifts given to me by Apex. Watch in awe everyone at the new strength of the Gentle Vigilant. He announced as he caused the air to be elastic and started stretching it backwards with his glove. Yuichi attempted to grab the now stationary Gentle, but before he could reach him, Gentle released his grip and the pulled back elastic air burst forward towards Yuichi. Yuichi's pink goo was completely blasted away as his body was goo-free. Gentle blasted himself forward by making the ground and air elastic and kicked the momentarily stunned Yuichi in the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. He stood next to the mercenary's body while pouring tea into a cup while holding the kettle way over his head and spilling most of it on the floor while facing La Brava. And it is finished. Thank you, doctor, for allowing me to continue my gentlemanly exploits. He said as La Brava cut the video. As long as you continue to perform as well as this and listen to orders, we can accommodate you, no problem. Medic replied as 2 medical bots rolled in and grabbed Yuichi's body. Medic and the 2 bots left the duo alone and went elsewhere. Kya! You were even more fantastic than usual today, Gentle. La Brava exclaimed excitedly. It is thanks to them that I will be able to reach my dream even sooner. All I wish for is for my name to be etched into history. So that others will be able to see what I've accomplished and aspire to do the same once life isn't going in the direction they'd like. Gentle expressed. So cool. Who wouldn't want to be inspired by you? Ho ho. Once we accomplish even more projects in Apex, there will be no chance of us failing La Brava. Back at U.A. Antoine Neal, can you please come to the principal office immediately? The intercom stated all over campus. Fuck. Antoine cursed while watering a strange plant in his personally made garden. The plant was giving off a strange green aura and was shaped like a square. I didn't even do anything this time. He grumbled on his way to the principal office. Chapter 38, Joint Training with Class B. Very late at night. Antoine could be seen entering his store and walking towards the break room. He was already informed of the guests who rudely came in and grinned. Fucking idiots took the dummy path. I knew making an alternate entrance to the lab would come in handy. This way only leads to faulty and dummy goods along with the highly preferred path of my robots. So even if they managed to sneak in and take something, it'd only be useless malfunctioning trash. Antoine chuckled to himself as he sat on the couch and threw a very small tack into the wall that smoothly stuck in. After throwing the tack, he picked up a red bead on the table next to the very comfortable couch and threw it in a very small dent on the ceiling. The bead somehow stuck and the couch Antoine was sitting on flipped and Antoine fell in the couch. He was now sliding down a silver and huge slide as his surroundings changed entirely. The unbelievable large secret hideout underneath his small store was now present to Antoine's eyes. After a few more minutes, the fun and crazy slide part was finally over and Antoine arrived in front of a large security door. Scanning. 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 A robotic voice shouted as a red grid laser scanned every inch of his body. Eyeballs, fingerprints, and everything else. I might need to add some more turrets and sentries that can harm people with fluid-like bodies and extraordinarily hard bodies. I'll tell one of the engineering bots to do it. Clear. Welcome Mr. Neal. The robotic voice chimed with a nice bell as the large door opened up and quickly shut back as soon as he made it through. Antoine walked through the gate and saw many of his robots moving around looking quite busy. He switched quirks and teleported to a certain area inside his true secret lab. He was face to face with the numerous Nomas he's stolen over time and walked into a containment cell with one. The Nomas were completely inactive due to not being able to function without orders from members of the League. Except for High-End. Antoine had High-End captured inside a container filled with green liquid. Its mind was in complete stasis and basically asleep for as long as Antoine wanted. But anyway, Antoine came here tonight specifically to test a few serums he's created and seeing how safe they would be to test on humans. Antoine switched his quirk to High-End's power quirk as he harshly kicked the Nomo off its feet and watched it smack its brain against the floor. Antoine pulled out the test serums from his inventory and forcibly opened up the Nomo's mouth. He held it open with a modified mouth prop and poured down the first test serum down its throat. He then took a few steps back and switched his quirk into Vault Boy's quirk. He turned his body intangible but was still standing perfectly fine on the ground. His clothes on the other hand, completely phased right through him. This quirk is an absolute fucking nightmare. I would rather take Bakugo on a fucking date than sit and train to use this quirk again. After weeks of training, the only thing I can fucking do is stand in place. I used to fall through the floor every time I tried to use this son of a bitch quirk. And don't get me started on trying to walk. Seriously. This is why I couldn't be a main character. I hate training. Antoine thought annoyed as he saw the Nomu suddenly burst into flames. That isn't what I wanted to happen, he muttered before teleporting into the next Nomu's cell and testing out the next serum. That Nomu's upper half exploded, the next one grew thumping large boils and bumps on its body, the one after that legs exploded, the one after that one grew luscious beautiful golden hair. Antoine marked that one for the future as he continued to test more and more of his serums on the Nomu equipped with super regeneration. It was almost time for class by the time he was done and he quickly teleported back in his room, dressed up in his uniform and raced to class. Class time. Class A was currently at Ground Gamma all donned in their hero costumes. This is exciting. Toru stated. I think our winter gear is so cool. Ashido exclaimed. Nice outfit, princess. Trying to look good for the ladies or what? Antoine mocked Bakugo's winter costume. Screw off. Ya afro squid bastard. I would say more octopus than squid, but what could you expect from a dumb princess? Antoine shrugged with a mocking grin. I'll show you dumb, you damned. Bakugo lunged after him. Yuga, you're seriously blinging out. Ashido complimented. Ah. Yeah. He embarrassedly rubbed the back of his head. It matches with my quirk and how I fight. Yeah, I can see that. You're seriously pulling it off too. She smiled. Yuga was about to shrink his head into his neck like a turtle from embarrassment. Wow, Azui. You're really prepared for this winter cold, huh? Toru asked, impressed. My quirk needs me to feel warm or I'd get too cold and fall into hibernation. She replied. Sheesh, got a nice party atmosphere going here, don't we? A familiar voice asked that suddenly just arrived. You guys are looking down on us, are you? Oh. You guys made it. Nope. We're not looking down on ya. We're just excited. Kirishima responded. Huh, I see. But too bad. The tides are surely in our favor this time. Monoma muttered. Come, Class A. Today's the day. Let's settle this rivalry once and for all. Monoma shouted out with crazed fighting spirit. Hell yeah. Antoine cheered. Let's fucking go. Arrogance won't save you this time, Class A. Monoma was cut off by a piece of cloth wrapping around his throat. Quiet. Aizawa said. We have a special guest today. Vlad, Class B's homeroom teacher, informed. Try not to look stupid in front of him. Aizawa said. A guest? I'll blow him apart. Is it a girl? Let's work hard together. He's applying to transfer to the Department of Heroes. This is Shinso Hitoshi from Class C of the Department of General Education. Aizawa introduced. Now that I remember. Shinso and fucking Midoriya haven't fucking met. Shinso didn't make it to the final part of the sports festival, so no one fucking knows him or his quirk. Wait, is that Mr. Aizawa's binding cloth? I guess the mask must be something that goes with his quirk. It's good to have you with us, dude. I know I've encountered many of you at the sports festival, but you won't catch me thinking that we're all buddies now that we've exchanged blows. I'm not some good-natured person trying to tout a superficial sense of sportsmanship. The fact of the matter is, I've gotten a late start and I've already been left in the dust by hundreds of steps by you all. I'm sorry, but I'm desperate. Shinso introduced. I will become a great hero, so that I can use my quirk to help others. All of you here today are obstacles that I must overcome. I have no intention of making friends. Some people started clapping at the end of his introduction. Hahaha, you fucking messy-haired shit. You've picked the wrong obstacle to try and overcome. I'm Antoine Neal. The #1 pro hero in the future. You're gonna need the heavens themselves watching over you to try and overcome me. Antoine greeted happily. I like this one, Monoma muttered. You, he muttered towards Antoine before not finishing his sentence and looking away. Don't ignore me, you dopey-faced bastard. Aizawa coughed and Vlad began speaking. Combat exercises. This time around it's a battle between Class A versus Class B. And the stage will be this section of Training Field Gamma. Each side will split up into groups of 4, and one team from each will battle it out at a time. Training Field Gamma was modeled after an industrial area. There are very few open spaces, and its notorious features are its poor visibility and footing. Today, Shinso will be participating in 2 battles. One of Class A's side and one of Class B's side. In other words, out of the 5 matches one of them will be 5v5 instead of 4v4 like the others and one will be 5v4. But that means the team with only 4 have a clear disadvantage. Trying to integrate Shinso, who has next to no experience, into your team of 5 will likely be an even bigger disadvantage. It's true that the team of 5 has numerical advantage, but they'll still have a handicap. The setting for this battle is, the heroes move to surround the villain group and capture them. Each team shall perceive the other as the villains. Once either team captures 4 members of the other, it's their victory. They have been saying the villains are becoming organized after all. Nice and simple, just how I like it. In each team's camp, we've installed a wicked cute irredeemable prison. The moment you imprison your opponent in there, they'll be considered captured. That means rendering your opponents unable to fight close to your own base would be the most efficient. But that sure won't be easy. Once either team captures 4 members of the other. So that's the handicap, eh? Yeep. Not only do you have to team up with an inexperienced member, but also, even if you're a team of 5 you'll still lose if 4 of you are captured. So we're stuck with dead weight is what you're saying. Dude. Don't say it like that. It's fine. It's true after all. Shinso agreed. It's time for lots. Class A and Class B started grabbing for lots and very soon after the teams were decided. Hee hee. Looks like I'm with you fucking bunch. Antoine happily greeted. Hello Neil. Uraraka said unenthusiastically. Hey Neil. Midoriya said nicely. No jerkish attitude Neil. I still haven't forgiven you for that little hallway prank of yours. Ashido said. That was you? Mineta asked surprised. Nah, that wasn't me. You think I don't got better things to do with my time than waste it pranking you fucking babies? Antoine denied. Mineta was conflicted because it does seem like Neil wouldn't waste his time with little childish pranks. Don't believe him Mineta. He told me himself. Who are you going to believe Mineta? Some thick booty pink thought or your fucking bro. Mineta took a glance at Ashido's rear and then her angry face before slapping Antoine's hand. That's what I'm talking about. Antoine cheered over an angered Ashido. With Toru. Let's do this team. She exclaimed. That's the attitude Hagakure. Zero agreed. You bastards better not slow me down. Bakugo shouted. Oh boy. Jiro muttered with her head hanging. With Yuga. I'll think of a plan to take on their team for us. Yaoyorozu said. Me and Tokoyami's quirks wouldn't work out so well because it's weak to light. Yuga added. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. She replied. This will be an eternal symphony of light and darkness. Don't forget sugar too. Sato added. After everyone got into their groups, the first battle started. Everyone got to watch as Shinso showed off his brainwashing quirk and skills with the binding cloth along with the skills of Kaminari, Azui, and Koda working alongside him versus Class B's Shiozaki, Shishida, Rin, and Tsuburaba. The match started off with a weak start from Class A. They were ambushed and didn't have a solid plan to face off against Class B due to trying to understand Shinso's quirk and chat with him a bit about theirs. But Class A was no stranger to being ambushed and taken by surprise. They managed to make an abrupt plan after being driven into a corner and decisively take the win from Class B by imprisoning them all. Aizawa and Vlad made their classes reflect on what they could take from this battle before moving on to the second round. Yuga's team was facing off against Fukidashi, Kurwaro, Kendo, and Komori. The teams got in position on opposite sides of the battlefield. Start. Yuga watched as Tokoyami sent forward his dark shadow. The group started moving forward together. Ah, he came back so soon. Sato, the sugar quirk guy, said. Everyone, disperse. Tokoyami yelled as the returning dark shadow all of a sudden punched him in the stomach. Kurwaro, the Class B student who can phase into all things black and control them, if they can be controlled, popped out of dark shadow. Yaoyorozu whipped forward some nets to try and capture Kurwaro, but the boy quickly phased into the shadows of the numerous pipes around them. Fumikage Tokoyami. I shall bore straight through you. Kurwaro challenged. Very well. I accept your challenge, and meet it head-on. With my new technique I devised under the tutelage of Hawk's Black Fallen Angel. Tokoyami challenged back as he removed his cape that is covering his torso. Yuga was watching as Kurwaro was constantly merging into different black objects all around them. Waiting patiently to strike. He clicked a button on his fancy shades that Antoine made for his costume and managed to lock on to Kurwaro's position, no matter how fast he was moving around. Stay together. He asked politely before blasting off towards Kurwaro's hiding spot behind him. He shot his naval laser from his stomach and appeared where Kurwaro was. A surprised cry was heard as Kurwaro was forcibly taken out of the shadows. Yuga uppercut the boy and sent him slightly upwards in the air. He started flipping on his way down and crashed into the ground. He was seen motionless after crashing and Sato walked over to see he was completely knocked out. Dang Yuga! What kind of punch was that? He asked impressed. Just a normal one. Yuga said before looking all around. There's one far away from us just standing still, one coming towards us, and the other one is just wandering around. Follow me. Yuga said, intent on surprising the one coming towards them. He athletically hopped from pipe to pipe and headed straight towards the figure. But before Sato, Yaoyorozu, and Tokoyami could catch up, a large wall of giant letters appeared and split the group. Yuga attempted to punch through it, but he only managed to damage it halfway before being attacked by Kendo. She's the girl who can make her hands big. Yuga remembered as Kendo attempted to smash him into the ground. He sent a corkscrew punch towards the large hand above him using all the power in his arm, torso, and legs to strengthen the punch as much as possible. Yuga then fired off a laser through his boxing glove that made contact with Kendo and blasted her hand in the air, knocking her off her feet. She used her other hand to recover quickly as Yuga appeared right in front of her trying to smash her face in with his gloves, but she managed to block in time with her giant hand and grabbed him. Yuga was captured by Kendo's giant hand and shot out lasers from nearly every part of his costume, forcing Kendo to release him from the ever-increasing pain that she was experiencing due to Yuga's lasers. Both of her hands were numb, but she didn't plan on giving up yet. I didn't know you were so strong. The whole first part of my plan was destroyed by you. She grinned. First part, Yuga muttered as he dashed towards Kendo, who has now joined her hands together and attempted to knock him away. Yuga narrowly avoided the hit by leaning his body to side and got in real close to Kendo before punching her in the gut from down below. Kendo spat out as she was sent flying through multiple pipes and crashing into a wall. Gotta make sure she's out. Or he'd definitely make fun of me later. Yuga thought as he walked over to the imprinted wall. Kendo's hand were back to normal size and she looked pretty out of it. He went in slowly with his hand to touch her and all of a sudden. You pervert! She screamed while pushing her hands forward and enlarging her hands to push Yuga away. But her hands were half the size of what they were previously and Yuga avoided the double-palmed blow before finishing Kendo off with another punch in the gut. Kendo fell over face forward and fainted. Phew! I'm glad I didn't just leave her there. She was pretty strong. Yuga wiped his forehead, which wasn't even sweating in the slightest. He then shot off into the air via laser from the bottom of his shoes and looked over the entire battlefield. He saw them covered in mushrooms with goggles on, heading towards two figures a little bit ahead of them. Kurwaro was wrapped up in a net surrounded by lanterns. Yuga let himself fall back down to the ground. He trusted that his teammates could handle the last two of Class B and picked up Kendo's body and moved to pick up Kurwaro's body. He then dropped off the two into the prison and waited there for a while, but he suddenly noticed that it was taking them quite a while and decided to go check out what's happening. He shot off into the air and saw all three of his classmates fainted on the ground in front of Komori, the mushroom quirk girl, and Fukudashi, the comic quirk guy. I don't know how they managed to defeat them all. Especially Tokoyami. But I better be quick. I can't let whatever they did to them happen to me. Yuga thought as he blasted off downward towards the two. His lasers shooting out from behind him, strengthening his descent even more. Fukudashi couldn't have done this. His quirk isn't that subtle. It had to be Komori. One of her mushrooms must be poisonous, Yuga guessed as he suddenly appeared from above and punched Komori into the ground. Komori was smashed into the ground and a small crater formed from the impact of her body. She could be seen unconscious while mushrooms began growing on Yuga. Fukudashi shouted out in surprise before getting ready. Bang! A large explosion of words shot towards Yuga and blasted him away. Using his lasers to control himself, he shot upwards before he could smash into some pipes and flew towards Fukudashi. Fukudashi continued to shout out onomatopoeias towards at the flying Yuga. Yuga avoided the large letters and shot a laser beam from his boxing glove and knocked Fukudashi out from above. He landed down below and grabbed both Komori and Fukudashi before flying off and putting them inside the cage, winning the game for his team single-handedly. Second set, a 4-0 victory for Class A. The recovery bots began wheeling in to grab Sato, Yayorozu, and Tokoyami, who were slowly recovering from throat mushrooms. Ahaha! That's my boy! Antoine shouted. Who? Good job, Yuga! Toru cheered as well. Dang! Aoyama is way stronger than I thought. Kirishima stated. You usually don't notice him because he's so quiet. Jiro said. The damage was quite a bit. Shinso said. While we move the stage, how about we take a short break? Aizawa suggested. Class A and Class B sat around in groups. Monoma. My favorite Class B member. Buddy talked to me. Antoine said jovially. Although your arrogance towers over skyscrapers, I have to say, I still dislike you. Antoine grabbed his heart as if it was pierced with 1,000 blades. Monoma-kun. I have to say, despite your quirk's drawbacks of relying on others, there's still so much you can do on your own, you know. Antoine said, pulling out golden watch. What's that supposed to be? He asked. This is a gift. You see, I really like how antagonistic you are towards Class A. If you're willing to do a small favor for me during our battle, I'm willing to give you and a certain someone else of your choosing a specially crafted gift from me. Antoine whispered into his ear. I've heard of your works. I'm listening, he agreed while whispering back. All I want from you is to absolutely beat the shit out of my team. Beat Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ishido into the ground just like Yuga did. Our deal will be settled once those three are knocked out and we can just fight normally after that. You and whoever you want of Class B will get a specifically made gear from me once you've done this. Confusion and slight irritation grew on Monoma's face. He couldn't possibly understand why Neil would want something like this for his class. Is the rift between Antoine and his classmates truly this terrible? That he would team with the enemy just to spite his own side? Monoma just couldn't get Neil's angle in all this. Just why? What does he gain from this? Is this another one of Class A's tricks? Monoma thought, nearly wanting to tear his hair out. Hee. Now this will be entertaining to watch. I hope Midoriya's plot armor isn't so strong that it'll destroy Monoma's team regardless. That watch should be enough to boost his physical parameters enough to decimate Midoriya. Even if he uses 20% of one for all, Monoma should be able to handle it. Antoine chuckled. I don't know about afterwards though. He grinned as Monoma shook his hand in agreement. Fine. You got yourself a deal. he said as he accepted the watch and placed it on his wrist. Thank you so much, Monoma-kun. You don't know how happy I am. Good luck. Antoine shouted as he walked away. By the way, Midori is a dud. He somehow muttered only to Monoma. Monoma's face turned serious. How much information does he have on us? Monoma wondered. How could he know exactly how my quirk works when we don't even talk to Class A all that often? I'll have to tell my classmates to be careful around him. Monoma decided. Chapter 39, Finally some romance. Toru's battle. The third set of battles included Class B's Tsunatori, Kaibara, Hananuki, and Tetsutetsu versus Class A's Todoroki, Ojiro, Shoji, and Ida. Antoine was freely chatting with some members of Class B. So like I was saying. Komori-chan. You and me should definitely go see a movie after classes today. Have you seen that new one including that projection hero guy? Antoine asked. I don't know. I have to take care of my mushrooms after class. Komori replied. Well shit, we can do that too. I've been growing a little garden of my own too. You should check it out with me after we see yours. Well okay. What kind of plants are you growing? She asked, suddenly more interested. All kinds of plants. Miniature trees, flowers, bulbs, and even some fruits. But the fruits haven't really grown much yet. Antoine chatted with a smile. That's so cool. No one in my class is really interested in my mushrooms outside of class. That's a shame. Mushrooms have their own beautiful qualities too. I guess that's why a girl like you is so interested in them. Antoine grinned. Antoine could see a small blush appear on her face once she realized what he just said. Yeah. Mushrooms are pretty amazing, aren't they? She replied, trying to hide her face slightly. What's wrong, are you okay? Antoine asked as he softly put his hand on her forehead and lifted it up to match eyes with him. This appeared to completely reduce the young mushroom girl's HP to 0. Her face lit up like a tomato as she stared into Antoine's eyes. You don't feel hot. Do you need to go to see Recovery Girl? Antoine asked as steam started coming out of her mushroom cap hat from her costume. I'm fine. She quickly removed Antoine's hand and rolled away. I wasn't expecting that kind of reaction, but it was pretty cute. We're still on for later, right? Antoine asked. EEP. She replied. Oh dear. Did I just get rejected in Squirrel? Antoine wondered as he walked off to chat with another Class B student. You Kamakiri. Antoine waved to the mantis-faced boy who could produce blades from all over his body. Sup? He replied. What's going on, man? Been a minute since we talked. The sports festival to be exact. I'm excited for my next battle. Bakugo is pretty strong and I want to find out just how strong he is for myself. Kamakiri said, excited for battle. If you want a better chance of winning, I'd tell you for a price. Antoine asked like a wish-giving devil whose only purpose is to turn wishes against the wishies' heads. I'm good. I have to beat him on my own terms or it'll mean nothing. But thanks anyway, man. No problem, man. Do what you gotta do, you know. See you later. Peace. After chatting with Kamakiri as the third set was going on, Antoine walked to another member of Class B, Yui Kodai. The girl who could increase the size of things after touching them with all 5 of her fingers. What the hell is that Afro bastard doing? Bakugo muttered in annoyance. I think he's conversating with Class B. Toru answered him. No duh, light stick. I meant, why is he doing it? Because Class B doesn't know him. Toru answered simply. He's probably trying to scam them or something, Jiro suggested. That's more like the Neil I know. Did you know one time Neil tried to make a deal with me? He said he could make a certain skin product that would instantly revitalize my skin after I overuse my quirk, all for the low price of working for him for a week. And I was thinking, well, it's only a week, how bad could it be? Tell me why this dude wanted me to use my quirk to tape flyers and advertisement posters about his store all over town. Shiro stated. Why didn't you do it? Toru asked, completely confused. I got better things to do than run errands for Neil. I'm not some homeless kid. I'm a hero in training. Shiro exclaimed. Dumbass. Bakugo stated. Jiro and Toru nodded with his statement while Shiro was completely confused. And that's why I'll never trust a dog ever again. Antoine said as Kodai stifled a giggle. He grinned. And then there was this other time with an ape at the zoo. Don't get me started on that story. Did you know apes could throw things really far? My father had to find out the hard and stinky way. If you know what I'm saying. He nudged her with his elbow repeatedly until she started giggling softly. Antoine smiled. Your smile is pretty cute, you know. Antoine said, trying to place the final blow. But before he could see the payoffs of his efforts, he was suddenly captured and whisked over to Class A. Hey! I was fucking in the middle of something. Kodai-chan, I'll get back with you later. Antoine yelled as she waved goodbye while cupping her mouth, hiding her smile, and he appeared next to Azui. What's the big idea, Froggy? If you ain't trying to get the D, I don't need you cock-blocking me. Antoine told her. A small blush appeared on her face. Stop annoying people. You're embarrassing us. Ho ho. So you took it upon yourself to assume my actions were annoying to others? You know, Azui, if you weren't so fucking hot, I would have gave it to you right here and now. Azui didn't know how to respond towards the compliment and tone of Antoine's response. So. To make it up to me. You. Me. Movies. Tomorrow night. Antoine stated. What? No way, Neil. Okay, let's make a deal then. Go on over to Kamakiri, Komori-chan, or Kodai-chan and ask them if I was annoying them or bothering them in any way. If you're right, then I'll shut up for the rest of the day and apologize to you right this instance. If I'm right, however. We're going on a date tomorrow night. Antoine said. Aren't you still on house arrest? Azui asked, getting somewhat unsteady at Antoine's confidence. And? You aren't planning on leaving the dorms when you're under house arrest, are you? Depends. Are we going to see this movie or not? Now go on and stop wasting time. Go ask them. Antoine said. Azui's feet were merged to the ground. What are you waiting on, Azui? Aren't I the annoying Neil that bothers everyone? Go on and prove that you were right. Antoine grinned. A certain someone came from behind Azui. Stop bullying Tsuya, Neil. Ashido butted in. Antoine internally groaned. Just when I had that bitch. Whatever. You know you owe me, Azui. Antoine said as he walked off. The third set was finally finished and ended in tie. Since mostly everyone in the third set was injured or unconscious, then their reflections would have to come later. The fourth set was now getting ready. Class A's Hagakure, Bakugo, Jiro, and Shiro versus Class B's Tokage, Bondo, Owaze, and Kamakiri. Bakugo was currently self-designated team leader and was now spewing out orders to the rest. Listen up, underlings. You have one job, follow me, you punks. I'll push forward in the front. You asshats do whatever you can to support me. Ears, make sure you're always listening for the small fries locations. Bakugo shouted. Don't call me ears, Jiro muttered. Huh. We're going on the attack just like that. They've got a squad full of high-level counter-attackers, you know. We've got Jiro here, so why don't we just cautiously wait for a good opportunity? Shiro suggested. Dumbass. That's exactly why we need to take the initiative, or we'll be screwed. We don't sit and wait for an opportunity, we make one ourselves. He responded. As long as we can see them, we have the advantage. I'm with Baku-chan's idea. Toru said innocently. Kuin. I meant Bakugo-kun. She tried to correct. I'll blow you apart if you ever call me that again. But one more thing. When you dumbass are in trouble, I'll save you, got it? And when I'm in trouble, you dumbass can save me. You can count on me, Bakugo. Toru said bubbly. Only to the annoyance of Bakugo. The fourth round soon began once the two teams reached opposite sides of the battleground and set off. Toru quickly maneuvered through the industrial battlefield with ease alongside Jiro, Shiro, and Bakugo. You're so slow, you damn slowpokes. Bakugo roared at them. Toru caught up to him and kept an equal pace with him while parkouring on the pipes, walls, and rails. You know I'm also listening as I'm running, right? Jiro replied. Just shut up and follow me. He retorted. Hold up. Someone's there. Ears. Bakugo ordered. I have a name. Jiro started listening into their surroundings by stabbing her earplugs into the surrounding pipes. Wait. I knew it. They got us. She yelled. Toru looked around before noticing small objects started assaulting Bakugo. Shiro used his tape to try and capture the small parts to attack, and suddenly a large amount of glue splattered down from above, coating Shiro's tapes and most of them and their surroundings. Crap, it was a setup. This way. The pipes above them were sliced apart and were now falling towards them. They were surrounded by the glue and tape that were everywhere and had nowhere to go as the pipes were falling down towards them. Toru rose her hand in the sky and seemingly gathered a bright rainbow-colored light in it. The light could be seen coming from the sun, and it suddenly expanded and shaped into rainbow energy wave that destroyed and blew away the incoming pipes. Take out Jiro. She's the most troublesome. Tokage shouted from above. Kamakiri came diving from above towards Jiro, intent on taking her out. Hey! Wait a second. Toru shouted as she controlled her large light blast to redirect towards the back of Kamakiri. But Toru's attack wouldn't make it in time before Bakugo could save Jiro instead. Bakugo blasted Kamakiri with his explosion and saved Jiro from the surprise attack. Tokage. The hell are you doing? Kamakiri asked. Are you for real? Tokage asked as she saw Kamakiri being crushed into the ground from Toru's attack from behind. The spirited blade boy was rendered unconscious from Toru's attack, and Bakugo looked at her with a surprised look. But quickly refocused himself to chasing after the fleeing Tokage. Shiro quickly taped the unconscious boy to some pipes that weren't sticky from the glue and followed after them. Thanks. Jiro shouted. Shut your mouth. They ran away, so get to Searchin. Bakugo responded back. I don't care if it's Class A, or whatever. I've decided. We're going to win this match with a perfect victory. 4-0 with everyone unscathed. That's the only kind of victory there is for the strongest guys out there. Bakugo declared. Plus ultra. Toru happily exclaimed. Quit it with the racket already, they're all getting further away. Tokage's interfering so it's hard to get a handle on them, but there's less of those sounds than before. Jiro relayed. If I focus I should be able to discern their actual sounds. I managed to get rid of a few pieces from the ones I saw. Toru said. So they're trying to regroup for another attack, eh? Bastards. They're underestimating me. Let's go. Bakugo blasted off with more speed. How can you move like that, Hagakure-chan? Jiro asked Toru, who was currently parkouring around the entire industrial area with enough skill to match Bakugo in speed even without using her quirk. It's not that hard, Jiro-chan. I'm getting real good at moving my body lately with this new diet I've been having and new training I've been doing for a few weeks. She responded. I wish I had a diet that let me move like that. Shiro said, swinging around with his tape. Well, my figure has been getting better. Toru revealed, slightly embarrassed. Quit yakking and keep up. Bakugo shouted as he was suddenly ambushed by a waze and melded to some pipes. The pipes were attached to Bakugo at the atomic level and he was hung posted like some of explosive scarecrow. Shiro tried to capture a waze with his tape, but he was quick on his feet and managed to escape before Shiro could get him. Toru gathered some light around her arms and broke the pipes that Bakugo were attached to and freed him. Here you go, Baku-chan. Toru said happily. Don't call me that. And hey, bastard. Get back here. Bakugo blasted off towards a waze and ahead of the group. A waze started melding steel plates to his face and body as Bakugo suddenly blasted himself in the air. It's all you. Jiro attached her jacks to some sound-amplifying devices and blasted the armored waze. A waze was rendered incapacitated from the sound waves penetrating through his armor and Shiro tapped him up as Bakugo and Toru continued on ahead. Bakugo blasted towards Bondo as Bondo attempted to spray him with a large amount of adhesive liquid from his mouth. Bakugo dodged and blasted Bondo with multiple explosions as Toru latched onto Bondo and placed him in a submission technique. She heard him yell in pain as he tried to force his way free, but she simply bent his arm a little bit more and caused him to cry out louder and stop resisting. I wouldn't try that again, Bondo-kun. Toru warned him with her usually happy-go-lucky voice. Bakugo was then seen finishing off Tokage with a medium-sized explosion that encompassed her entire body. Toru pulled out from shiny silver handcuffs from her pocket and attached them to Bondo's wrists. Class A then placed all of their foes into the prisons and effectively won. In less than 5 minutes. With unexpected teamwork, Class A earns a 4-0 victory. Toru and Jiro hugged each other in joy while Bakugo walked away with a satisfied look on his face. Shiro was smiling alongside Toru and Jiro as they all returned back to the others. You captured and imprisoned the other team quickly and efficiently without causing any more damage than necessary. Using Bakugo, with his superior mobility and strength, as your axis, the three of you demonstrated great team unity. Well done. Aizawa complimented. Toru. How could you let Princess take the reins? You could have easily won. Antoine said. It's fine to let Baku-chan take the lead. It'd be worse if I tried to take the leader spot. Our cooperation would have fell apart if me and Bakugo were at odds. Who cares about that? Anyone who's on a team cares about the chemistry between each member, Yuga said, walking over. Antoine sighed. These are the troubles of the ultimate hero, I guess. I just can't understand the minds of lesser heroes, he lamented dramatically. I'll kick your butt, Antoine. Toru declared. Lesser heroes. You trying to pick a fight? Yuga added on. You two punks think you're capable of taking me on. Come on then. Put 'em up. Antoine barked back. The trio was broken up as Aizawa pulled Antoine towards his teammates who were preparing for their upcoming fight. Pay attention and quit horsing around. Aizawa said. We'll settle this later, you punks. Antoine yelled. Yuga and Toru made taunting silly faces at Antoine. Antoine landed in the middle of his group on their way to the battlefield. Alright, you fucks. Here's the plan. Don't get in my way and don't fucking make me lose by getting caught. See ya. Antoine said as he walked off by himself while Midoriya was using his quirk and moving on ahead. First things first, we should take care of Shinso, yeah? Mineta asked. Try not to focus on that too much though. After all, they've got a bunch of members who could attack from anywhere at any time without even showing themselves. Uraraka said. I float. I melt. I stick. Yeah, we're at a huge disadvantage here. Come on, there's no way anyone will get trapped in your great pluck plan. It's the pluck great plan. And it'll work for sure. We just need some sort of decoy. Mineta said. I can be the decoy. Leave it to me. Midoriya said, returning by skidding the ground and landing coolly. The fifth set and final match of the day. Are you prepared? Do your best out there, and stay focused through the very end. Begin. Where's Neil? No time. We'll have to hope he shows up later. Hi, we do not need this uncooperative behavior. Chapter 40, The Final Joint Battle. The battle has already started and Midoriya was off to a fast start. He was hopping ahead of Uraraka, Mineta, and Ishido. They were communicating with hand signals. Midoriya was scouting up ahead before he was suddenly sieged by random barrels. Kaya! Uraraka's voice screamed out behind Midoriya, forcing him to rapidly turn around to see if she was okay, and met eye to eye with Monoma casually swinging a golden watch. The golden watch amplifier, this watch was made out of a nearly indestructible material. It can tell time no matter the situation while at the same time strengthen those who wear it. How much they are strengthened depends on how much they are able to handle. Plus 70 STR added when equipped. Plus 80 VIT added when equipped. Can amplify wearer's physical body. Will physically attach itself to the wearer regardless of will. Creates a small field around the wearer in which they can control time for 2 seconds at the cost of rapidly draining the user's physical stamina. Oh. Looks like you found me. After witnessing Bakugo's performance, there's no way I wouldn't be wary of you as well. People like you, who have the strength and moves. Of course I have to be cautious of them. That's what any clever person would think. Monoma chatted as he attached the watch to his wrist. The watch seemingly stabbed into his wrist as it attached itself to him. He showed a pained expression as tapped the screen of the watch. But at the same time, a clever person would also think, Bakugo was only able to draw out his true strength with the help of the other three. So I should crush the other three first. A part of Monoma's hair grew golden yellow. You were standing out on purpose to reveal your location to me, yes? But it seems my comrades have already found the other three. He taunted. That's 4 on 3, you know. Do you think they'll be alright? And Shinso's there as well. They won't be able to communicate effectively. You need to hurry to their side. But wait. What if that Kaya was just Shinso? That would mean we actually haven't discovered their location yet, and you would end up being the one to give it away. Ha 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 ha, what a pickle. Monoma goaded more and more. Midoriya jumped in the sky and took aim towards Monoma. You won't even take a glance at your allies? How cruel of you. Monoma pointed out, slightly upset that his plan to gain a hint of Class A's location failed. I had a little chat with Shinso early about how blessed people will destroy the world. Bakugo's your friend, isn't he? So tell me. How is it that he's able to smile so casually, given that he's the one responsible for bringing an end to the symbol of peace? Monoma asked as he revealed to have several small items in his palms. Antoine, who was watching a few distances away, nearly gushed. Ahahaha, tell that motherfucker. And Bakugo felt guilt over that shit too, so it's real as hell. Antoine giggled to himself as he watched the battle unfold while playing with his game console he brought along. Midoriya was about to fire off towards Monoma, but suddenly his gauntlet exploded as a dangerous black energy source manifested from his hand. Midoriya could be seen with a painful grimace on his face. So you've attained a new power yet again? How irritating. Monoma stated as he quickly dodged out of the way of Midoriya's dangerous black tendrils sprouting from his arm. The tendrils destroyed the nearby pipes and area around Midoriya as it continued to grow out of control. Shinso. Run away. I can't control my power. Midoriya said, struggling to get his arm under control. A few of the tentacles came towards Antoine and his tentacles shape-shifted into hands. They easily blocked them with their palms and Antoine continued gaming in peace. You fucking shithead. Why would you steal my medkit? Your mother should have swallowed you, you dumb fucking bitch. He raged as the battlefield continued to descend into chaos. Midoriya was screaming at his power to try and get it under control. He was trying with all of his might and willpower to try and get his quirk situated. The tendrils started spinning wildly around him, tearing any nearby surroundings to shreds. But one courageous and brave girl managed to jump out and glomp the young Midoriya in the hug of a lifetime. Shinso. Use your brainwashing to stop DKU. Uraraka yelled. Midoriya. Let's fight another time. Shinso yelled. NNNNGGGH. Yeah. He managed to respond as the tendrils quickly retreated back into his arm and suddenly lose consciousness for a second. He was awoken by Uraraka lightly slapping his face as they floated down. The two then started to leisurely chat in the middle of combat and Monoma took advantage of this. Monoma used a nut and increased the size of it as he surfed towards the duo. He appeared behind Uraraka and chopped her neck, knocking the light out of her eyes and then kicking towards Midoriya's face. Hello. Did you think we were done here? Monoma yelled as he kicked Midoriya in the chin and into one of the large metal containers. Midoriya imprinted into the container and haggardly walked out of the human-shaped hole he made. As he made it out, he was suddenly assaulted by numerous levitating objects and launched through the container entirely. Are you alright, Monoma? Yanagi, the girl with the poltergeist quirk that allows her to telekinetically manipulate objects close to her, asked as she arrived on the scene. Nicey poltergeist. Monoma cheered. Thanks to the black stuff appearing everywhere, our plan got ruined. Shoda, the boy whose quirk made it so he can cause any attack in an area to repeat in the same place a second time with even stronger impact, said as he arrived with Kodai. Kodai nodded in agreement. Class B was suddenly attacked by Mineta's and Ashido's quirks as they arrived on the scene as well. Kodai increased the size of a small piece of metal she had and blocked the balls and acid as the battle suddenly turned into a 5v2 battle. Mineta and Ashido were quickly besieged by Class B's quirks and were about to be taken out. But a green patch of hair suddenly appeared to the rescue as Midoriya showed up in the battle with his quirk activated. Hey, wait a moment, Mr. Main Protagonist. I can't let you do that. Monoma said as he slapped Midoriya's chest and knocked him into the air, suddenly floating weightless. Heh. Since you were a dud. I had to take my chances with Sleepy over there. Monoma revealed as Midoriya continued levitating higher and higher. Midoriya was about to flick air shockwaves to maneuver himself around regardless of his currently gravity status, but before he could get one off, he was wrapped up in Shinso's capturing scarf and suddenly started falling down back towards the ground. Midoriya crashed roughly against the metal platform and Monoma stepped on his body as Ashido was taken out by one of Kodai's barrels that was increased in size. Hee. Looks like this victory goes to Class B. Monoma shouted crazily. Mineta was the last one standing and Shoda knocked him out as well. Class B started gathering the bodies of Class A and were taking them to their prisons as a figure watched from a distance. Class B were about to throw 4 of Class A's members into their prisons, but before they could, a figure crashed in front of them. Antoine's tentacles caused cracks to run across the ground. You guys fucked them up pretty good. Antoine whistled impressed. It seems that not even the famed plot armor was capable of getting you out of this one, cabbage head. Antoine chuckled. Monoma stared at Antoine with suspicion on his face while motioning to his team to be prepared. Midoriya looked at Antoine with bulging eyes as he was wrapped up like a mummy all the way to his lips. Good work, Class B. To be honest, I was still not really sure you were capable of winning even with the help I gave you. You see, Cabbage Head is quite scary for anyone that isn't me. Or Princess, it seems. Things tend to always benefit him in some way or the other, and I think that's a little unfair. His quirk even evolved or mutated today into another power he can use. Talk about being blessed. Antoine chuckled as class B suddenly started getting weaker. I feel drained, Shota stated as he dropped to the ground. The rest of Class B started dropping to the ground as well, fatigued and energyless. Everyone except Monoma, who still had the golden watch attached to his wrist. Antoine smiled. Our deal is completed, Monoma. Make sure to talk to me later about what kind of item you want along with that special person of your choosing. What did you do? Monoma asked as he got ready to attack. The golden watch attached to his wrist suddenly unattached itself and floated high in the sky as he also was rapidly being drained of his strength. What kind of device does this? Monoma asked before collapsing along with everyone else. It's a quirk actually, Antoine said to the fainted boy. The cameras and recording devices around the training site suddenly reactivated after Antoine's tentacles finished throwing Midoriya, Ashido, Uraraka, and Mineta in Class B's prison. Things got dangerous and a little wonky in there, but in the fifth set, Class B wins with a 4-0 victory. Midnight announced as Antoine was the last man standing. Class A and Class B's vitality suddenly recovered once Midnight announced the winners. And with that, we're finished with all 5 sets. Throughout all the battles, everyone came to know their enemies, know themselves and fought bravely. The first set was won by Class A. The second, Class A. The third, was a draw. The fourth was Class A. And the final set was won by Class B. Therefore the winners of these training battles is Class A. Class A cheered in joy as Class B lamented their defeat. Everyone was gathered together afterwards. Ahem. First things first. Kneel. Aizawa said. I don't know what you're talking about. Antoine cut him off. Why did all the equipment cut off whenever you were around? Aizawa asked. Maybe because you have shit equipment. I've been telling you guys to buy some more of my shit, but no. Budget cuts. Yeah, right. It just seems a little strange, young Neil. Because they worked perfectly fine anytime you weren't around. All Might said. Maybe I'm awakening my second quirk like fucking broccoli head over there and it messes with technology passively. Antoine deflected. Aizawa stared at the boy but could tell he would never admit it if it was in the wrong. He sighed. Before focusing on Midoriya. Speaking about that. For a new move, it seems to deviate quite far from your superpower quirk. Don't you think? How does it work? Aizawa asked. I also don't fully understand it. My powers suddenly started overflowing, and I couldn't suppress it. It felt like the power I'd always trusted suddenly bared its fangs at me. I was really scared myself. But thanks to Uraraka and Shinso for stopping me, I quickly realized that wasn't the case. If Shinso hadn't knocked me unconscious, I have no idea what would have happened. Yeah, see. My powers started overpowering too. Whenever I felt something recording me, I just felt like I had to lash out and stop it. I couldn't control myself and I tried to stop it. Antoine unnecessarily added to Midoriya's heartfelt response. Yeah, right, Neil. You're full of crap. Kaminari responded. I think it's about to go out of control again. I can't stop it. Antoine said as one of his recently upgraded tentacles punched Kaminari. Adamantium-boosting metal tentacles, these additional appendages are controlled by Lackey, a self-improving AI created by the young craftsman Antoine Neal. These tentacles are capable of contracting themselves to a limit of 10 feet and extending themselves to 36-foot max. Each individual tendril is capable of lifting very heavy things. It is said that this craft was based on a design already built by another. Plus 200 STR added when equipped. Plus 150 int added to stats when equipped. Gains a 2x boost for wearer every enemy defeated. No limit given. Can choose to give the boost to either the wearer or the tentacles themselves. Kneel. An additional 2 days added onto your punishment. Aizawa said before talking to the lamenting Shinso and revealing that he would be transferring into the hero course next year. Bullshit. Don't use your quirk on me when I'm just awakening my second quirk. What if you got rid of it or something? Antoine yelled as class was ending. Class A and Class B were separating. Yuga. Toru. I'll see you guys later or maybe tomorrow. I'm going to be busy today. Antoine told them while catching up to a certain person of Class B. Busy with what? Yuga asked as he saw Antoine placing his arm over Komori's shoulder and walking away with her. Komori shrunk her neck in embarrassment as she and Antoine walked away. So Komori-chan. Let's go see those lovely mushrooms you were talking about earlier. I'm excited to see what kind of mushrooms a cute girl like you would grow. Antoine grinned. They aren't that special. She responded. Of course, they are special, Komori-chan. You grew them with your love and care. And if that isn't anything special, then I don't know what could be. She was rendered speechless and beet red as Antoine continued to go on the offensive. Antoine realized that maybe he was coming off a bit strong, but he wouldn't let that stop him. I've given a lot of care and love to my lovely little plants too. I didn't realize how fun it would be growing them when I first started. I was really not looking forward to taking care of them, to be honest. I thought that growing plants and things like that were for girls and stuff like that, but once I gave it a try, I was like, damn, this shit is kinda cool. Watching the plants grow slowly while taking care of them and showering them with everything I could. It's a special feeling, you know. Antoine bullshitted. Antoine actually just used the radiation from the vibranium to mutate the plants and fruits he was growing into supernatural plants. He only did this after remembering about the heart-shaped herb from Wakanda and realizing that the plants and fruits really didn't want to manifest quirks unlike the animals. Right now, he was just sprouting some bullshit he thinks a real botanist would love to hear, and it seems it was working. He got Komori to started chatting about her love for mushrooms in particular and more about her personally grown mushrooms as she brought Antoine to her mushroom garden behind her dorm room. Mushrooms of multiple varieties were present in her mushroom garden. Antoine thought that mushrooms would take different environments to grow, but apparently with her quirk any mushrooms can thrive with her care. These are my Ionomadotus frondosa. And these are my Tricholoma equester. And this is the enoki mushroom. They are pretty good in soups, I hear. Antoine smiled. Yeah. They taste pretty great with soup. But these little guys over here are even tastier than them. She excitedly explained as she continued to show Antoine her mushroom garden with glee. Antoine softly smiled as she talked on and on and on about her mushroom garden. The sun was lowering now and Antoine decided to save things for tomorrow. Komori-chan. I had a lot of fun on our mushroom date today, but it's getting late. Here's my number. We should hang out in a couple days whenever you're free. Antoine said as her wide smile slowly whittled down. Oh. It is late. I'm sorry I kept you for so long. She apologized. No, it's fine. I had a lot of fun, Komori-chan. I can tell you really care about your babies. He chuckled. Maybe next time you can have some fun with a guy like me. He joked. Komori and Antoine started laughing at his bad pun and she walked with him to the front of the dorms. I'm just saying. Maybe next time you want to borrow something from me, try not to ask for it when I specifically told you that I needed it that day. I hate that too. It's so frustrating. I know, right? Like, come on bruh. Get your shit together. They made it to the door and Antoine placed his palm on the wall behind Komori and stood over Komori, trapping her between the wall and himself. Her face quickly reddened as Antoine's face got closer and closer. He looked into her eyes and she lowered her head. I don't think I'm ready for this yet. Neil Cohen is a great guy and all, but it's too soon. It's too soon. I have to tell him no. Komori thought as she bravely looked up and saw Antoine's lips getting closer and closer. I had a great time, Komori-chan. See you later. He whispered directly in her ear in a deep intimate voice before leaving her behind and walking inside the dorm. Antoine was internally laughing his ass off thinking about how cute Komori-chan was. Seriously, a girl like that could be taken advantage of so easily just by showing a small interest in the things she likes. But I guess it's no different from usual Japanese anime women. Antoine thought. Komori, on the other hand, was collapsed outside against the wall on her knees, breathing heavily. She held her hand over her heart. I feel like my heart's going to burst out of my chest. That was so scary. I don't know why I reacted like that. Do I really feel that way about Neil? We just met today. I can't be thinking of him like that already. She rapidly blabbered out as mushrooms covered the ground and grass around her. She managed to find her footing and stood up, still red in the face. He's just a nice guy I think nicely of. That's all there is. She declared confidently outwardly as she walked inside and towards her room while consciously choosing to not look in the direction of Antoine on the left side of the room and blushing. Damn, those fuckers aren't back yet? Antoine asked, looking for Yuga and Toru. The training exercises must have increased today. Antoine muttered as some of the guys were playing the game on the TV in the lounge room. Antoine walked over Monoma and grinned. He held the golden watch he gifted to him earlier and tossed it to him. Monoma caught it while looking at Antoine with suspicion. What's this for? Our deal is over, right? I haven't picked the other person yet, if that's what you're wondering. I told you. It was a gift. Antoine then walked away, leaving one of the leaders of Class B confused as the golden watch attached itself to his wrist once more and stabbed into his wrist. Gah! Damn it, Class A. Antoine walked away and plopped on the couch next to the Kaderi type, Kodai, and started chatting to her. Kodai-chan. I finally got back with you. Antoine said after making sure that Komori-chan was not present. She looked at him blankly and Antoine started talking up a storm. I like the silent types. Don't get me wrong. Komori is cute and all, but the silent and walled-up type girls are where it's at. It adds even more if they are cynical and typically don't care about what others think about them. Antoine thought as he continued to joke around and talk with Kodai. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 3.